The rumble of footsteps. Shara looks up from a pictogram of Alvos to see the staircase glowing bright with candlelight. Muligesh enters, flanked by Sigurd and 2 soldiers with candelabras. She takes one glance at the vast temple, her shoulders droop. Oh, what a mess this is, and she sighs, ah, shit. It's quite a discovery, isn't it? Calls Shara as she walks across the atria. You could say that, Muligesh says, yes. You have men posted to guard the entrance? I have 5 soldiers outside, yes. This is. Shara steps around a puddle of mud. Enormous. Enormous. I'd imagine this is the most significant divine discovery since the war, since the blink. The greatest historical discovery in, well, history. To discover any piece of this place, any fragment of these pictograms, would be borderline revolutionary in Galadesh, but to have found the entire building, whole, and more or less unharmed, is, Shara, breathless, inhales. It boggles the mind. Muligesh stares at the curving ceiling. She strokes the scars on her jaw with her knuckles. It sure does. Here. Look here, at this section. Shara stoops. These few yards of carvings offer more knowledge about Ignas than anyone's found in years. We know almost nothing about her. Ahanishtan, as you probably know, is one of the places most deeply affected by the blink. Almost all the city seemed to vanish, you see. Almost everything that's there now was built by Saypur. Aha. But this mural proves why it vanished. It corroborates the theory that Adnaz actually grew the city, sowing miraculous seeds that grew into living buildings, homes, streets, lights. Peaches that glowed at night, like streetlights, vines that funneled in water and away waste. It's fascinating. Muligesh scratches the corner of her mouth. Yeah. And when Inaz died, all of that vanished. What's more, it provides a second explanation for the gap in knowledge. If what this says is true, Ahanashtanis thought all life and all parts of the body were sacred. They never used medicine, never cut their hair, never shaved, never trimmed their fingernails, never brushed their teeth, never, well, cleaned their nether parts. Yeesh. But that was because they didn't have to. Anaz was able to meet every single one of their needs. They lived in complete harmony with this massive, organic city. But after the blink, when disease started rampaging through the continent, they must have refused every medicine, every ministration. So nearly every Ahanishtani on the continent must have died out. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? Yeah, says Muligesh. Then, amiably, so, you know we're going to have to cave in that tunnel, right? And this section here, says Shara, she bows her head and lets out a slow breath. Then she looks up at Muligesh. Muligesh smiles grimly and nods. Yeah. You know we can't possibly keep something like this secret. Not something this big. We'd post guards. Then someone would ask questions about those guards, what they're guarding, and they'd keep asking questions until they found out. Or we'd try and excavate it, study it, document it, and someone would see all the equipment, all the personnel, and they'd ask questions, and they'd keep asking questions until they found out. Trouble. Muligesh files a rough nail away on the edge of one engraving, is unavoidable. And worse, Wiklov knows about it, so if we try and stay here and do anything, it's putting a knife in his hands. Look at Saypur, keeping our most sacred temple secret in the earth, getting their dirty foreign fingers all over it. Can you imagine that fallout? Can you imagine what would happen, Ambassador? Not just to your investigation, but to the continent, to Saypur? Shara sighs. This is an argument she expected, but she'd hoped the solution wouldn't be quite so drastic. You really want to just cave it in? You think that's our best option? I'd prefer to fill the damn tunnel up with cement, but the equipment would attract too many eyes. There are some wooden struts at the door that are definitely load-bearing. It wouldn't take more than an hour. There's evidence, though. Someone's been here, restoring the Kalkashtani atrium. They even put a stone doorframe in here, though I've no idea why. It must be whoever's working with Wiklov. Are you certain of it to the extent that you would risk Continentals discovering this place? Shara rubs her eyes, then sits back and stares out at the seat of the world. Looking at it, I just know, she says, that I could spend a lifetime studying this. If you were a historian, says Muligesh. But you're not. Shara flinches, stung. You're a servant, Ambassador, says Muligesh softly. We both have a duty. Neither of us will be doing it down here. In Shara's head, Efrem Pangyui is saying, what truth do you wish to keep? The candelabras stutter. 1,000 shadows dance. Ancient faces glower, vanish. Do it, says Shara. Asterisk. The trudge back up the stairway feels interminable. Shara commits herself to memorizing everything she saw, everything she read. By all the seas, she tells herself, we won't lose this, too. So there was nothing miraculous down there? Asks Muligesh. Not that I saw, says Shara absently. That's a relief, Muligesh says. She pulls an envelope from her coat pocket and holds it out to Shara. We've been reviewing the stolen pages of the list from the warehouse. The idea of finding any more of this, out in the open, gives me nightmares. These 20 pages are what we think got the restorationists so excited, or something in them, at least. But they probably got much, much more. If there is one thing that can break Shara's concentration, it's this. She snatches the envelope from Muligesh's hand, tears it open, and reads. 356, Shelf C4-145. Travertines boots, footwear that somehow makes the wearer's stride miles long, can cross the continent in less than a day. Very important to keep one foot on the ground. There were originally 2 pair, but the testing wearer jumped and floated into the atmosphere. Remaining pair still miraculous. 357, Shelf C4-146. Culkin's carpet, small rug that most definitely possesses the ability to fly. Very difficult to control. Records indicate Culkin blessed each thread of the rug with the miracle of flight, so theoretically each thread could lift several tons into the air, though we have not yet attempted such, nor will we. Still miraculous. 358, Shelf C4-147. Toy wagon, disappears on nights of a new moon, reappears on the full moon full of copper pennies bearing the face of Zhukov. Once returned with a load of bones, not human. Still miraculous. 359, Shelf C4-148. Glass window, originally was the holding place of numerous Ahanishtani prisoners, trapped inside the glass. When Adnas perished, the pains bled for 2 months, prisoners were never recovered. No longer miraculous. 360, Shelf C4-149. Edicts of Culkin, books 237 to 243. 7 tomes on how women's shoes should be prepared, worn, discarded, cleaned, etc. Oh, says Shara softly. Oh my word. Muligesh stops briefly to light a match on a stone protruding from the tunnel wall. Yeah. This is what's in the warehouse. They just had to get a hold of a part of the list with an unusually large amount of active, miraculous items. A lot of glass pieces, though. The divinities were fond of using glass as a safe place, Shara murmurs. What do you mean? They stored things in them, hid in them. All divine priests knew many release miracles. They'd be sent a simple glass bead, perform the appropriate miracle, break the glass, and then, she waggles her fingers, mountains of gold, a mansion, a castle, a bride, or whatever. She trails off as she reads, struggling between fascination and horror as she flips through the rest of the entries. She's barely aware when they emerge from the tunnel, registering only the bright light from the candelabras in the Mulvost's room. Muligesh nods to 2 young soldiers with axes and sledgehammers. Go on, she says. The soldiers enter the tunnel. Shara reads the last pages. Her hands clench, she nearly rips the paper in half. Wait. She says. Wait, stop. Wait? Asks Muligesh. For what? Look, says Shara. She points at one entry. 372, Shelf C5-162. Ear of Zhukov, an engraved, stone doorframe that contains no door. Iron wheels on the base. Speculated that it has a twin, and no matter where the other ear is, if the doors are operated in the correct manner, one can pass through one and come out the other. We speculate that the twin has been destroyed. No longer miraculous. Do you remember, Shara asks, the stone door in the Kalkashtani atrium we just saw? Yeah, Muligesh's face does not change as she lifts her eyes from the page to Shara. You think? Yes. Muligesh has to think for a moment. So if that's the other ear down there. And if its twin is still in the warehouse. The 2 stare at each other for 1 second longer. Then they dash back down the stairway. Sigrid and the other 2 soldiers watch, bewildered, before following. Asterisk. Taking everything into account, it still seems wisest, Muligesh intones from the shadows, to just destroy the damn thing. Shara holds the candelabra higher to inspect the doorframe. Would you prefer that we leave not knowing if someone used the door to access the warehouse? A click as Muligesh sucks on her cigarillo. They could have gone in there, touched something they shouldn't have, and died. Then I, personally, would like to have a body. She studies the sculpted door, looking for a word, a letter, a switch, or a button. Though they wouldn't need anything mechanical, she reminds herself. All mechanics of the miraculous operate in a much more abstract manner. Sigrid lies on the temple floor, staring up as if it's a sunny hillside with a blue sky above. Maybe, he says, you must do something to the other door. I would prefer that, yes, says Shara. She mutters a few lines from the Yukoshtava, the door remains indifferent. Then this door would be more or less useless. Provided security is firm at the warehouse. And it is, snaps Muligesh. Shara tries praising the names of a few key Jukashtani saints. The door is unmoved. This must be what it's like, she thinks, to be a lecher trying out lines on a girl at a party. I rather think, she says finally, that I am going about this wrong. Muligesh suppresses a ferocious yawn. Whatever gave you that idea? Shara's eye strays across a distant pictogram in Zhukov's atrium depicting an orgy of stupendous complexity. Zhukov did not respect words, or shows of fealty. He was always much more about action, wildness, with nothing planned. At the head of the orgy, a figure in a pointed hat holds aloft a jug of wine and a knife. Sacrifice through blood, sweat, tears, emotion. She remembers a famous passage from the Yukoshtava, those who are unwilling to part with their blood in fear, who refuse wine and wildness, who come upon a choice, a chance, and tremble in fear, why should I allow them in my shadow? Wine, thinks Shara, and the flesh. Sigurd, she says. Give me your flask. Sigurd lifts his head and frowns. I know you have one. I don't care about that. Just give it to me. And a knife. Sparks as Muligesh taps her cigarillo against the wall. I don't think I like where this is going. Sigurd clambers to his feet, rustles in his coat, there is the tinkling of metal, unpleasant instruments, surely, and produces a flask of dark brown glass. What is it? Asks Shara. They said it was plum wine, he says. But from the fumes. I think the salesman, he might not have been so honest. And, have you tried it? Yes. And I have not gone blind. So? He holds out a small blade. This will either work, thinks Shara, or be very embarrassing. Sigurd uncorks the flask, the fumes are enough to make her gag, and she tugs off her free hand's glove with her teeth. Then she steels herself and slashes the inside of her palm. Muligesh is appalled. What in the? Shara puts her mouth to the wound and sucks at it. It is bleeding freely, the taste of salt and copper suffuses her mouth, almost chokes her. Then she rips her hand away and hurriedly takes a pull from the flask. It is not, most certainly not, any sort of alcohol she has ever tasted before. Vomit curdles in her stomach, washes up her esophagus, she chokes it back down. She faces the doorframe, gags once, and spews the mixture of alcohol and blood over it. She is not in control of herself enough to even see if it works. She hands the flask and knife back to Sigurd, drops to all fours, and begins to violently dry heave, but as she lost most of the contents of her stomach when she first saw the Muvost, there is nothing to expel. She hears Muligesh say, There is a soft scrape as Sigurd's black knife escapes from its sheath. What? Croaks Shara. She wipes away tears. What is it? Did it work? She looks, and finds it is difficult to say. The interior of the doorframe is completely, impenetrably black, as if someone inserted a sheet of black graphite in it while she wasn't looking. One of Muligesh's soldiers, curious, steps behind the doorway, none of them are able to see through to her. The soldier sticks her head around the other side and asks, Nothing? Nothing, says Muligesh. Was it supposed to do? She struggles for words, that? It's a reaction, at least, says Shara. She grabs the candelabra and approaches the doorframe. Be careful, says Muligesh. Something could. I don't know, come out of it. The black inside the doorway, Shara sees, is not as solid as she thought. As she nears it, the shadow recedes until she spots the hint of tall, square metal frames on either side of the doorway, and a rickety wooden floor. Shelves, she realizes. I'm seeing rows and rows of shelves. Oh, my seas and stars, whispers Muligesh. What is that? Would this, Shara's heart is trembling, be the view from shelf C5-162, where the other ear of Zhukov sits? Shara reaches down and picks up a clod of earth. She gauges the distance and tosses it into the doorway. The clod flies through the doorframe, into the shadows, and lands with a thunk on the wooden floor. It passes through, remarks Sigurd. And so, she muses, Lord Zhukov allows us in his shadow. This deeply concerns her, though she does not say so. Not only has she just found that one of Zhukov's divine creatures was still alive, now one of his miraculous devices appears to still function. Who actually witnessed Zhukov's death, she thinks, besides the Kai himself? She returns to the task at hand. Let's take a look, shall we? Asterisk. There is a passing shadow, the candle flames in her candelabra shrink to near nothing, an unsettling breeze, then the creak of wood below her feet. Shara is through. She takes a breath and immediately starts coughing. The interior of the unmentionable warehouse is musty beyond belief, much more so than the seat of the world. It is like entering the home of a hugely ancient, hoarding old couple. Shara hacks miserably against the bloody handkerchief around her hand. Is there no ventilation here? Muligesh has tied a bandana around her head before stepping through. Why the hells would there be? She says, irritated. Sigurd enters behind her. If the air bothers him, he doesn't show it. Muligesh turns around to look at the second stone doorframe, sitting comfortably in the lowest spot on shelf C5. Shara can see Muligesh's 2 soldiers watching them from the other side of the door, anxious. Could we really be here? Muligesh asks aloud. Could we really have been transported miles outside of Bulikov, just like that? Shara holds up the candelabra. The shelves tower above them nearly 3 or 4 stories tall. Shara thinks she can make out a tin roof somewhere far overhead. The skeletal form of an ancient rolling ladder lurks a dozen feet away. I would say we are here, she says, yes. The 3 of them stand in the unmentionable warehouse and listen. The dark air is filled with sighs and squeaks and low hums. The rattle of pennies, the scrape of wood. The air pressure in the room feels like it is constantly changing. Either something in the warehouse has confused Shara's skin, inner ear, and sinuses, or there are countless forces applying themselves to her, then fading, like ocean currents. How many miracles are in here with us, Shara wonders, functioning away in the dark? How many of the words of the divinities still echo in this place? Sigurd points down. Look. The wooden floor is covered in sediments of dust, yet this aisle has been marred by recent footprints. I presume, says Muligesh, that would be the passage of our mysterious opponent. Shara fights to concentrate. There are many paths of footprints, none of them completely clear. Their trespasser must have paced the aisles many times. We need to look for any sign of tampering, she says. Then, after that, we need to look and see if anything's missing. I would expect that if there's anything missing, it'd be something from these pages, since these are the records that interested the restorationists. So, she flips through the pages. We'll want to look at shelves C4, C5, and C6. Or he could have just randomly stolen something, says Muligesh. Yes. Or that. Thank you, she thinks, for highlighting the futility of our search. We all have a light, don't we? Then let's spread out, and keep an eye on each other, and we'll get out of here as fast as we can. And I don't think I need to say this, but do not touch anything. And if something asks for your attention, or for your interference, ignore it. Would these items really have minds of their own? Asks Sigurd. Shara's memory supplies her with a litany of miraculous items that were either alive or claimed to be. Just don't touch anything, she says. Stay clear of all the shelves. Shara takes shelf C4, Muligesh C5, Sigurd C6. As she walks down her aisle, Shara reflects on the age of this place. These shelves are nearly 80 years old, she thinks, listening to the creaking. And they look it. The Kai never intended for this to be a permanent fix, did he? She whispers as she looks down the aisle. We just kept ignoring it, hoping this was a problem that would go away. Each space on the shelves is marked by a tiny metal tag with a number. Beyond this, there is no explanation for the contents, which are beyond random. One shelf is occupied by most of a huge, disassembled statue. Its face is blank, featureless, save for a wriggling, fractal-like design marching across the whole of its head. Talhavras, thinks Shara, or one of his incarnations. A wooden box covered in locks and chains wriggles. A scuttering noise comes from within, like many small, clawed creatures scrabbling at the wood. Shara quickly steps past this. A golden sword shines with a queer light above her. Beside it sit 12 short, thick, unremarkable glass columns. Beside these, a large silver cup with many jewels. Then mountains and mountains of books and scrolls. She walks on. Next she sees 60 panes of glass. A foot made of brass. A corpse wrapped in a blanket, tied with silver twine. Shara cannot see the end of the aisle. Over 1,500 years, she thinks, of miraculous items. The historian in her says, how fortuitous the Kai thought to store them all. The operative in her says, he should have destroyed every single one of them when he had the chance. Ambassador? Calls Muligesh's voice. Yes? Did you say something? No. Shara pauses. At least, I don't think I did. A long silence. Shara surveys a collection of silver thumbs. Is it possible for these things to talk in your head? Asks Muligesh. Anything is possible here, says Shara. Ignore it. A bucket full of children's shoes. A walking stick made of horsehair. A cabinet spilling ancient parchments. A cloth mask, made to look like the face of an old man. A wooden carving of a man with 7 erect members of varying length. She tries to focus, but her mind keeps searching through all the stories she's memorized, trying to place these items in the thousands of continental legends. Is that the knot that held a thunderstorm in its tangle, and when untied brought endless rain? Could that be the harp of a hopterik from the court of Talhavras, which made the tapestries come alive? And is that the red arrow made by Vortia, that pierced the belly of a tidal wave and turned it to a gentle current? No, says Sigurd's voice. No. That is not so. Sigurd? Says Shara. Are you all right? A low hum from a few yards away. No. Says Sigurd. That is a lie. Shara walks quickly down the aisle until she sees Sigurd standing on the opposite side of a shelf, staring at a small, polished black orb sitting in a velvet-lined box. Sigurd. No, he says to the orb. I left that place. I am not there anymore. Is he all right? Calls Muligesh. Sigurd, listen to me, says Shara. They died because he searches for an explanation, because they tried to hurt me. Sigurd. No. No. No, I will not. In the velvet box, the glassy black orb rotates slightly to the left. Shara is reminded of a dog cocking its head. Why not? Because I, Sigurd says forcefully, am not a king. Sigurd! Shouts Shara. He blinks, startled. The black orb sinks a little lower in the velvet, like it's disappointed to lose its playmate. Sigurd slowly turns to look at her. What? What has happened? You're here, she says. You're here in the warehouse, with me. He rubs his temple, shaken. The things here are. They're very old, she explains. I think they're bored. And they've been feeding off one another. Like fish trapped in a shrinking pond. I have found nothing missing, he grumbles. The shelves are quite full. Over full, even. Me neither, says Muligesh's voice from the next aisle. You don't want us to climb the ladders, do you? Does it look like the ladders have been moved? Asks Shara. Look at the dust. A pause. No. Then it would have been something on the first few shelves. Shara directs her own attention to the lowest shelves of her remaining aisles and continues her search. For brass oil lamps. A blank, polished wooden board. Children's dolls. A spinning wheel whose wheel is slowly rotating, though there seems to be no flax, and certainly no spinner. Then, in the final spot, just ahead. Nothing. Maybe nothing. Nothing that she can see, at least. Shara thinks, something missing? She strides toward the empty space. Her eyes are so used to seeing random material in the corner of her vision that she does not pay much attention to what's below her. But as she nears the blank space on the shelf, she thinks, briefly, did I see something shining on the ground? A wire, maybe? Something catches at her ankle, pulls, breaks, a tinny ping. There is a tinkle of metal from the next aisle over, a tiny steel key goes skittering across the boards. Immediately Sigurd roars, down. Now! A puff of black smoke across the aisle to her right. Then a wild blossom of orange flames, and a concussive blast. A wave of heat batters her right side. Shara is lifted off the ground. She crashes into the shelves next to her, sending ancient treasures flying. A leather bag tumbles through the air, vomiting an endless stream of golden coins. A streamer of pale ribbon strikes the ground and turns to leaves. Dust and metal and old wood spin around her. She falls to the ground, paws at a shelf, but cannot stand. A fire rages to her right. Smoke coils and curls up on the ceiling, like a black cat finding sanctuary in a sunbeam. On her left, the statue of Talhavras crashes off the shelf. Sigurd awkwardly clambers through to kneel beside her. Are you all right? He asks. He touches the side of her head. You have lost some hair. What damned miracle, she pants, was that? No miracle, he says. He looks back at the spreading fire. A mine. Incendiary, I think, or it did not ignite properly. What the hell's is going on over there? Shouts Muligesh's voice. Somewhere in the darkness many tiny voices chitter. Flames rush across the dust on the floor, hop onto one shelf, burrow into the blanket-wrapped corpse. We need to leave, says Sigurd. This place, so dry and old, it will burn down in moments. Shara looks out at the growing flames. The top of the shelf on her right is almost completely ablaze. There was a blank space, she murmurs, on that shelf ahead. Something has been stolen. She tries to point, her finger drunkenly wanders to the ground. We need to leave, says Sigurd again. There are pops out in the darkness. Something screeches in the fire. What in shitting hells is going on over there? Bellows Muligesh. Shara looks at Sigurd. She nods. He effortlessly hauls her up onto one of his shoulders. We are leaving, he shouts to Muligesh. Sigurd sprints down the aisle, turns right, and makes a beeline for the stone doorframe. A ruby-red glow filters through the forest of towering shelves. Decades, thinks Shara. Centuries. More. Gone. All gone. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sigurd sets Shara down when they're back in the seat of the world. She coughs, then weakly asks, how bad am I? He asks her to wiggle her fingers and toes. She does so. Good, he says. Mostly. Lost a lot of an eyebrow. Some hair. And your face is red. But not burned, not seriously. You are lucky. He looks up at the inferno raging on the other side of the stone doorframe. I do not think whoever set that trap knew what they were doing. But when I heard it, he shakes his head. Only one thing in the world sounds like that. Muligesh leans on one of her soldiers and, in between hacks, attempts to light another cigarillo. So the sons of bitches mined the warehouse? Just in case we followed? A broiling heat comes pouring through the stone doorframe. At every moment, thinks Shara, they've been one step ahead of me. Let's cave that damn tunnel in, says Shara, and be done with this damned place. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the darkness of the warehouse, legends and treasures wither and die in the flames. Thousands of books turn to curling ash. Paintings are eaten by flame from the inside out. Wax pools on the floor, running down from the many candles stacked across the shelves, and makes a twisted rainbow across the wooden slats. In some of the deeper shadows, invisible voices sob in grief. Yet not all the items meet destruction. A large clay jug sits on a shelf, bathing in heat. Upon its glazed surface are many delicate black brushstrokes, sigils of power, of containment, of tethering. In the raging heat, the ink bubbles, cracks, and fades. The wax seal around its cork runs and drips down its side. Something within the bottle begins growling, slowly realizing its prison is fading away. The jug begins to tip back and forth. It plummets off its shelf to shatter on the ground. The jug erupts in darkness. Its contents expand rapidly, sending shelves toppling like dominoes. The jug's prisoner keeps growing until its top nearly touches the ceiling of the warehouse. One yellow eye takes in the flames, the smoke, the burning shelves. A high-pitched voice shrieks in victorious rage, free! Free at last! Free at last! I am gentle with you, my children, for I love you. But love and gentleness do not breed purity. Purity is earned through hardship and punishment and edification. So I have made these holy beings to help you find your way, and teach you the lessons I cannot bear to. Akma, Skystrider, and Wallwalker, Watcher and Whisperer. He will see the weaknesses in you that you cannot, and he will make you fight them until you rise above yourself. Usina, Traveler and Wanderer, Window Creeper and Ash Woman. Beware the poor wretch you mistreat, for it may be Usina, and her vengeance is long and painful. And for those who cannot be purified, who will not repent, who will not know the shame that lives in all our hearts, there is Urav, Sea Beast and River Swimmer, he of many teeth and the one bright eye, dweller of dark places. For those sinners who are blind to light, they will spend eternity within his belly, burning under his scornful gaze, until they understand and know my righteousness, my forgiveness, and my love. The Kalkashtava, Book 3. You will know pain. Vod Drinsky sits on the banks of the Solda and tries to convince himself he is not as drunk as he feels. He has had most of a jug of plum wine, and he tells himself that if he was quite drunk then the wine would start to taste thick and sour, but so far the wine continues to taste quite terribly beautiful and sweet to his tongue. And he needs the wine to survive in the cold. Why, look at how his breath frosts. Look at the huge ice floes in the Solda, the way the black water bubbles against the spots as thin and clear as glass. A cold night this is, so he thinks he should be forgiven his indulgence, yes? He looks east, toward the walls of Bulikov, huge white cliffs glimmering in the moonlight. He glowers at them and says, I should. A belch. I should be forgiven. As he watches, he realizes there is a queer, flickering orange light up the hill behind him. A fire. One of the warehouses in the complex up there is burning, it seems. Oh, dear. He scratches his head. Should he call someone? That seems, at the moment, to be a difficult prospect, so he takes another swig of wine, and sighs and says again, oh, dear. A dark shadow appears at the chain-link fence around the warehouse complex. Something low and huge. A long, stridulous shriek. The dark shape surges against the chain-link fence, the woven wires stretch and snap like harp strings. Something big comes rushing down the hillside. VOD assumes it is a bear. It must be a bear, because only a bear could be so big, so loud, panting and growling. Yet it sounds much, much larger than a bear. It comes to the tree line and leaps. VOD's drunken eyes only see it for an instant. It is smoking, perhaps an escapee of the fire above. But through the smoke, he thinks he sees something thick and bulbous, something with many claws and tendrils gleaming in the moonlight. It strikes the river ice with a huge crack and plummets through into the dark waters below. VOD sees something shifting under the ice. Now the thing looks long and flowing, like a beautiful, mossy flower blossom. With a graceful pump, it propels itself against the river current and toward the white walls of Bulikov. As it turns over, he sees a soft yellow light burning on its surface, a gentle phosphorescence that deeply disturbs him. The creature disappears downriver. He looks at the broken ice. It is at least 2 feet thick. Suggesting, then, that whatever leaped in was quite heavy. VOD lifts his jug, sniffs at it, and peers into its mouth, unsure if he wishes to buy this brand again. Fivri and Sovrina sit under the Solda bridge in a tiny shanty, nursing a weak lamp. It is an unusual time to fish on the Solda, but the two men know a secret few do. Directly under the bridge, where the Solda is widest and deepest, dozens of trout congregate, presumably, as Fivri claims, seeking food and warmth. As far away from the wind as they can get, he says each time he drops his black line into his tiny hole. And they, grumbles Sovrina, are wise. Do you complain? How many did you catch last night? Sovrina holds his mittened hands closer to the fire in the suspended brazier. 6, he admits. And the night before that? 8. But I must weigh the amount of fish I catch against the toes I lose. Pa, says Fivri. A real fisherman must be made of sterner stuff. This is man's work. It calls for a man. But a man's other work, thinks Sovrina, lies in the soft, warm arms of a woman. Could he be unmanly for wishing he were there, rather than here? A soft tapping fills the shanty. A catch? Asks Sovrina. Fivri inspects his tip-up, which is suspended over the 6-inch hole in the ice. The white flag on the black line quivers slightly. No, he says. Perhaps they play with it. Then high-pitched squeaks join the tapping, like someone rubbing their hands against a pane of glass. Before Sovrina can remark upon it, the flag on his own tip-up starts to dance. The same here, he says. Not a catch, but it moves. Fivri tugs his black line. Maybe I am row weight. He tugs the line again. It is caught on something. Sovrina watches the flag twitch on Fivri's tip-up. Are you sure it's not a catch? Asks Sovrina. It does not give. It's like it's caught on a rock. What is that intolerable squeaking? Maybe the wind? Sovrina, curious, tugs at his own line. It too does not give. Mine is the same. Both of our lines are caught on something? He shakes his head. We had nothing on our lines a few minutes ago. Maybe flotsam is being washed downstream, and our lines are caught. Then why don't our lines just break? Sovrina inspects the ice below them. Perhaps he is imagining things, but he imagines a soft yellow glow filtering through the frost in one spot. What is that? He says, pointing. Fivri does a double take, and stares at the yellow light. What is that? That's what I just said. The two men look at it, then at each other. The fire in the brazier has melted away some snow on the ice. They stand and begin to clear away more with their feet, until the ice becomes more transparent. Fivri gapes. What on? By the heavens, what is? Something is stuck to the opposite side of the ice, directly underneath them. Sovrina is reminded of a starfish he once saw, brought back from the coast, but vastly huger, nearly 30 feet in diameter, and with many more arms, some of them wide, some of them thin and delicate. And in the center, a bright, glowing light, and a many-toothed mouth that sucks against the ice, its black gums squeaking. The taps and pops increase. Sovrina looks up at the ends of the beast's arms and sees many tiny claws scraping at the ice around them in a perfect circle. Oh, no, says Sovrina. The light blinks twice. Sovrina thinks, an eye. It's an eye. With a great crack, the ice gives way below them, and a mouth ringed with 1,000 teeth silently opens. The Voskovany tea shop always does a roaring trade whenever the weather dips. Magya Voskovany herself understands that it is not necessarily the quality of the tea that draws in customers, since she herself holds the opinion that her tea brewers are untalented clods, but between the endless flow of steaming water, the bubbling cauldrons, and the dozens of little gas lamps lit throughout her establishment, Magyar's tea shop is always churning with a sweltering humidity that would seem suffocating in normal weather, yet is downright inviting in the brutal dark of winter. The tea trade has rocketed on the continent in the past decades. What was previously considered a distasteful Saypuri eccentricity has become much more appealing as the climate on the continent grows colder and colder with each year. And there is the additional factor that Magya has discovered a mostly forgotten old bit of folk herbalism. Teas brewed with a handful of poppy fruit tend to feel so much more relaxing than other types of tea. And after implementing this secret recipe, Magya's trade has quintupled. Magya squints at the crowd from the kitchen door. Her customers cling to tables like refugees seeking shelter. Their hair curls and coils and glistens in the heat. The brass lamps cast prisms of ochre light on the soaking wood walls. The west windows, which normally look out on a scenic stretch of river, are so fogged over they look like toast with too much cream. One man at the bar paws his cup limply, blinking owlishly. Magya stops a waiter, nods at the man, says, "Too much," and sends the boy on his way. "A good trade, for the hour," says one of her servers, stopping to mop his brow. "Too good, in fact," says Magya. "Everything is full but the second-floor balcony." "How is that too good?" "We shan't let greed overcome wisdom, my love." Magya taps her chin, thinking. No special batches for the next week. Her server attempts to control his astonishment. None. I'd prefer not to arouse any suspicion. But what will we say when people complain about the quality of the tea? We will say, Magya answers, that we have been forced to use a new type of barrel that's affected the flavor. I don't know, some Saypuri trade rule. They'll believe that. And we'll tell them we shall be rectifying the situation shortly. Her server is rudely hailed by a couple at the bar, a middle-aged man with an arm thrown around a very giddy and curvy young woman. In my grandmother's day, thinks Magya, such a public display would get you flogged. How times have changed. Go on, she says. Give them something to fill their mouths, and shut them up. Her server departs. Magya's eye, always seeking trouble, finds something concerning on the upper balcony. One of the lights in her lamps has begun to flicker. She grunts, climbs the steps, and sees she is wrong. The lamp is not flickering, but it is jumping on its chain, hopping up and swishing about like a fish on a line. What in the world? Magya looks up the chain to the beam it is attached to. She watches, awed, as the beam actually buckles up, as if something on the roof is pulling at it. There are even cracks in the plaster of the roof, which spread like fractures in ice bearing too much weight. Magya's first instinct is to look to the window, but she remembers that the windows are opaque with condensation. Yet she sees she is mistaken again. Something has partially wiped the condensation away from the outside of the west windows. But what could do that, thinks Magya, as we're on the river, 30 feet up. She goes to the window, wipes away the inside moisture, and peers through the blurry glass. The first thing she sees is a single yellow light at the river shore below. The second thing she sees is something large, black, and glistening stuck to the wall of the shop, like a tree root covered in tar, yet it is uncoiling, adhering itself to more and more of the wall. And the third thing she sees is right in front of her. What appears to be a long, slender black finger rises up on the other side of the window, and the dark claw at its end reaches forward and delicately taps the glass once. What? Says Magya. Then a burst of thunder, a rain of plaster dust and wood shards, and the treasured humidity of the Voskovany tea shop goes ballooning up into the winter night sky in a roiling rush as its ceiling and upper wall are completely torn off. Magya blinks as the wind assails her. Most of her patrons are too stunned to scream, but some manage to find their throats. The lower wall follows suit, crumbing out onto the frozen river, pulling the second-floor balcony and Magya Voskovany with it. As Magya falls, she sees the same fate has befallen many of her customers. We shall be dashed on the ice, she thinks madly, like a handful of eggs. But in those unending seconds as she tumbles over and over, she sees the ice is not there. There is only the yellow light, the churning of many tentacles, and a quivering, many-toothed mouth juddering open. Asterisk. I said I want every soldier available working to help those fire teams. Bellows Muligesh downstairs. Make sure to stress that as much as you can in the telegram. And let the corporal know that if there is any reluctance on his part to put his soldiers to such work, then there will be dire consequences. Shara winces in her office. Muligesh has completely taken over the embassy offices downstairs, commandeering every telegraph machine and posting troops at all entrances. Normally she would be doing this from her quarters, but the embassy was much closer. Contact General Noor at Fort Sigrisha, Muligesh shouts. He needs to be notified of this, and tell him we need all the support he can offer. Interrupt me as soon as you hear, even if I specifically say not to interrupt me. Shara rubs her temples. By the seas, she mutters, can the woman speak no other volume? Shara is content to let Muligesh handle this disaster, and since this is technically Muligesh's jurisdiction, Shara has plenty of reasons to stay out. But privately she wishes Muligesh and the rest of them would just leave. Sigurd sits in the corner of her office and sharpens his black knife. The scritch seems to grow until Shara's head echoes with it. Must you do that now? She asks. Sigurd scrapes the knife a little softer. You seem to be in a mood. I was nearly blown up tonight. He shrugs and spits on the knife. Not the first time. And we burned down hundreds of years of priceless history. She hisses, not daring to shout it. So I have. I have never experienced such a failure in my professional career. And I do not enjoy failure. I am unused to it. The scritch slows as he thinks. It is true that we have never encountered a mistake such as this. A mistake? Ever since we've set foot in Bulikov, we've done nothing but stumble. She quaffs tea with the air of a sailor drinking whiskey. I suppose it is good to get all of your mistakes out in one run, but your optimism, says Shara, is not appreciated. I almost regret coming here. Almost? Yes, almost. Because as shitbedecked as this operation is, I still wouldn't trust it to anyone else in the ministry. Think what would happen if Kamelta was here, or Yusuf. I didn't even know those two were still alive. I would have thought they'd have gotten themselves killed by now. Exactly. She stands up, walks to the window, and pushes it open. I need air. My head is filling up with noise. She breathes for a moment, listens, and rubs her eyes in exasperation. Even the streets outside are screaming. Is there no quiet place in this whole damnable CI? She trails off. Wait, what time is it? Sigurd joins her at the window. Late. Too late for such noise. He tilts his head. And it is screaming. You were not exaggerating. Shara surveys the dark streets of Bulikov. What's going on? Another howl in the night. Someone comes sprinting down the street outside, shrieking incoherently. I've no idea, says Sigurd. Downstairs, Nilagesh is angrily dictating a response to General Nor specifying that this was not a direct attack, because that would be an indictment of their security, but Nor should be responding as if it was a direct attack, as they need assistance immediately. Shara opens the window all the way. She hears a rumble toward the river. A cloud of white dust rises above the rooftops. Did a building just collapse? She asks. More people are running through the streets. Candles are lit in windows, doors are flung open. A man cries out, asking what's wrong, over and over. Finally someone answers, there's something in the water. Something in the water. Shara looks to Sigurd, but can only say, what? Then a shout from downstairs, Shara! Cries Mulagesh's voice. There's some idiot here to bother you. Shara and Sigurd troop downstairs. Petri stands in the entryway with a very nervous-looking Bulikov police officer. A message from the Bulikov Police Department, says Petri, for Ambassador Thivani from Captain Nisrav. Get rid of this guy, says Mulagesh. I'm drowning in enough shit as it is. Shara fruitlessly searches for her inner calm. What would be the issue? The officer swallows, sweats. We're evacuating all homes and buildings near the river. The embassy's a priority, he says this as if to suggest, and I just had to get this duty, so we need all of you outside, immediately. Mulagesh finishes another communication, then breaks away. Wait, what the hells are you talking about? We're not going anywhere. Well, Captain Nisrav is a fine and good officer, but he can't tell us to do a damn thing. This is Saypuri soil. We're quite aware of that, Governor, but it's emphatically suggested that you and the ambassador evacuate. Why? Shara asks. The officer's sweating quintuples. Well, we can't quite say just yet. Would this have to do with what's happening outside? Asks Shara. The officer reluctantly nods. And what is happening outside? The officer appears to debate telling them, then his shoulders slump like he's about to make an embarrassing confession. There's something in the Solder River, he says. Something big. And it's killing people. Snatching them off the banks. Mulagesh massages the center of her forehead. Oh, by the seas. It's even come up on the shore and attacked the buildings, says the officer. It's huge. We don't know what it is, but we're evacuating every quarter near the river. And that includes the embassy. And this just started happening very recently? Asks Shara. Within the past few hours? The officer nods. Shara and Sigurd share a silent moment of communication. Shara's eyes say, from the warehouse? Sigurd gives a grim nod, absolutely. Thank you for notifying us, officer, says Shara. She extends a hand, and Sigrid tosses her coat. We will depart the embassy shortly. Where is Nisrev now? He's staked out on the Solda bridge, watching for it, says the officer. But why D? Excellent. Shara pulls her coat on. We'll be all too happy to join him. Asterisk. The Solda bridge's short walls provide no shelter from the cold wind, so nearly everyone crouches down as low as possible. Shara wishes she'd wrapped every extremity in furs, and her feet in a layer of rubber, and Miligesh has not stopped swearing since leaving the embassy, though her swears shiver a bit more now. Captain Nisrev sits against the wall, receiving messages and runners from his officers, who are hidden among the streets and homes that line the river. Only Sigrid leaves his face exposed, kneeling and staring into the bitter wind across the wide, frozen expanse of the river. Shara peeps over the wall. The Solda resembles a jigsaw puzzle, with huge holes in the ice in perfect circles and half-moons. On the west bank, 2 buildings have had their facades and walls completely ripped off, white limestone lies crumbled on the mud like cottage cheese. And that, asks Shara. That was where it attacked? Yes, says Nisrev. We didn't see it. We were alerted too late. It's a miracle, he checks himself, but Shara waves him on. It's a good thing it hasn't attacked the bridge, whatever it is. Though we hope the bridge is too strong for it. It's the only way across the Solda for 4 miles. How many killed? Asks Miligesh. 27 reported missing or dead, now, says Nisrev. Plucked from the banks of the river, or sucked through the ice, or ripped from their homes. My word, murmurs Shara. So, what is it? Nisrev hesitates. We are told, he says slowly, that it is a sea monster, with many arms, but... There is a pause as Shara absorbs this. Nisrev and the officers watch, waiting to see how this will be received. Like a dragon? She finally asks. Nisrev is relieved to be taken seriously. No, like a sea beast. But enormous. Shara nods, thinking. A many-armed creature of the sea, she thinks. That's a very short list of possibilities. So do you know what in all the hells this could be? Asks Nisrev. Shara watches as part of the ruined buildings tumbles off and drops into the river with a fluke. I have some ideas, she says. But... well... I will just say that I suspect this thing is in violation of the WR. For the first time, the veteran Nisrev looks shocked. You're saying this thing is divine? Perhaps. Not everything divine was good or godly, says Shara. So what are you going to do? Asks one of Nisrev's lieutenants. Give it a fine? Sigrid makes a TCH sound. Shara sits up. Do you see it? I see, he tilts his head, squints, something, but... Everyone peeks over the wall of the Solda bridge. Several hundred feet south, a faint yellow light slips under the dense ice toward the east bank. Mikhail and Ornost are there, says Nisrev, concerned. Just behind the wall on the bank. The yellow light pauses. Then a faint cracking and creaking echoes across the river. Shara watches in amazement as a wide circle appears in the ice, like someone is carefully sawing at it from under the water. Victor, says Nisrev to one of his officers, go over there and tell the 2 of them to get away now. The officer sprints away. The circle of ice slowly sinks and slides underneath the frozen river. A dexterous creature, then, thinks Shara. The yellow light creeps to the center of the hole. Nisrev lets loose a florid string of curses. Something very small and thin pokes out of the hole in the ice and rotates through the air, as if smelling for something. Then many more thin appendages, tentacles, appear at the edge of the hole in the ice. The yellow light sinks lower. It readies, Shara realizes, for a leap. It bursts out of the water, sending shards of ice flying. Its eruption is so powerful a fine mist washes over them, even from here. Nisrev and his officers begin screaming. Miligesh's hand flies to her mouth. Shara and Sigrid, while used to horrors such as this by now, silently watch and observe. It is not quite a jellyfish, not quite a squid, and nor is it a prawn, exactly, but a 30-foot combination of all 3, a slightly translucent creature with a long, black-shelled back and maybe head, with a face almost concealed in a squirming bundle of thrashing tentacles that are long enough to start probing the shore, rising up like the spear points of a phalanx. 2 shapes spring up on the banks and run away, screaming. One figure looks to be too slow, a tentacle whips toward it, and the figure spins. By all the gods, no, whispers Nisrev. But another officer comes running up with a flaming torch, which he hurls at the approaching tentacles. The creature pauses at this interruption just long enough for the officers to slip out of reach, up the banks of the Solda. The creature climbs up farther on the bank and screeches at them with a strangely avian call. Its tentacles search the riverbank, pluck up stones, and hurl them at the retreating officers. None of the stones strike the officers, most find a home on the roof and walls of a small and unfortunate house. Then the creature shrieks twice more before retreating back below the ice, or it drifts downriver. My gods, says Nasrev. My gods. What is that thing? Shara nods, satisfied that her hunch was correct. I think I know. She polishes her glasses on her scarf. He who waits in dark places, she thinks. And pulls down the unworthy, and devours them. I believe, Captain Nasrev, that we have just seen the fabled Yurov. A brief silence. Yurov? Asks an officer. Yurov the Punisher? Nasrev swats at him furiously, as if to say, do you know who you are speaking in front of? Don't stare so, Captain, says Shara. It's perfectly all right for you to admit that you know of it. Even if it is against the WR to acknowledge such a thing. These are extenuating circumstances. I thought Yurov was a fairy story, one officer reluctantly says. Oh, no, says Shara. Kulkin was fond of using familiars and divine creatures to do his work. Yurov was the worst, and the most dangerous, and possibly his favorite. She watches the yellow eye twirl under the ice, perhaps observing the shore, looking for sinners. And to Yurov, Shara remembers, who isn't a sinner? The creature of the depths, in whose belly the souls of the damned cower under his gaze. Then what the hells is it doing in my city killing innocent people? Demands Nasrev. I can't immediately say, says Shara, which is a lie. She recalls something she read in Galadesh. After Kulkin's sudden disappearance, Yurov, without the oversight of its creator, reportedly went mad. Zhukov was forced to capture it, luring it into a jug of wine distilled from human sin and trapping it there. And if all that is true, thinks Shara, then there's only one likely place where the jug could have been stored. She silently curses herself for tripping on that wire. Who knows what else I've released back into the world? What the hells can we do against such a thing? Asks Muligesh. Well, says Shara, some minor divine creatures can be killed by normal means. They have their own agency, to an extent, which makes them vulnerable. I mean, look at the great purge that was done with knives and spears and axes. The officers shift uncomfortably to hear such forbidden subjects discussed aloud. Some look outraged, even scandalized. Shara is happy she did not mention she personally accomplished the same feat mere hours ago. I do not like the idea, says Nasrev, of putting my officers at risk, and having them shoot at this thing in the ice. Bolts wouldn't penetrate the ice anyway, says Muligesh. We should wait for the ice to melt, says Nasrev, or maybe start bonfires on it to melt it, and then see what we can do. And what would you do then? Asks Muligesh. Attack it in boats? With spears? Like a whale? Nasrev hesitates. He looks around at his officers, who look none too pleased with the idea. Sigurd makes another TCH, as if weighing something in his mind. Then, I can kill it. Silence. Everyone slowly turns to look at him. Shara glances at him, concerned. Are you sure you want to start this? But Sigurd's expression is inscrutable. What? Says Muligesh. How? It is it. He makes the constipated face that he always does when trying to translate a drailing expression, a thing of the water, he finishes. And I have killed many things of the water, But are you serious? Asks Nasrev. I have killed, says Sigurd, many things of the water. This would be different. He watches, keen-eyed, as Yurov considers carving another hole in the ice before abandoning it. But not that different. What exactly would you have my men doing? Asks Nasrev. I do not really think. Sigurd scratches his chin, thinking that I would need any of your men at all. You are genuinely suggesting that you, by yourself, can kill a divine horror like that? Asks Muligesh. Sigurd contemplates it, then he nods. Yes. The circumstances are favorable. The river is not big. The Solda, says Nasrev, is almost a mile wide. But it is not the sea, says Sigurd. Not the ocean. Which I am used to. And with the ice, he shrugs. It is quite very possible. It's killed almost 30 people tonight, sir, says Nasrev. It would be an easy thing for it to kill you. Perhaps. But. If so, again, Sigurd shrugs. Then I would die. Nasrev and the other officers stare at him in disbelief. Shara clears her throat. Before we continue down this line of thinking, she says, I'd first like to ask if Captain Nasrev would approve. Why the hells would you care about that? Asks Nasrev. It's up to you if your man wants to get himself killed. Well, despite all the regulations, that thing under the ice is considered holy by most of the continent, says Shara. It is, after all, a creature of stories and myths valued by your culture. It's part of your heritage. If you wish us to kill what is, in effect, a living legend, we would want to have your express permission to do so. Nasrev's face sours. You, he says, are trying to cover your ass. Perhaps. But Europe is an integral part to some of your treasured myths. We are not continentals. To some continentals, if we are successful in killing Europe, it would be tantamount to destroying a historic work of art. In this case, though, says Mulagesh, it's a work of art that's running around killing people. Shara nods. Quite. Nasrev grimaces. As he wrestles with his position, 3 policemen come staggering up, panting. One of them is Victor, the officer sent to warn Mikhail and Ornost. The other 2 are presumably those same 2 men. One of them is clutching his right arm, which is slick with blood. Mikhail's hurt, says Victor. It got his arm, and it took some fingers. Nasrev pauses. He looks out at the soft light under the ice. Then, both of you, get back to the station and to the infirmary. He looks to Sigrid. What do you need? Sigrid looks back out at the river. I will need, he says thoughtfully, 200 feet of towing rope, 3 lengths of sailing rope 100 feet in length, a lantern, a halberd, 3 strong fishing spears, and several gallons of fat. Of what? Says Mulagesh. Of fat, says Sigrid. Animal fat. Whale if you have it, beef or pork if you do not. Mulagesh looks to Shara, who shrugs, I have no idea, either. Sigrid strokes his beard. And I will need you to get a good fire going, for when I finish. Because to do this, I will likely have to be nude. Asterisk. Flaxseed, says Shara, and drops it into the cauldron of warm beef fat. Willow grass. Twine of 6 knots. And cedar pitch. She looks back at the wheelbarrow of ingredients brought to her from the embassy. Screams echo up the river again. She ignores them. Salt and silver, that might be harder. She slips a tiny silver dessert spoon into a bag of rock salt and shakes it up. But this, I hope, should do. She dumps it into the cauldron as well. Petrie watches her, torn between fascination and disbelief. You really think this will do something? I hope so, says Shara. She takes a fistful of arrowroot and drops it in. The divine familiars each had aversions to very specific elements. We're not sure, as always, if this was intended by the divinities, maybe as a way to give their mortal followers some method of defense against the divinities' own creations, just in case, or if it was purely by accident, something each divinity, maybe by nature, could never prepare for. Either way, the divine creatures were strongly repelled by these elements. They caused asphyxiation, burning rashes, paralysis, even death. Like an allergy? Asks Petrie. Shara pauses, realizing Petrie has just said something Saypuri historians have been struggling to articulate for years. Yes. Exactly that. And Yurav is allergic to all of this? I have no idea. These are some elements that often repel divine creatures. I am hoping, she says as she drops in some wormwood, that 1 or 2 of these will have some effect. A broad spectrum of elements, you could say. Sigrid and Nasrev's officers are almost finished. They've successfully looped the thick towing rope around the bridge itself and fastened it securely. Shara can see the seaman in Sigrid coming out now. He ties knots in seconds, heaves coils of the dense rope around his shoulders, scales the bridge like he has hooks on his toes. He dumps the 3 lengths of sailing rope over the bridge. They land with a thud on the ice. He lets the remaining length of towing rope drop to the ice as well, nearly 100 or so feet. Yurav, so far, has remained ignorant of their efforts, choosing to harry the docks a mile or so downriver, seeking anyone who's chosen to ignore the evacuation order. Sigrid walks over to where the weaponry is wrapped in waxed canvas. He picks up 1 fishing spear, which has a barbed tip as thick as Shara's arm. At its back is an iron loop, meant for some incredibly thick line. What sort of fish, Shara thinks, could that possibly be intended for? Sigrid tests its flex, nods in satisfaction, and kneels and runs his finger along the halberd's blade. Good steel, he says. Good workmanship. And you don't doubt, asks Shara, the wisdom of your course? We have done such things before, says Sigrid. What makes this so different? This is not like the Muvost. That, says Sigrid contemptuously, was not even a challenge. Well. It is not like the Dornova in a Hanishtan either, says Shara. This is not some common imp or wretch for you to brutally execute. Next you will say it is not like that dragon. That was a small dragon, says Shara. She holds her hands about 3 feet apart. And besides, I was the one who finally killed that one. After I did all the work, says Sigrid with a sniff. You aren't taking this seriously. As entertaining as our exploits may be, that, she points a finger at the river, is the closest thing to a walking, talking divinity the world has seen in decades. He shrugs. As I told you, he says, it is a thing of the water. Things of the water, they are all alike, deep down. No matter who made them or where they came from. But are you so terribly sure of yourself that you're really willing to try this alone? The more you are at sea, Sigurd explains, the more you learn. And the more you learn, the more help and assistance is a troublesome bother. He takes off his coat, shirt, and breeches, revealing some very tight and ancient lawn underwear. He is covered in rippling muscle, huge in the shoulders and back and neck, yet rather than appearing bulky there is something lean and lupin about Sigurd. He is like an animal that burns far more energy fighting for its food than it gains in consuming it. Dealing death, after all, is a solitary affair. Sometimes I swear, sometimes I tire so much of your posturing. Shara says. Sigurd looks up, confused and a little alarmed. You may think your laconic ridiculousness is a virtue, but it is not for me, not for anyone who values your life, even if you don't. She looks at him, genuinely afraid. I am not asking you to do this. Do you know that? I would never ask you to do this. I know that, he says. Then why? He considers it. Why? She asks again. Because it is all I know, he says with a shrug. And I am good at it. I could save lives tonight. And the only life risked would be my own. Shara is silent. Do I have your blessing, Shara Komayd? I am not in the business of giving blessings, she says. But I accept what it is that you do. Even if I don't like it. He nods, says, good, and peels off his undershirt. Shara has seen him shirtless and more in their time together, but she is always shocked by the variety of horrific scars curling across his arms and back. She can see brands, whips, slashes, stabs, yet she knows the greatest damage he has ever sustained lies hidden behind the glove on his right hand. He begins stripping off the rest of the long underwear. I don't think, says Shara, that it will be necessary for you to take off all of your clothing. Bah, says Sigurd, and drops his drawers, utterly unself-conscious. Shara sighs. Nasrev and his officers, all dour, stolid Bulikovians, stare at this frank display of nudity. Muligesh grins like a shark. There are times, she says, that I kind of like my job. Sigurd is now totally nude except for his boots, the sheath for his knife, which is now strapped around his right thigh, the glove he wears on his right hand, and the gold bracelet on his left. He reaches into the cauldron of fat and scoops up a handful. He cocks an eyebrow at the arrowroot and the other substances floating in it, insurance, explains Shara, and he shrugs and begins to slather it on his shoulders, chest, arms, and thighs. Let me know if you need help with that, mutters Muligesh. Shara shoots her a scolding glare. Muligesh grins again, unrepentant. Sigurd saves his face and hair for last. With this final touch, he resembles something primeval, a filthy, savage creature humanity left behind long ago. I think, he says, I am ready. He looks to Nasrev. Try to keep the thing toward the bridge, if it comes to it. I don't know how much we can do, says Nasrev. But we'll try. Do only that, says Sigurd. I want it focused on me. On me, do you hear? Nasrev nods. Good. Sigurd looks up and down the length of the bridge, as if not quite convinced it will hold. Then he heaves up the armful of weaponry and starts down the bridge toward the shore. Muligesh hands out a lantern, which he takes. Good luck, soldier, she says. Sigurd nods absently, as if being greeted by familiar passers-by on a contemplative walk. He stops next to Shara, removes the gold bracelet from his left hand, and hands it to her. I'll keep it safe, she says. I know. If I do die tonight, he says. He hesitates, staring out at the icy expanse of the Solda. My family. Will you? I will always make sure your family is taken care of, says Shara. You know that. But will you tell them, about me? About who I was? Only if it's safe to do so. He nods, says thank you, and starts off down the bridge. Shara says, listen, Sigurd, if it comes to that, it is likely Yurav will not kill you. He looks back. It's likely the people it's taken tonight aren't even dead. They may be worse than dead. Actually, according to the Kalkashtava, in Yurav's belly, you are alive, but you are punished, filled with pain, shame, regret. Under its gaze, no one holds hope. How does it gaze at you, asks Sigurd, in its own belly? It's miraculous by nature. Inside of Yurav, I think, is a special kind of hell. And the only thing that saves anyone is the blessing of Kolkan. Which you can give me. Which no one has received since he vanished, nearly 300 years ago. So what are you saying? I am saying that, if it looks like Yurav will devour you, she looks down at where he has strapped his knife, then it might be wise to take matters into your own hands. He nods slowly. Then, again, he says, thank you, and adds, it would probably be wise for you to get off the bridge, by the way. Why? One never knows, says Sigurd, how a good fight will go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sigurd's boots make hollow thumps as he walks across the ice. He can tell right away that the ice is slightly less than 2 feet thick. A good ice, he thinks, for sleighs and horses. He walks on over the frozen river. The wind bites and snaps at his ears. His arms and legs are bejeweled from millions of ice flecks trapped in the fat on his body. Soon he is a glimmering iceman, trudging across a vast gray-blue field. He recalls an occasion like this, riding over the ice, the sleigh scraping behind him, the thud of the horse's hooves, glancing behind and seeing Hild and his daughters buried in a pile of furs in the sled, giggling and laughing. I do not wish to think of these things. Sigurd blinks and focuses on the ropes dangling from the bridge ahead. The lights of Bulikov seem very far away now, as if this massive metropolis is but a small, seaside town on a very distant shore. How many times did he see such a sight in his sailing days? Dozens? Hundreds? He remembers the enormous cliffs of the Drailing lands and the glimmer of lights among the tiny huts spread along the shore. Waking to the reel and cry of cliff birds circling the peaks. I do not wish to think of these things, he says to himself again. But the memories arise painfully, like a thorn working its way free from flesh. The chuckle of water. The sunless days. The bonfires on the rime-crusted beaches. He remembers the last time he sailed. A young man he was, returning home, eager to see his family. But when they docked on Drailing shores, he and the crew found the villages in absolute upheaval. The king. They have killed the king and all his sons. They are burning the houses. They are burning the city. What are we to do? How shocked he was to hear this. He did not understand then, could not understand how this could happen. And no matter how many times he asked, all his sons? All? Are you sure? The answer was the same, the Harkvald dynasty is no more. All the kings are dead, gone, and we are lost. The ice crackles underneath Sigurd's feet. The world is a coward, he thinks. It does not change before your face, it waits until your back is turned, and pounces. Sigurd walks on over the Solda. The fat on his limbs is calcified now, he is milky white, crackling, a chandler's golem. He keeps walking to where the towing rope dangles from the center of the bridge. While he was on it, the Solda bridge seemed quite narrow, less than 40 feet wide. Underneath, it's a massive black bone arcing across the sky. He tells himself it will hold. If he does this right, it will hold. He hears lapping water. He looks to the right, under the shadow of the bridge, and sees a geometrically perfect circle in the ice. A dense layer of wooden flotsam bobs up and down, trapped in the hole. A shanty, probably, and its occupants long gone. Finally he arrives at the dangling rope. He loops the end of the thick towing rope, then uses the sailing rope to tie it fast, holding the loop. The knot is familiar, his hands move and loop and thread the rope without his even thinking about it. As he ties the knot, he remembers. He remembers how he raced to his home after hearing the news of the coup. He remembers finding it blackened and deserted, his farmland scarred, salted. He remembers unearthing the fragile white bones lost in the moist ashes of his ruined, burned-out bedroom. He remembers digging the graves in the courtyard. The jumble of charred bones, random, incomplete, a tangled human jigsaw. He could not recognize his wife and daughters in them. But he separated the bones as best he could, buried them, and wept. Enough. Stop. Sigurd ties the remaining lengths of sailing rope to the loop, then ties their other ends to the fishing spears. He stabs the fishing spears down in the ice in a line, each 50 feet apart. Sigurd sets the lantern down before the center spear and uses the point of the halberd's blade to carve 4 deep, long lines in the ice, each converging on one point, just before the lantern. When he finishes, it looks like a giant star in the ice. Then he sits on the point, bare buttocks on the ice, halberd across his knees, and waits. A duck honks disconsolately. A spatter of screams from the east bank. The blasting wind. Though he wishes to focus, the memories are merciless. He remembers when he heard that a new nation had been formed, called the Drailing Republics, but both that name and the title of nation were laughable. They were mere pirate states, sick with corruption and avarice. Sigurd, grieving, raging, chose to fight, like many did. And, like many, he failed, and was thrown in Slonheim, the cliff prison, a fate worse than death, they said. And they spoke truth. He was not sure how many years he spent in solitary confinement, living off of gruel, ranting in the dark. Part of this was his own doing, of course. Whenever they let him out, he tried to kill anyone who came close to him, and he often succeeded. Eventually they decided he would get no more chances. Sigurd was to live in the dark until he died. But then one day the slot in his cell door opened, and he saw a face unlike any he'd seen before, a woman's face, brown-skinned and long-nosed, with dark eyes and dark lips, and she had glass on her face, 2 little pieces of glass before each eye. Yet all his puzzlement vanished when the face said, "Your wife and children are alive and safe. I have located them. I will be back tomorrow, if you wish to speak to me." The slot slammed shut. Her footsteps faded away. This was how Sigurd first met Shara Komayd. How many years has he spent with her now? 10? 11? It does not matter, he finds. These new years have no meaning to him. Sigurd blinks his eye, the lid sticks from the fat. He thinks of the children he never knew, now grown, and the young woman who was once his wife. He wonders if she has a new husband, and his children a new father. He looks down at his scarred, gleaming hands. He does not recognize them anymore. On the horizon, a soft yellow light blinks below the ice. Sigurd rubs fat from the palms of his hands, tests the grip on his halberd. This is as it should be, he thinks. The cold, the dark, and the waiting death. He waits. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The yellow light swims closer, closer, its movements smooth and graceful. Sigurd hears something tapping the ice, like a blind man with his cane. It listens, he thinks, to the reverberations, to see what lies atop it. The ice creaks below him. The yellow glow is now 20 feet away, the light itself is nearly a foot wide. Like the eye of a giant squid, he thinks, and remembers, long ago, how he ate one that had been stewed in fish stock. And that one was quite a fighter. He cannot see through the ice, but he hears something popping 15, maybe 10 feet away. He looks and sees a circle is being carved around him, and he also sees he estimated the thing's breadth well. The edges of the circle all cross the 4 lines he carved in the ice. It begins to look like he is sitting in the middle of a big white pie with 8 slices. He slowly stands. The ice complains under his feet, weakened by so many carvings. He plucks up the fishing spear and stands in the center of the circle. Something dark swirls underneath him. The yellow light is almost under his feet. I wonder, thinks Sigurd, if I will find out how you taste. He readies the spear in his right hand. He takes a breath. Then, well before the thing under the ice is done carving the circle, he raises the halberd in his left hand and swings the massive blade down. The weakened ice breaks apart underneath him immediately, and he plummets through into the icy water. Yurav, as Shara called it, darts back, surprised by this intrusion. Sigurd is tiny before its huge, swarming bulk, a swallow flying against a black thundercloud. Sigurd sees a mass of waving arms, a huge, black-veined bright eye, and below that a mouth 6 feet wide, but it is not yet open. He whips the fishing spear forward. The barbed blade sinks deep into Yurav's black flesh, mere inches beside its huge eye. Yurav's mouth snaps open, but in pain rather than attack. Its eye rolls to focus on Sigurd, who swings the halberd forward and cracks the creature in the mouth. Glittering teeth go spinning through the water like fireworks. Yurav writhes in pain and rage. Its tentacles snap out, grip Sigurd's legs, but the thick layer of fat makes it impossible to find a grip, and more so, the tentacles withdraw suddenly as if the fat itself burns them. Sigurd can see the black skin bubbling where they touched him. If Shara finds out her gambit worked, he thinks, there'll be no living with her. The water is churning about him. He feels another tentacle try to grip his ankle, this too slips off. Yurav marshals all its attention to him, the countless limbs swirling around, preparing to strike. Out now, he thinks, and he reaches up with his left hand, finds the sailing rope it holds fast, and lifts himself up and out of the water, onto the ice. His body is partially in shock from the temperature change, but he forces himself to forget about it, and instead focuses on sprinting to the fishing spear on the right. He hears ice shattering behind him, glances back to see Yurav struggling against the sailing line, cracking through the ice around it, but the line holds fast. Enraged, the creature bursts up onto the ice, its thousands of arms dragging its bulbous head forward. One tentacle pops forward and grasps Sigurd's left arm, its claw digs a hole in the skin of his bicep, he trips forward and feels himself being dragged back. He struggles against it, the tentacle maintains its grip, even though he can see it is sizzling where it touches him. Yurav growls in pain and fury, gnaws at the ice, chopping it into coarse snow. No, I will not let you go. Sigurd hacks at the tentacle once, twice with the halberd. This proves enough to weaken its grip, and with a low pop, Sigurd squirts free. Praise the seas, thinks Sigurd as he runs, for cows with rich diets. Shoot! Shouts Nasrev from up above. Pepper the damn thing! Bolts whiz through the air, plunk into the ice. Many bite into Yurav's hide, it screeches wildly, thrashes against the sailing line, which thrums like a guitar string. Sigurd reaches the second fishing spear, but Yurav is now focused on the men on the bridge. Its tentacles rise like a swarm of cobras and strike at the bridge above. There is a chorus of shrieks, 2 bodies twirl through the air, falling from the far side of the bridge. Please, thinks Sigurd, do not be Shara. One tentacle curls down, a struggling police officer clutched in its grip, and stuffs the man into Yurov's gaping mouth. A huge crack as the ice begins to protest against the battle. This, thinks Sigurd, is not what I wanted. He runs forward, halberd clutched under one arm, and throws the second fishing spear. He very nearly misses as the creature thrashes against the rope, but the spear finds its way deep into Yurov's back. Yurov howls again and whips around. The yellow eye glares at him. Sigurd catches the quickest glimpse of a tentacle speeding at him like a tree trunk rushing down a river, then the world explodes in stars and lights and he goes sliding across the ice. He expects another attack, it doesn't come. Groaning, he lifts his head and sees that Yurov has turned in the ropes and is now tangled. The sailing rope from the first spear he threw, however, has snapped, so the tangle is not permanent. Sigurd growls, shakes his head, tests his limbs, they work, more or less. The halberd is beside him, but it has snapped, making it more like a short axe. He picks it up and trots toward the third and final fishing spear. Get it tangled, he thinks. Let it wear itself out, then beat it to death. Hack at its lungs until it drowns in its own blood. Stones begin to plummet from the Solda bridge. Unless, he thinks, it tears the bridge apart. He watches as Yurov strikes the bridge over and over again. More small stones tumble into the water. He wishes Nasrev had never given the command to fire. He wishes Yurov had stayed focused on him, only him. This is why I hate being helped. Yurov's thrashing has shredded almost all the ice under the bridge, the chunk with Sigurd's final fishing spear in it bobs up and down like the floater of a fishing pole. With a sigh, Sigurd dives into the water, the cold is like a hammer to his head, swims to it, pulls the spear free, and tugs on the rope until it pulls into sturdier ice. His limbs are numb, his hands and feet report that they no longer exist. Yurov twists against the rope, opens its mouth to shriek. Sigurd doesn't hesitate, and hurls the fishing spear into the roof of the creature's mouth. It wails in pain, twists, fights against its many bonds, exposing its soft, black, jelly-like underside. Now! He rushes forward with the halberd, dodges a tentacle, slides over on the ice, clambers to his feet. He is past the fence of swirling tentacles. He begins mercilessly hacking at the creature's belly. Yurov howls, yammers, shrieks, struggles. Black blood rains on Sigurd in a torrent. His body reports either icy cold or boiling heat. He keeps slashing, keeps hacking. He remembers burying the bones in his courtyard. He brings the halberd down. He remembers looking up in his jail cell and seeing a needle of sunlight poking through, and trying to cradle that tiny pinhole of light in his hands. He brings the halberd down. He remembers watching the shores of his homeland fade away from the deck of the Saypuri dreadnought. He brings the halberd down. Eventually he realizes he is screaming. I curse the world not for what was stolen from me, he thinks, but for revealing it was never stolen long after the world had made me a different man. Yurov groans, whines. The tentacles go slack. The beast seems to deflate, slowly falling back like an enormous, black tree. The many ropes twang and whine with the weight, and Yurov hangs in their net, defeated. Sigurd is dimly aware of cheering up on the bridge. But he can still see the organs inside the creature pumping and churning. Not dead yet. A bright gold eye surfaces from the sea of tentacles at his feet. It narrows, examining him. Suddenly the limp tentacles are not limp, they fly up, grab the weakest leg of the bridge, and pull. Sigurd is briefly aware of a dark shadow appearing on his right, and growing, then a huge stone pierces the ice mere yards away. Sigurd says, sure. The ice below him tips up like a seesaw, and he is thrown 40 feet at least. Then he knows nothing but the cold and the water. He feels water beat on his nose and mouth. A stream worms its way into his sinuses, tickles his lungs, almost evoking a cough. Do not drown. Air burns inside of him. He turns over, looks up, the sky is molten crystal, impenetrable. Do not drown. He can see Yurov above him, fighting against the ropes. Above the creature is a solid black arch, the bridge. Sigurd kicks his legs, aims for a widening crack in the ice above. The solid black arch of the bridge grows a little, less solid. Through the lens of the churning water and ice, it appears to vanish, then a stone 10 feet across bursts into the dark water, ropes of bubbles twist and twirl around it, Sigurd darts away, and is buffeted up by its force. Do not drown, he thinks, and do not be crushed. More stones crash down, causing enormous concussions that push him up. The water surface is a membrane, keeping him trapped, he is not sure if he can break through. He claws at it with his hands, opens his mouth, and tastes wintry air. Sigurd hauls himself out of the water and onto the ice. This far from the bridge the ice is thankfully solid, he looks back and sees the bridge is not there at all, it is collapsing into the water, causing huge waves, and he cannot see Yurav anywhere. Sigrid, weak, shivering, kneels on the ice and looks for some sign of hope, a fire, a rope, a boat, anything. Yet all he can see is the orb of soft, yellow light slipping through the water toward him, shoving the chunks of ice aside as if they were tissue paper. He says. He looks at his hands and arms. The fat has been completely washed away during the fight, presumably taking away whatever protection Shara provided with it. Then there is a swarm of tentacles around him, and a trembling, widening mouth, one that is missing many teeth, and then a soft push on his back, ushering him in. Asterisk. Sigrid opens his eye. He sits on a vast, black plain. The sky above him is just as black. He only knows that the plain is there because on its horizon is a huge, burning yellow eye that casts a faint yellow light across the black sands. A voice says, "You will know pain." Sigrid looks to his left and right. Around him is a vast field of seeded corpses, ashen and dry, as if all the moisture has been boiled out of them. One is dressed like a police officer, another holds a fishing trap. All the corpses are seated facing the burning eye, and each face, though desiccated and gray, bears a look of terrible suffering. Then he sees that the chests of the corpses are moving, gently breathing. Sigrid realizes, they are alive. The voice says, "You will know pain, for you are fallen." Sigrid looks down. He is still nude, still wearing only his boots, his knife, and the glove on his right hand. He touches the knife and remembers what Shara said, "It might be wise to take matters into your own hands." The voice says, "You will know pain, for you are unclan." Sigrid takes out the knife and considers laying the blade against his wrist, opening up the vein, but something causes him to hesitate. The voice says, "You will know pain, and through your pain you will find righteousness." He waits, the tip of his blade hovering over his wrist. The black plain mixes like paint, swirling until it forms the walls of his old prison cell in Slonheim, where the dark days leached the life out of him bit by bit. Is this, he wonders, the miraculous hells of Yurav? It seems so, but he does not lower the knife, not yet. Set in the door of his cell is a great yellow eye. The voice says, "You will know pain. You will know suffering. You will be purged of your sin." Sigrid waits. He expects that maybe all the old wounds and fractures and injuries he received in this place will suddenly flare to life, aching with all the agony he experienced here, but it doesn't come. The voice, now sounding slightly frustrated, says, "You will know pain." Sigrid looks around, knife point hovering over his wrist. "Okay," he says slowly. "When?" The voice is silent. "Is this not hell?" asks Sigrid. "Should I not be suffering?" The voice does not answer. Then the walls rapidly transmute to a variety of horrifying situations. He lies upon a bed of nails, he dangles over an active volcano, he is trapped at the bottom of the sea, he is returning to the Draylands and sees smoke on the horizon, yet none of these scenarios causes him any physical or mental pain. He looks around. What is going on? He asks, genuinely confused. The walls swirl again. He is back on the black plain, with all the wheezing, ashen corpses and the bright yellow eye glaring furiously at him. He wonders, momentarily, if he is immune simply because he is a Drayling, but this seems unlikely. Then he realizes the palm of his right hand is gently throbbing. He looks at his right hand, hidden in its glove, and understands. The voice says, "Pain is your future. Pain is your purity." Sigrid says, "But you cannot teach me pain." He begins to tug at the fingers of the glove, "because I already know it." He pulls the glove off. In the center of his palm is a horrendous, bright red scar that would resemble a brand if it was not carved so deeply in his flesh, a circle with a crude scale in the middle. Kulkin's hands, he remembers, waiting to weigh and judge. He holds up his palm to the bright yellow eye. "I have been touched by the finger of your God," he says, "and I lived. I knew his pain, and carried it with me. I carry it now. Every day. So you cannot hurt me, can you? You cannot teach me what I already know." The great eye stares. Then, it blinks. Sigrid lunges forward and stabs it with his knife. Asterisk. From the riverbank, Shara and Muligesh stare at where Yurav has retreated below the water. "Go!" shouts Nasrev. "Go!" Both Shara and Muligesh are soaking wet, having hauled Nasrev from the Solda sporting 2 broken arms, a broken leg, and mild hypothermia. "For the love of the gods, get me out of here," he cries, but Shara ignores him, staring at the river, awaiting some unbelievable twist. Perhaps Yurav will resurface, spit Sigrid out, and send him skipping across the water like a stone. But there is only the gentle bob of the ice on the dark water. "We need to get away," says Muligesh. "Yes," shouts Nasrev. "Yes, by the gods, that's what I've been saying." "What?" asks Shara softly. "We need," says Muligesh again, "to get away from the river. That thing is angry now. I know you don't want to leave your friend, but we need to go. Police officers scream orders to one another from the banks. Nasrev howls and moans. No one is sure how to get across the Solda. There is no coherent authority to any of it, but the police officers seem to have voted en masse to pour kerosene on the river and set it alight. We definitely need to go now, says Mulagesh. Shara devises a sling out of her cloak, and the two set Nasrev in it and begin hauling him up the riverbank. The remaining officers are backing a wagon of barrels up to the river. They do not even try to unload and dump them, they just hack at the barrel sides with an axe until the barrels burst and drain into the river. Shara rifles her mind for some solution, some arcane trick, a prayer of Kulkan, a word from the Yukoshtava, but nothing comes. Fire crawls across the river in snaking coils. River ice hisses, turns smooth as marble, and beats a rapid retreat. They've almost reached the river walk when the blanket of fire begins to dip violently. Look! Shara says. The fire begins to churn and hiss. Oh, please, whines Nasrev. Please don't stop. The writhing form of Yurav bursts up through the Solda, shrieks horribly, and begins battering the surface with its many arms. The fire! Cries a voice. It works! Yet Shara is not so sure. Yurav does not seem to be reacting to anything, rather, it appears to be having an attack of some kind. She is reminded of an old man she once saw have a stroke in a park, how his limbs trembled and flailed. Yurav, screaming and gurgling, carves through the ice, splashes through the lake of fire, beats its arms on the riverbank, caroms into the remnants of the Solda bridge, before finally beaching itself on the river walk, its great, trembling mouth opening and closing, whining and keening like a frightened dog. What in hell's is going on? Asks Mulagesh. Yurav opens its mouth, screeches a long, sustained pitch, and a tiny black tooth pops out of its belly, just below its gaping maw. No, not a tooth, a knife. No, says Shara. No, it can't be. Yurav shrieks again, the knife wriggles, then slowly begins sawing its way down the creature's belly. Hot blood splashes to the ground, sizzles on the icy river. A hand, fingers clenched together to form a blade, punches through the long slash. You have got, says Mulagesh, to be joking. In what can only be described as a horrific perversion of a vaginal birth, there is a spurt of viscera, a flood of putrid entrails, and then the fat and blood-drenched form of Sigrid slips out of the gash in the dying monster to lie on the ground and stare up at the sky, before rolling over, getting onto his hands and knees, and vomiting prolifically. Asterisk. Shara is dimly aware of distant cheering as she sprints down the river walk to where Sigrid lies. She is forced to slow down once she nears him, the stench is powerful enough to be nigh impenetrable, but she fights through it to kneel beside him. How? She cries. Some tiny gland dangles from his ear, she delicately removes it. How did you do it? How could you have possibly survived? Sigrid rolls onto his back, gulping air. He coughs and hacks and reaches into his mouth to pull out some kind of long, stringy gray tissue. Lucky, he gasps. He throws the tissue away, it strikes a puddle of entrails with a wet flup. Lucky and stupid. Something inside of Yurav's dead bulk shifts, and more viscera slips out in an oozing landslide. Shara pulls Sigrid to his feet before it can pool around them. She notices he is not wearing his glove on his right hand, something she has never seen him go without. Sigrid looks back at Yurav with disbelief. To think, he applies a finger to his right nostril and blows a small ocean of brackish blood from his left. To think that whole place was inside that creature. What was it? Was it really hell in there, Sigrid? Sigrid kneels as another cough grips him. A gathering crescendo of cheers and whoops echo across the Solda. Shara looks up to see not only scores of police officers gathering on the shores to celebrate, but also common citizens, men and women and children pouring out of their homes to clap and sing. Oh dear, thinks Shara. This was rather public, wasn't it? A series of flashes from her left, 3 photographers have set up their tripods and are winding up their cameras to take another round of snapshots. And behind them is someone she did not expect to see. Bohans Vatrov stands at the back of the crowd. He appears to have eschewed his normally ostentatious wardrobe in favor of a dark brown coat and a black shirt buttoned up to the neck. He looks gaunt and pale, and he watches Shara with an expression of placid disdain, as one would watch an insect beat against the pane of a window. It takes her a moment to notice that he does not have his cane. The crowd surges around Vohans and the photographers. Sigrid and Shara are swept up in the tidal wave of claps on the back and bellowed congratulations. When she manages to look back at the photographers, he is gone. I fault no one for praising Saypur's history. History, after all, is a story, one that is sometimes wonderful. But one must remember it in full as things really were and avoid selective amnesia. For the Great War did not start with the invasion of the continent, nor did it begin with the death of the divinity Vortya. Rather, it began with a child. I do not know her name. I wish I did. She deserves to be named, considering what happened to her. But from court records, I know she lived with her parents on a farm in the Maladeshi province in Saypur, and I know that she was a simple child, one touched by nature in a manner to stunt her intelligence. Like many children of a certain age, she had an attraction to fire, and perhaps her simple nature made this attraction even stronger. One day in 1631, she found an overturned, abandoned wagon in the road. It had been bearing boxes and boxes of paper, and seeing all this paper, I think, and knowing no adult was nearby, was all too tempting for her. She built a little fire in the road, burning pages with a match, one after the other. Then the wagon's passengers returned. They were Continentals, wealthy Talbashtanis who owned many nearby rice paddies. And when they saw her burning the paper, they became enraged, for she was unknowingly burning copies of the Talbashtava, the sacred book of Talhavras, and to them this was a grave transgression. They took her before the local Continental magistrate and pled for justice for this heretical indiscretion. The girl's parents begged for mercy, for she was simple and did not know what she had done. The townspeople joined their call, and asked for a light punishment, if any. The Continentals, however, told the judge that if any Saypuri was willing to put the sacred words to flame, then they should be put to the flame as well. And the judge, a Continental, listened. They burned her alive in the town square of Maladeshi with all the townspeople watching. Court records tell us they hung her from a tree by a chain, and built a bonfire at her feet, and when she, weeping, climbed the chain to escape the fire, they cut off her hands and feet, and whether she bled to death or burned to death first, I cannot say. I do not think the Continentals expected the people to react as they did. They were, after all, poor Saypuris, not individuals of any strength or might, and brutal humiliation was the norm for them. But this gruesome sight caused the entire town of Maladeshi to revolt, tear down the magistrate's office, and stone its inhabitants to death, including the executioners of the girl. For 1 week, they celebrated their freedom. And I would like to say that the colonial rebellion started then, that Saypur was so inspired by this brave stand that the Kai rose up and took the continent at this moment. But the next week the Continentals returned in force, and Maladeshi is no longer on any map, save for a charred spot of land along the shore and a lump of earth 1/6 of a mile long, the last resting place of the victorious citizens of Maladeshi. Word spread of the carnage. A quiet, hateful outrage began to seep through the colonies. We do not know much about the Kai. We do not even know who his mother was. But we know he lived in the province of Tomé, just beside Maladeshi, and we know that it was just after this massacre that he began his experimentations, one of which must have created the weaponry he would eventually use to overthrow the continent. An avalanche dislodges a tiny stone into the ocean, and, through the mysteries of fate, this tiny stone creates a tsunami. I wish I did not know some parts of the past. I wish they had never happened. But the past is the past, and someone must remember, and speak of it. Of history lost, Dr. Efrem Pangyui. Salvation. No breaks, says the doctor. Probably some fractures. Definitely bruising, to the point that I would expect some bone bruising as well. I would be able to tell, of course, if the patient would permit me to examine him more closely. Sigurd, leaning back in the bed with a pot of potato wine in his lap, allows a grunt. One half of his face is a brilliant red, the other is black and gray, like molded fruit. In the light of the weak embassy gas lamps, he looks positively ghoulish. So far he has only allowed the doctor to prod his stomach and witness that he can move his head, arms, and legs. Beyond this, Sigurd only answers the doctor's requests with sullen grunts. He reports no abdominal pain, says the doctor. Which is, I must say, unbelievable. And I also see no signs of frostbite, also fairly unbelievable. What is frostbite? Asks Sigurd. I have never heard of this frostbite. Are you implying, says the doctor, that Draylings never get frostbite? There is cold. Sigurd takes a massive swig of wine, and less cold. The doctor, flustered, frustrated, says to Shara, I would say that if he survives the night, then he will survive entirely. I would also say that if he wants to survive in general, he should allow medical professionals to do their job, and not treat us as if we are molesters. Sigurd laughs nastily. Shara smiles. Thank you, doctor. That will be all. The doctor, grumbling, bows, and Shara leads him outside. A crowd is milling in front of the embassy gates, having followed them here from the river. If you could, says Shara, we would appreciate your discretion. If you could avoid discussing any details of what you saw here, but... It would be against my profession, says the doctor, and more so this examination was conducted so poorly that I would prefer no one ever know about it. He claps a hat on his head and marches away. Someone in the crowd shouts, there she is. And the gates light up with photography flashes. Shara grimaces and shuts the door. Photography is a relatively new innovation, less than 5 years old, but she can already tell she will hate it. Capturing images, she thinks, carries so many complications for my work. She re-enters and heads up the stairs. The embassy staff watches her go with black-rimmed eyes, exhausted, waiting for permission to turn in. Milagesh descends in a harried stump. "Warehouse fire's out," she says. She lifts a bottle to her lips and drinks. "I'm locking down the embassy until we decide if this city will kill us or not for killing their god's pet, or whatever that was. The city fathers have elected to deal with the bridge themselves. I'm getting drunk and sleeping here. You can deal with it." "I shall," says Shara lightly. "And you had better make sure I wind up in Javrid when this is all over." "I shall." She leaves Milagesh behind, enters Sigurd's room, and sits at the foot of his bed. Sigurd is running a forefinger around the mouth of the bottle, again and again. "Here," says Shara. She holds out Sigurd's bracelet and places it in his big palm. "Thank you," he says, and fastens it around his left wrist. "Are you really all right?" Shara asks. "I think so," says Sigurd. "I have survived worse." "Really?" Sigurd nods, lost in thought. "How did you survive?" He thinks, then lifts his right hand, which is wrapped in medical gauze. He unravels it to reveal the brilliant pink-red carving of a scale in his palm. "With this." She looks at it. "But that isn't the blessing of Kulkan." "Maybe not. But I think that, being punished by Kulkan, and being blessed by him, they may be the same thing." Shara remembers Efrem reading from Alvoz's Book of the Red Lotus and commenting aloud, "The divine did not understand themselves in the same way we do not understand ourselves, and their unintentional effects often say more about them than their intentional ones." Sigurd is staring into the palm of his hand. His eye glitters through its swollen lids like the soft back of a beetle between its wings. He blinks. She can tell he is drunk and says, "Do you know how I got this?" "Somewhat," she says. "I know it is the mark of the finger of Kulkan." He nods. Silence stretches on. "I knew you had it," she says. "I knew what it was. But I never felt I should ask." Wise. Scars are windows to bitterness, it is best to leave them untouched. He kneads his palm and says, "I don't know how they got it in Slonheim. Such a rare and powerful instrument, though it looked like no more than a marble, a grey marble with a little sign of a scale on it. They had to carry it in a box, with a certain kind of lining in it. Grey wool, probably," says Shara. "It held a special esteem to Kalkashtanis." "If you say so." "There were 9 of us. They'd kept us in a cell, all together. We drank rusty water from a leaking pipe, shat in the corner, starved. Starved for so long. I don't know how long they starved us. But one day our jailers came to us with this little stone in the box and a plate of chicken, a whole chicken, and they said, 'If one of you can hold this little, tiny stone for a full minute, we will let you eat.' And everyone rushed to volunteer, to do what the jailers said, but I held back because I knew these men. In Slonheim, they played with us. Tricked us into fighting each other, killing each other." He flexes his left fist, the pink-scarred wastelands of his knuckles flare white. "So I knew this was not right. The first man tried to hold the pebble, and the second he picked it up, he started screaming. His hand bled like he had been stabbed. He dropped it, it sounded like a boulder had struck the floor when it fell, and the jailers laughed and said, 'Pick it up,' and the man couldn't. It was like it weighed 1,000 tons. The jailers could only pick it up with the grey cloth. We didn't understand what it was, but we knew we were starving, so we wanted to try again, to eat, just a little. And none of them could. Some got to 20 seconds. Some to 30. Bleeding rivers from their hands. It wounded them so horribly. And they all dropped this little stone. This tiny little finger of Kulkan." He takes another sip of wine. "And then I tried. But before I picked it up, I thought about all I had lost. The thing in my heart that made me wish to keep living, that fire, it had gone out. It is still out, even now. And I wished the stone to crush me. Do you see? I wished for this pain. So I picked it up. And I held it." He turns over his scarred hand as if the stone is still there. "I feel it still. I feel like I am holding it now. I held it not to eat, but to die." The hand turns into a fist. "But eat I did. I bore the finger of Kulkan for not 1, but 3 minutes. And then they took the stone from me, unhappy, and said, 'You can eat, for you have one. But before you do, you must decide, will you eat all the chicken, or will you share it with your fellow inmates?' And they all stared at me, ghosts of men, thin and pale and starving, like they were fading before my eyes." Sigurd begins rewrapping his hand. "I didn't think about it," he says softly, "for even a second. The jailers put me in a different cell from the rest of them, and I ate it all, and I slept. And it was not even a week before they started dragging out the bodies from my old jail cell. He ties the bandage, massaging his palm. The divine may have created many hells, he says, but I think they pale beside what men create for themselves. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shara shuts the door to Sigurd's room and pauses in the hall. Her legs tremble, and it takes her a moment to realize she is about to collapse. She sits down in the hallway and takes a deep breath. Shara has run many operatives in her career, and she has lost her fair share. And in that time she has come to think she is an immaculate professional, efficient yet personally removed from the details of her work, preserving her conscience and her sanity in a tiny hermetic little bubble buried far away from her grisly reality. But to imagine losing Sigurd. She thought she knew horror, but when she saw him disappear into the dark waters of the Solda. He's alive, she tells herself. He's alive, and he's going to be fine. At least, as fine as such a man can be, battered and bruised in his tiny, stinking room. Shara shakes her head. How the present mimics the past, she thinks. 10 years ago, but today it seems like a lifetime. Shara remembers how small the cabin door had been. Tiny, hardly a trapdoor, the tiniest cabin in the Saypuri dreadnought, probably. She knocked at the door, the tap-tap echoing down the ship's hallway, but received no answer. Then she opened it and the reek hit her, and her legs, already uncertain with seasickness as the dreadnought tipped beneath her, quivered even more at the smell. Then there was the Saypuri lieutenant coughing, advising her, "Please be careful, ma'am," and likely wondering if this girl, hardly 25 years old at the time, was looking to get killed. She stepped in. There was no light in the room, but she could see the giant man sitting cross-legged in the corner. He had the air of a beaten dog about him, his hair matted and patchy, his skin covered in welts and infections. His head was bowed, so she could not see his eyes or eye, she kept reminding herself, but he recoiled at the interruption of light. She shut the door and sat in the corner opposite him, and waited. He hardly moved at all. "We are leaving Drailing Waters," Shara asked him. "Do you not wish to see your country one last time?" He did not answer. "You haven't even been outside your room," she said. "You are free. Don't you wish to move about for the first time in what must be years?" No answer. "Don't you at least want to bathe? We do have hot water." The giant man grunted slightly, as if he was about to speak but thought better of it. "Yes?" His accent was so thick he was almost unintelligible. "This is not real." "What?" He waved a hand. "Any of it." "It is. I promise you, it is. Your door is unlocked. You are free." He shook his head. "No. It can't be. They are. My family." Shara waited, but he said no more. "They are alive, as I told you they were," she said softly. "I buried them. I held their bones in my hands. I cannot testify to whose bones those were, but they were not your family's." "You are lying to me." "I am not. Your wife, Hild, was smuggled out of the country with your 2 daughters by a servant of yours before the coup. They crossed the border into Vortiashton nearly 2 days before the coup was complete. There they lived for the past 6 years, claiming to be relations of your servant. They had been working as farmers, poor ones, I suspect, as I doubt if someone of your wife's background ever tilled earth, but they had made do." A long silence. "Then, what? What proof do you have of this?" "Your family was not totally safe when I found them. They were, and are, being searched for. There are still many agents seeking any remnant of your family. We have removed your family from Vortiashton, as I have no longer deemed that location safe. It has not been totally easy. Your wife is, how shall I put this, a somewhat strong-willed woman." He smiled slightly. "But, we got it done. When we did, your wife gave one of our officers a gift, as a gesture of thanks." Shara reached into her pocket and pulled out a small burlap sack. She opened it and took out a gleaming, woven gold bracelet etched to resemble harsh, choppy waves. She passed it to him. "Does this mean anything to you?" He stared at it, the metal so bright and so clean in his filthy, scarred hands. His fingers began to tremble. "Why don't you come up to the deck with me?" she asked gently. He stood up slowly, still staring at the bracelet. She opened the door, and he followed her out and up the stairs with the air of a sleepy child being herded to bed. The slap of the cold wind was enough to make Shara pause, and she bent double and staggered out onto the deck of the dreadnought. The giant man took no notice. He crossed the threshold of the door and stared up at the sky in odd silence. He had avoided looking up when they brought him on board, and she had wondered about that. Of course, she thought. How long has it been since he's been outside? The sight of it must terrify him. "Come," she said, and she led him to the railing. The dark cliffs of the Drailing shores lurked far across the waves. I am told it is not quite so far away as it looks. Though you may know more about that than I do. He looked down at the golden bracelet, snapped it around his wrist, and held up his arm, studying it. I cannot see them. Can I? She shook her head. It would not be safe, for you or for them. Not now. But maybe someday. What do you want of me? He asked. Want of you? Nothing, for now. You have saved my family. You have freed me from prison. Why? I believe that your information on the Drailing countries will almost certainly be quite valuable, says Shara. And it will likely destabilize any relationships the Drailing republics have with the continent. A hint of smugness crept into her voice. This was the first major intelligence victory of her career, and she was not yet experienced enough to bother to mask her pride. That is not enough. Enough for what? For what you have done for me. Shara paused, unsure what to say. Ask something of me, he said. What? Ask something of me. Anything. I don't need anything from you. He laughed. Yes, you do. I am a Saypuri intelligence officer, she said, nettled. I have no need of anything you co. You are a young girl, said the man, who cannot sail, who cannot fight, and who has never shed blood in her life. You may be clever, but you need much from me, I think. But you have too much pride to ask for it. Shara glared at him. What are you proposing to be? My batsman? My secretary? Would you degrade yourself in such a manner? Degrade? He looked back across the sea. Degrade. You do not know the meaning of the word. You do not know what they did to me in there. It is unspeakable. Now, to carry water, to serve food, to fight, to kill, whatever my future holds, I am numb to it. I am numb. He said it again like he was trying to convince himself, and he turned to stare at her, pale and haunted. Ask something of me. Ask. Though his face was scarred and filthy, Shara felt she could see through to him, and she understood that in some twisted manner he was asking for her permission to die, because he could no longer imagine doing anything else. Shara looked back at the shrinking Drailing cliffs. And she then did something she would never do now. She bared her heart, and told him the truth, and made a promise she did not know if she could keep. I ask you, then, she said slowly, to know that this is not goodbye for you. One day I will help you come back to your home. I will help you put together what has been broken. I promise I will bring you back. He looked out at sea, his one eye shining. And then, to her complete shock, he knelt to the ground, gripped the railing, and burst into tears. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You're positive you won't reconsider? Says a voice. I'm positive I haven't been allowed to consider it, Mulagesh's voice says back. Your damn council didn't even give me the chance. They can't even vote, though. Says the voice. The assembly was incomplete. You only have to exert some influence, Turian. Oh, for the sea's sakes, mutters Mulagesh, weary, intoxicated. Have I not exerted enough tonight? I will do as I am told, thank you, and they told me very clearly to fuck off. Shara enters the kitchen to see Vohan Zvatrov, now clad in his usual white fur coat, standing before Mulagesh, who eyes him sourly over a brimming glass of whiskey. Vatrov's cane beats an impatient tap-tap against the heel of his boot. I thought we were locking down the embassy and admitting no visitors, says Shara. Especially this one. Vohan turns and grins at her. So? Here is the triumphant warrior, fresh off of her conquest. What an epic night you've had. Vo, I honestly do not have time for your supposed charms. How did you get in? By liberally applying my supposed charms, of course, says Vohan. Please, help me, we must convince Governor Mulagesh here to get up. You're all letting a phenomenal opportunity float by. I will not, says Mulagesh, lift my ass 1 inch off of this chair. Not tonight. But the city's in mad shambles. Says Vohan. One half can only get to the other by walking all the way around the walls. I know that Bulikov does not have the resources to begin to reconstruct the Solda Bridge with any speed. Don't you own most of the construction companies in the city? Asks Shara. Well, true. But while my own companies could begin to make headway, it'd be nothing compared to the exertion of the Polish governor's office, or the regional governor's office. And why would we want to do this? Do you think you'd have nothing to gain, asks Vohan, by rendering all of Bulikov dependent on your planners and developers? And we'd have to work with all of his companies, too, says Mulagesh. Merely a pleasant bonus, says Vohan. Literally, a bonus, says Mulagesh. Dozens of people are dead tonight, Vo, says Shara. I know you have your mission, your agenda, but can't you show some modicum of decency? Shouldn't you be mourning for your people? Bohans's grin sours until it's a vicious rictus. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Ambassador, he says acidly, but this is far from the first disaster to befall Bulikov. What about when Oshkev Street, destabilized by a random cavity from the blink, abruptly collapsed, bringing down 2 apartment buildings and a school with it? We wept and mourned then, but what good did that do us? What about when the Continental Gas Company fumblingly tried to install a line in the Solda quarter and started a fire that couldn't be put out for 6 days? We wept and mourned then, but what good did that do us? Shara glances at Muligesh, who reluctantly shrugs. No, he's not making this up. Disaster is our constant companion in Bulikov, Ambassador, says Bohans. Grief and decency are mere decorations that hang upon the real problem. Bulikov desperately needs help in reconstruction. Real reconstruction, which we cannot do ourselves. I'm sorry, says Shara. I should not have said that. She sits, her legs sing out in praise, and rubs her eyes again. But the bridge has just fallen, she moans, and already we must begin scheming again. What is this about a council? The city fathers called an emergency meeting to discuss what to do, says Bohans. After deciding basic search and rescue matters, I wanted them to ask Saypur for help in recovery. They eventually voted against me, though they offered no alternate plan. But the vote isn't really legitimate, as Wiklov was nowhere to be found. Shara's fingers drum against the tabletop. Is that so? Yes. Funny, isn't it? No one's seen him for nearly a week, not since he stood at the embassy gates and hurled invective at you, in fact. Though Sigrid saw him deliver Torskany to the Muvost, thinks Shara, before disappearing down an alley. She thinks, then blearily looks at Muligesh for help. Please don't make me stand up, Muligesh begs. I won't, says Shara. Not tonight. This must wait until the morning. You must strike, says Bohans, while the iron is hot. I don't decide public policy, . But you must have many friends in high places, don't you? Whose friendship is already tested, or will be, by what's happened tonight. She sighs. You've no idea what's happened in the past few hours. I say this in strictest confidence, but we have suffered considerable losses. And we are still nowhere on figuring out who our enemies are, or what they're doing. This is not the time for huge plans. We will leave Bulikov to Bulikov, for tonight. That policy, says Bohans, is almost certainly what created the restorationists in the first place, and it will be the father of every consequence after. This city pickles in its walls. Every disaster is an opportunity, Shara. Make the most of this one. I have suffered so many disasters tonight. She laughs hollowly. You don't want me in your corner, Vo. By sunup, I might not have a career. I very much doubt that. Especially since right now every man, woman, and child in Bulikov thinks you all to be glorious, glorious heroes. Muligesh and Shara are both nodding in their chairs, but they blink awake at this claim. WH what? Says Muligesh. What do you mean, what? Asks Bohans. I mean, what did you just say? Oh? Did you really not realize? That crowd out there, he points north, toward the door. Did you think they're angry? Seeking to throw down the gates? No, they're amazed. You all slaughtered a monster in front of a terrified city. It's the stuff legends are made of. Shara says, but it was a holy creature. There used to be a temple to Urav in the city square. This country used to worship that thing. The operative word being used to. That was over 300 years ago. It was trying to kill us all. But it was Sigrid who did almost all of it. He shrugs. The credit spreads. The city fathers were confounded about what to do. You may just be the first Saypuri to have ever won the commendation of Bulikov in the city's history. And if you or anyone in Galadesh tried, Saypur could sail into the city, rebuild the bridge, and be considered a savior ever after. Shara and Muligesh both sit dumbfounded. Bohans produces a cigarette from a tiny silver box and fits it into his holder. But let's just hope, he says, they don't find out who you really are. Knowing your family history, it would create some nasty parallels, would it not? Asterisk. Shara drinks. It feels appropriate to do so. She is a soldier among soldiers, celebrating their survival when so many perished. The wine mixes with the fatigue, and Bohans joins her in Muligesh, and the whole evening transmutes from one of frayed nerves and horrible trauma to one of their old school nights, sitting up in their common room with their classmates, sharing gossip and determinedly ignoring the mad world outside. What a wonderful thing it was, Shara thinks, to feel common. Nuligesh is snoring in her chair in the violet hours just before dawn. Vohans has to help Shara up the stairs. She stops for breath beside the wide stairway windows. The stars rest on a blanket of soft purple clouds, supported by the cityscape of Bulikov. It is scenic to the degree that it could be the work of a sentimental, tactless painter. Vohan slowly limps up behind her, suddenly quite frail. Shara knows she is about to say something she shouldn't, but she's too inebriated to stop herself. I'm sorry about your accident, Vo. It's the way things are, he says softly. If he knows she knows how he really got hurt, he does not show it. I only ask your help in changing them. When they finally make it to her room, she sits on her bed, holding her forehead. The room spins and sways like the deck of a ship. It's been a while, says Vohan's voice in the dark, since I've been in a woman's bedroom, but... You and I, Vanya. He shakes his head. It's not quite like that. She falls back onto the bed. Vohan smirks, sits beside her, and leans back on one hand so he's hovering just over her, the sides of their hips kissing. Shara blinks, surprised. I didn't think, she says, that this was something you were interested in. Well, it's not quite like that, either. She smiles a little sadly. Poor Vo, she thinks. Always torn between two worlds. Don't I disgust you? She asks. Why would you think that? I'm not doing anything you want. I'm not helping you, or Bulikov, or the continent. I'm your enemy, your obstacle. Your policies are my enemy. He sighs. One day I will change your mind. Maybe I will tonight. Don't be ridiculous. Do tycoons such as yourself often take advantage of drunken women? Do you know, says Vohans, that when I returned, there had been rumors that I'd found myself a Saypuri mistress? I was reviled, you know. And, I think, envied as well. But none of it meant anything to me. His eyes seem lacquered, could he be crying? I was not drawn to you for some exotic fling, I was drawn to you because you were you. What right does he have, thinks Shara, to be so pretty? If you don't want me here, he says, say no, and I'll leave. She thinks on it and sighs dramatically. You always do cause such difficult conundrums. He kisses her neck. His beard tickles the corner of her jaw. She says. Well. She reaches up, grabs the corner of the bedspread, and flips it back. I suppose, she suppresses a laugh as he kisses her collarbone, you had better get in. Who am I to deny an ambassador what she wants? He shrugs off his white fur coat. Was his council meeting so important, Shara wonders, that he had to change? She must have said it aloud, because Vohans looks back and says, I didn't change. I've been wearing this all night. Shara tries to hold on to a thought, that's not right, but then he starts unbuttoning his shirt, and she begins to think about many different things at once. Asterisk. How would you like me to lie? How would you like to? Well, I mean, because of your hip. Oh, yes. Right. Here. Is here good? There is good. There is very good. This is a bad idea, Shara thinks, but she tries to ignore it, and lose herself in this small joy. But she can't. Vo. Yes? Are you enjoying yourself? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. I only ask because. I know. It's too much wine. Are you sure I'm not hurting you? No. You're fine. You're fine. Well, maybe let me shift to. There. Is that better? It is. He sounds more determined than amorous. This is. Yes? This. Yes? This should not be so difficult. Vo. If you don't want to. I do want to. I know, but you shouldn't feel like you have to. I'm just. Gods. He collapses next to her. Seconds tick away in the dark room. She wonders if he's asleep. I'm sorry, he says softly. Don't be. I suppose I am not, he whispers, the man I was. No one's asking you to be. He breathes heavily for a moment, she suspects he is weeping. The world is our crucible, he murmurs. And with each burn, we are shaped. Shara knows the line. The Kolkashtava? He laughs bitterly. Maybe Folka was right. Once a Kulkushtani. Then he is silent. Shara wonders what kind of man thinks of his brother when naked in a woman's bed. Then they both find troubled sleep. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shara's consciousness churns awake, kicking against the dark, oily waters of a hangover. The pillowcase against her face is sandpaper, her arms, exposed, are frigidly cold, while her feet, deep in the comforter, are sweltering. A voice barks, "Get up. Get up, Dot." The pillow on her head rises up, and cruel daylight stabs in. "Roll over," says Mulligesh's voice, "and get up." Shara turns in the sheets. Mulligesh is standing at her bed, holding up the morning paper like it's the severed head of an enemy. "What?" says Shara. "What?" She is, thankfully, still wearing her slip. Bohans, however, is long gone. She wonders if he fled in shame, and feels hurt that he might think so poorly of her. "Read this," says Mulligesh. She points to a blurry article. "You want me to WH? Read." "Just read." Shara digs in the pillows for her glasses. Shoving them on her nose, she encounters her own face, rendered in black and white on the front page of the newspaper. The picture shows her standing by the solda, behind her is the dead form of Yurav, and at her feet, covered in blood, is Sigrid, whose face is hidden by a veil of oily hair. It is, she thinks, the best photo of her she has ever seen in her life. She is caught in regal profile, the wind catching her hair just so, making it a soft river of ebony trailing out from behind her head. Her bemusement is dashed when she reads the article below. Bulikov saved. The central quarters of Bulikov were terrorized last night by a sudden, inexplicable, and horrifying attack from the Solda River. It has been confirmed that an enormous creature of an aquatic nature, the nature of the creature obligates this paper to refer to it only as the creature, for to be any more precise could incur legal consequences, swam upstream against the Solda, broke through the ice, and began pulling passers-by off of the celebrated river walks and into the freezing water. The size and mass of this creature was so great that it managed to level several riverside buildings before any municipal forces were able to react. A stunning 27 citizens lost their lives, and as of 4 a.m. this morning, more reports are still coming in. Few bodies have been recovered. The Bulikov Police Department quickly mounted an attack to capture or kill the creature, but this provoked it into damaging the Solda bridge to the point that it collapsed, killing 6 officers and injuring 9 more, including the celebrated officer Captain Myklav Nisrev. As of this morning, Captain Nisrev is now stable and recovering at the House of Seven Sisters Infirmary. The resolution of this threat may be the most amazing element, as the creature was finally felled by a highly unlikely hero. For Bulikov, it has been revealed that the recent appointment to the Saypuri embassy, Shara Thivani, is in truth Shara Komayd, niece of the Saypuri Minister of Foreign Affairs Vinya Komayd, and great-granddaughter of the controversial General Avshat Desai Komayd, the infamous last Kai of Saypur. Sources confirm that it was through her efforts in planning that the creature was successfully stopped and killed. The ambassador and her associates identified the nature of the creature and prescribed a method for containing and killing it, said a source in the city government, who preferred to go unnamed. Without her help, dozens if not hundreds more of Bulikov's citizens would have been lost. Several police officers have also commended the ambassador's behavior during the attack. "We were trying to evacuate the embassy, but she insisted on coming to help," said Viktor Pavroy, a sergeant in the Bulikov Police Department. "She and her colleagues set to it right away. I've never seen a more audacious plan put together so quickly." The ambassador and the Polish governor of Bulikov, Turian Mulligesh, are also credited with saving Captain Nisrev's life. Without them, testified Pavroy, he would have drowned or froze to death. However, many questions remain. Why did the ambassador hide her identity? Why was she so singularly adept at combating such a creature? And what does it mean for Bulikov to have a member of the Komayd family in a position of power in the city once again? As of the time of this paper's publication, the embassy has yet to make an official comment. Shara stares at the paper, feverishly hoping that the words will dance and rearrange themselves until it tells another story entirely. "Oh, no," she whispers. "To have one's cover blown. To be known to an enemy, to have a dossier on you compiled in some distant and lethal department, that is one thing, all operatives are prepared for that. But to have your name and story splashed across the newspaper, to be known not in the secret annals of government but in the front rooms and dining rooms in public houses across the world. That is horror beyond horror." "No," says Shara again. "No. That can't be." "Yeah," says Mulligesh. "And this is the Continental Herald. So it doesn't just go to Bulikov, but to the entire continent," says Mulligesh. "Yeah. The reality of it all comes crashing down on her." "Oh. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Who all knew who you are?" asks Mulligesh. You, says Shara. Sigurd, Vo. A few employees here I'm more than I say I am, but there's a leap between that and being the great-granddaughter of the Kai, says Muligesh. Yeah. No shit. I know I didn't say anything. I never talked to the press. And Sigurd wouldn't, says Shara. So? She parses down the ideas, the possibilities. Vinya, maybe? Shara is no longer sure what to think of her aunt. She feels almost certain Vinya has been compromised somehow, but for Vinya, it seems overwhelmingly likely that her compromise would be political, ceding power only for the opportunity to gain more. And this would be very, very damaging, politically. She keeps boiling down her options, down and down, hoping to avoid what she increasingly feels is an inevitable conclusion. It could only be Vohan's, she says finally. Okay, but why? Would this be some petty revenge over last night? She wonders. It seems unlikely. Or could he be punishing her for her refusal to intervene in Bulikov? Or could he be trying to use me to get the attention of Galadesh? She asks aloud. How would blowing your cover possibly do that? Asks Muligesh. Well, it makes for a great story, doesn't it? The great-granddaughter of the Kai, swooping in and saving Bulikov. It gets people talking. And talk is as good as action in the geopolitical realm. It would focus the world's attentions all on Bulikov and then he could make his pitch. I mean, you've met him. All Vo ever needs is a spotlight. Yeah, but that has got to be, says Muligesh, the stupidest possible way to spur Galadesh into doing anything. Right, dot. Shara doesn't entirely disagree, but she doesn't entirely agree either. And she remembers what Vo mumbled last night, once a Kalkashtani. She can't help but feel that she's missing something. But whatever the cause, she knows she cannot trust Vo any longer, and she thinks it was foolish to have done so in the first place. To collaborate with such a passionate, broken, divided creature was always a poor decision. From nearby, there's the sound of a throat being cleared. Muligesh looks to the window and asks, what was that? But Shara knows that sound quite well, having heard it throughout her childhood, 2 parts impatience, 1 part condescension. Nothing outside, Muligesh says, peeking through the draped window, except for the crowd, of course. I didn't imagine that sound, did I? Shara glances at the shuttered window next to her desk. The bottom left pane is shimmering strangely, and the reflection in the glass is slightly warped. Governor, Shara says, could you please excuse me for a moment? Are you going to be sick? Possibly. I just need to gather myself. I'll be downstairs, Muligesh says, but I won't have long to wait around. There's so much to clean up, I'll have to return to my quarters very shortly. I understand. The office door clicks closed. Shara arrives at the window just as her aunt's face appears. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I believe that I am almost as much to blame as you, says Vinya. Shara says nothing. She does not move. She does not speak. She only watches. Vinya, for her part, is just as reserved and removed as Shara. The two look at one another through the glass with expressions slightly suspicious, slightly hurt, and slightly aggrieved all at once. I should have stopped you when you were younger, says Vinya. Your interest in the continent was always quite unhealthy. And I have trusted you more and more, letting you go out on your own without my supervision. But now I regret that. Perhaps I should have brought you home more. Maybe you were right. I wish you could have come here and seen exactly how things are changing here in Parliament, shifting, and how delicate and precarious everything is. Ah. I have endangered her political career. Having faced fire in Europe last night, Shara finds it difficult to muster sympathy for someone grappling with parliamentary squabbles. In fact, Shara finds it difficult to bother to do anything in this conversation. She is content to let her aunt keep talking, allowing Shara to watch as Vinya's intents and motives crystallize in the glass pane like fall's first frost. The discourse has changed considerably, almost overnight. For so long, no one ever even thought of engaging the continent, but now we are open to the idea. Now, suddenly, we are curious. Despite all my efforts of the past decade, the ministers are now reconsidering their stance on the continent. And all their aides, all their assistants, are reviewing all their personal correspondence from the continent, and they are finding one name on hundreds and hundreds of petitions, Vatrov, Vatrov, Vatrov. A tremor in her stomach. This Shara did not expect. Could she have been right? Could blowing her cover really be a wild gambit on Vo's part? And even more insane, could it have worked? Right before the city father elections, too. I suppose you are waiting, says Vinya, for me to get to the part where I tell you what action I will be taking. Shara purses her lips, blinks. Beyond that, she gives Vinya nothing. Vinya shakes her head. I should have told you to never enter the warehouse, she says. I should have known right away that you, as obsessed with the continent as you are, would have found the warehouse totally irresistible. Shara cocks an eyebrow. Wait. What are you? But of course, the second you learned it existed, you'd try and find a way in, continues Vinya. You'd break in, poke your nose in it, and rifle its shelves one way or another. What? Aunt Vinya, I didn't want to go into the warehouse. I had to. Oh? Oh, really? Last I heard, you were interviewing a university mate about the death of Dr. Pangyui. Next, you've penetrated the warehouse, the most classified building currently in existence in this world, burned it down, and then you're battling divine river monsters on the front of the paper. With your cover blown. I struggle to understand exactly how all that could have evolved organically, Shara. It seems much more likely that you, as obsessed with the musty dead gods as you are, simply broke in to see what was there for yourself like it was a damn museum, and you wound up getting quite literally burned and freeing some abysmal divine creature. Shara's mouth falls open. She is utterly and completely aghast. Of all the mad things she's experienced in the past 48 hours, all of them are minuscule in comparison to this. The warehouse was mined. Oh, by the restorationists? Vinya pronounces the name as if describing a group of illiterate potato farmers. Yes. And how did they get in? They used a miracle. Ah, says Vinya. A miracle. Very convenient, those. Especially when, theoretically, most of them shouldn't work anymore. So why would they mine the warehouse, which was full of things they themselves held sacred? To cover their tracks. And where did their tracks lead, dear? There was something they wanted to steal. Which was? I don't know. It was mined. So you set off the mine. Shara is so outraged she can hardly speak. They had been accessing the warehouse using an ancient divine miracle. They had been for months. And what intent would they have for whatever it is they stole from the warehouse? I don't know. You don't know. No. Not yet. I know it, it has something to do with steel. This sounds pathetic even to Shara's ears. I am currently investigating the situation. Vinya nods and slowly sits back in her chair, thinking. Talk to Muligesh. Talk to Sigurd. Talk to anyone here. Shouts Shara. Muligesh's reputation is not quite as sterling as it used to be, says Vinya, as the warehouse was her jurisdiction, and is now a pile of ashes. And I would no sooner listen to your drailing's word than I would consult with a rabid dog. But most of all, Shara, my dear, no other operative on the whole of the continent has reported any hint of such a plot. That's because these people are damn good. Unlike us. I arrived in Bulikov to find the walls swarming with rats. These machinations were well underway before I ever got here. Vinya rolls her eyes and shakes her head, concerned, dismayed, as if listening to a demented relative at dinner. You don't believe me, says Shara desperately. Shara, you went to Bulikov on your own to investigate a disastrous international scandal. And now, you have caused one much, much larger. Thank the seas that the continent doesn't know about the warehouse. If they knew you'd burned down hundreds of years of history, they'd want your head, and mine. Can you imagine the consequences? And apparently somewhere in the midst of all this, you somehow blew your own cover, which really does not surprise me, at this point. You are either vain and stupid, or reckless and stupid, I am not sure which one I prefer. And I notice that you haven't mentioned Pangyui's murder yet. Unless I am mistaken, that was the primary reason I allowed you your time in Bulikov, wasn't it? Has your investigation into these grand, dark plots shed any light on who might have killed him, and why? Shara glances at Vohansa's white suitcase, which sits underneath her desk. Perhaps I would have something, she says savagely, if you would allow me to review his dead drop material. Vinya snaps forward. And if you did that, then you would be directly disobeying a ministry order. That material is be reviewed by me first. And if I think it could be of use to you, then I will allow you access to it. That's how the chain of command works. It's what our entire intelligence agency is predicated on. And I will not allow my arrogant niece to buck the system solely because she feels like reading enough dusty old books gives her more insight than any other intelligence officer. Your fascination with the divine has always been a fault, not a virtue. And I will tell you right now, that my first instinct is to rip you out of Bulikov and put you on a ship back here right away. Despite the argument, despite the promise of punishment, despite everything, Shara's heart leaps at this idea. To return home to Galadesh. Yet she gets the creeping sense that Vinya's disappointment in her is a little too complete. Is Vinya actively discrediting me? She is astounded at the thought of it, yet Shara realizes she herself has done this to her own enemies many times. After all, why kill someone when you can make them out to be an incompetent fool? But, Vinya continues, I cannot. Because of what you did. You are a glorious hero here in Saypur, Shara. The champion of Bulikov. Hail the conquering hero, grand victor over a threat she herself created. So much talk is swirling throughout the halls of power here right now, and I have no idea what the final resolution will be. I wish I could tell them exactly how terribly you've botched everything, but that would require telling them about the warehouse, which I expressly cannot do. So, rather than endanger any of my functioning, productive policies, I will do nothing. I will do nothing but give them all what they want you. Me. Yes. I am promoting you, dear. I am fully recognizing your status as chief diplomat to Bulikov. And I am putting you somewhere where you cannot damage any more operations. Shara blanches. Oh, no. Oh, yes. You will be a public creature. I am, for the moment, suspending all your intelligence credentials. You will lose all clearance to all sensitive materials, to all operations. Any requests you make to any other ministry operatives will not be answered. You will be, in effect, the very prominent and very accessible face of Saypur in Bulikov. And I am sure you will be applauded and celebrated for it, she says acidly. Shara feels sick. There is nothing that could ever be more terrifying to intelligence operatives than being installed in public office, exposed and vulnerable to all the pleas and restrictions they could previously simply sidestep in their shadow life. You will, I think, be very busy, says Vinya. Bulikov and Saypur very much wish to talk to one another, it seems. And they will talk through you. I don't know if you and that man, Vutrov, concocted this scheme together, but if so, you must be so proud that it worked, so I am going to make sure you shoulder the majority of the burden, for now. So this is her punishment, Shara thinks. I almost would prefer to be indicted and imprisoned. But Vinya never has had a taste for mercy. Shara clears her throat. Increasingly, she feels like she is in a game of Batlon where her opponent is secretly playing another game, but she is willing to try anything at this point. Auntie Vinya. Listen. Yes? If I was to tell you that there is a real, credible threat in Bulikov, that I have witnessed, firsthand, evidence indicating one of the original divinities, in some form or fashion, has survived. What would you do? Vinya looks at her pityingly. Is that your great secret? Your terrible suspicion? That's why you went into the warehouse? Yes. I'm sure of it. I really am, Aunt Vinya. Oh, Shara. I would do the same thing I did when I heard it the last time, 2 months ago. And the time before that, 7 months ago. And the time before that, and the time before that, and the time before that. I receive, on average, nearly 10 reports a year telling me that the gods aren't dead, that they're still kicking around somewhere, planning their return. We have received a steady stream of these since the war. If we stack them, the pile of reports would be 3 stories tall. And all of them are always completely convinced this will happen, because the continent is convinced this will happen. It's their silly fable, their desperate dream, like the Draylings and their Dovkind. Lost kings and queens that will one day sail back. It's nonsense, Shara. But I am the most experienced expert on everything divine. Doesn't that count for something? You are the operative most obsessed with everything divine, Vinya says gently. And that is something very different. You may have your interests and pet curiosities, Shara, but you are a servant of Saypur first and foremost. Shara nearly shouts, like you? Who owns you, Auntie? Who's gotten to you? Why is it that you're suddenly so much more secretive, and so much more irrational, than you've ever been before? But she does not, of course, to tip one's hand in such a manner would be unwise. Perhaps this will be good for you, says Vinya. Maybe you will finally learn something from this. Shara nods, looking crestfallen, but thinking, I believe I've already learned a lot, Auntie. I hate to say this, but please don't contact me like this again, dear, says Vinya. Not until everything's settled. We must be so careful in the wake of everything that's happened. We are all being watched very carefully now. And miracles, as you know, are so terribly dangerous. She smiles sadly. Goodbye, my dear. With a wipe of her fingers, she's gone. Shara stands in the empty room, feeling suddenly more alone than she ever has in her life. Asterisk. Shara slowly closes the window shutters. Her hands are trembling with rage. Never has she felt so utterly and completely victimized. It's as if she watched her own character assassination take place right before her eyes, helpless to stop it. It's too perfect, she tells herself. Vinya took me apart too perfectly. That's why I'm so angry. She knew just what to say. This does not, however, make her any less angry. Shara wishes she had someone to talk to about this. But the only person she's ever really honestly talked to about the divine was Efrem Pangyui, for the handful of days they had together. She looks back at the white suitcase under her desk. She walks over, pulls out the suitcase, puts it on her desk, and thinks. Shara Komayd graduated from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Training Academy with a record low number of demerits. She graduated from Feduri with full marks. And she has always been one of the few high-level operatives in the ministry to actually, personally, do all of her paperwork herself, a virtue she takes pride in. Always the good soldier. Never a toe out of line. And look at what it's gotten me. But she still cannot quite bring herself to open the suitcase. Just remember, she tells herself, it's not like you have any more of a career to throw away. The latches click open with a snap, and the top lifts up. Inside is a stack of papers bound together with string. The papers are covered in spidery handwriting, and she does not need to look for the slumping T or jagged M to identify the hand as Efrem's. The first page is different from the ones below, written hastily and slapped on the top of the stack. She will have only today to read it, she thinks. Vinya's people will definitely be at the embassy soon, after Yurav. Shara nestles down in her chair and unties the string. Hello. If you are reading this, then you have found the safety deposit box belonging to, through a chain of aliases, Dr. Efrem Pangyui of Galadesh. It seems unlikely that you would not know this already, and since the only indication of this deposit box's existence is a message encoded in a mixture of Old Gashati, Chodokan, Drailing, and Avranti, then the probabilities suggest that only a person with great experience in ancient translation would be able to find this box at all. I suppose what I am saying is, hello, Shara. If you are reading this, then I am either dead, missing, or safely in your protection. I hope it is the latter. I hope, as you read this, I am across from you, and we laugh over this histrionic letter, and how needless it was. But as of right now, I am not at all convinced it is needless. What follows is my personal journal, or at least what I was able to snatch from my offices, recorded over my time in Bulikov, from the 12th of the month of the Scorpion to the 4th of the month of the Rat. I hope what I am giving you is enough to complete my research. I have touched upon a truth in Bulikov perilous enough that I feel my life is in danger, but I am not certain which truth. Yet you are, in many ways, wiser and worldlier than I ever wished to be, and I hope that you may succeed where I have failed. I hope to see you again. And if I do not, then I wish you safe studies. Yours. Efrem Pangyui. 16th of the month of the Rat. Journal of Efrem Pangyui. 12th of the month of the Scorpion. Bulikov. This is ridiculous. I am looking at my notes in my office. A dingier and darker place could never be found, as well as the list from Minister Komayd's warehouse, and I am struck by the marvel of what we have saved, what we have stored, and the enormity of the task before me. So far I am about 3/4 of the way through just compiling a list strictly of documents, issuance of edicts from continental priests, divinities, or divine agents, anything recording significant policy changes. I am obliged to use this execrable term for what I seek. The stack of paper now comes up to about knee height. I once jokingly predicted I would die entombed in documents, yet now that prediction seems much more possible. It is fascinating material. To be sure, I would have killed to grasp but a fraction of it months ago, yet now I feel I shall drown in treasures. Sketches, sketches. I hope I shall find a place to keep all of these sketches. 27th of the month of the Scorpion. Already, a pattern emerges. I must allow that I could be biased. I have looked at the most obvious opportunity for correlation, the night of convening, and the founding of Bulikov, and though I do perceive much correlation, that doesn't mean I'm right. But the facts remain ad dot. In 717, while the divinities and their peoples were still squabbling and fighting for territory, a Talvishtani priest wrote a series of essays expounding the benefits of allying with Jakashtan. These became exceedingly popular throughout all of Talvishtan, being read aloud in numerous gathering places. In 720, on the other side of the continent, a phalanx of Vordyashtani precepts helped a wandering Alvishtani monk return to his home, and reflected at length upon how much they had in common with their warring neighbors. This was recorded in several letters sent to the foremost Vordyashtani acolyte, who noted that he approved of the sentiment. That same year, in Ahanishtan, a county magistrate wrote letters to his sister, describing a town meeting in which much sympathy with the Kulkashtanis was expressed, despite the ongoing Six-Way War. So on, and so on. I can cite nearly 30 more instances of naked sympathy for other divine factions, and more continue to creep out of the pile, despite the divine war being waged at this exact same time. Then, abruptly, in 723, all 6 divinities felt compelled to sit down in the night of the convening, in the future spot of Bulikov, hash out their differences, and form what was, more or less, a pantheon of equal divinities. Yet all religious texts I have reviewed indicate this was decided with no consultation with their mortal followers whatsoever. This was, reportedly, a unilateral decision among divinities, as one would expect, for why would a god consult with his or her followers, like a politician among constituents? Yet obviously the shift had been brewing for years, among their mortal flock. The two groups, mortal and divine, were not as divided as history would have us believe. This is an absurdly large example, akin to deciphering the destination of a ship by which way the seabirds are buffeted by the winds, yet it sketches the outline of what I expected to see. I wish I could mail Shara about it. But I am not entirely sure how genuine her interest in me was. How can you ever tell what is and is not an act with such people? There is a cafe I find myself frequenting, just adjacent to the seat of the world. Bulikov is a mixed-up jumble of a city. There, the blink still reverberates in the city's bones, and there I watch children play and fight, wives gossip and laugh, men smoke and drink and play cards and, often ineffectually, court the women. People fall in love and bicker over silly things, even in a place as mad as this. Life goes on, and I must smile. 15th of the month of the sloth. It is saying something that I, veteran of libraries, begin to tire of my task. I look forward to finishing this so I can continue on to my next task, researching the Kai. How ridiculous it is that, though the man's profile emblazons coins, flags, and so on, we know almost as little about him as we do the divinities. Especially in regards to how he actually managed to assassinate them. I can understand why the minister wished me to research this subject first, but I, stupidly, convinced her that the Continentals still derive a sense of legitimacy from the divinities, so researching their nature would offer more definite geopolitical benefits. Listen to me. I sound like Shara. The grass is always greener on the next task, surely, but the Kai has always been a fascination of mine. He just seems to suddenly appear, the son of a wealthy, continental collaborator family, poking his head up in history and surging forward. I have reviewed numerous family trees, and have found almost nothing about the man. Some list his father as never even having married. Was the Kai, possibly, the product of an illegitimate relationship? Was he even the man's son at all? I no longer sound like Shara. Now I sound like a gossipy midwife. I sometimes go to the sections of the city most disrupted by the blink. The stairs there look like fields of giant cornstalks, rising into the sky, ending suddenly. The children play a funny game. They run up the stairs, see who is bravest to go the highest, then run back down. Up the stairs and down the stairs they run, over and over, always hurrying, yet never quite going anywhere. I sympathize. I must focus. I must examine the threads of history, the calendars and timelines, and see if they align. If they do not, as I expect, what does this mean for the continent? What does it mean for Saypur? 29th of the month of the sloth. Yesterday I met something I am not sure is legally permitted, an Alvishtani monk. I think it was a monk. I am not sure. I was taking a break from my work, reveling in sunlight on the Solda, sketching the bridge. It is so much narrower than nearly every bridge I've seen. I forget, of course, that it was meant solely for foot and horse traffic, and the walls behind it when she approached, a short, bald woman in orange robes. She asked me what I was doing, and I told her. I showed her my work, and she was very appreciative. You have captured its essence exactly, she said. And they say there are no more miracles. I asked her her name. She said she had none. I asked her the name of her order. She said she had none, only a disorder. A joke, I presume. I asked her what she thought of Bulikov these days. She shrugged. It is being reinvented. I asked her what she meant. Forgetting. She said, is a beautiful thing. When you forget, you remake yourself. The continent must forget. It is trying not to, but it must. For a caterpillar to become a butterfly, it must forget it was ever a caterpillar at all. Then it will be as if the caterpillar never was, and there was only ever the butterfly. I was so struck by this I fell into deep thought for some time. She skipped 2 stones across the Solda, bowed to me, and walked away. 2nd of the month of the turtle. Amazing discoveries, and terrifying ones. The discussions I have found taking place just before the Great Expansion have shed so much more light on the strange relationship between divinities and mortals. In 768 through 769. In Afghanistan, a priest stood on the shore and daily preached his reflections of foreign lands. In Vordyashtan, a sparring master pointed to mountain canyons headed east, below, then, the drailing lands, and commented on the way the rain must fall on the other side of the mountains, inspiring numerous exploration parties. Later, in Jakashtan, a starling singer, must research this term later, sang a 3-day poem of the currents in the ocean, and how they carry one so far away to distant places, and perhaps distant peoples, and so on, and so on. One can see, then, that the continentals were thinking about lands besides theirs. I have discovered a wealth of text that noses at the boundaries of their geographic knowledge. Yet I have trudged through divine decrees of all kinds during this same period, and have found no divine mention of anything beyond the continent's boundaries and shores. It is odd that the divinities remain silent on a conversation surging through their mortal flock. But look how the discourse changes among the continentals between 771 and 774. In Kulkashtan, a town magistrate claimed that, since the continent is blessed by the divinities, there is nothing they do not own. They own the stars, the clouds, and the waves in the ocean. In Vordyashtan, a gallows priestess asked why they make blades that will shed no blood, for there are no more wars to fight in, and debated whether this was a sin. In a Hanishtan, a Mosling, some kind of nun, wrote a poetic epic about what will happen when a Hanishtan grows so large. Was the city alive? I must research further that it begins to harm itself, bringing disharmony, starvation, and exhaustion. This epic was terribly successful, and caused many debates and much anxiety, with some even demanding the Mosling's imprisonment. The continentals were thinking, however peripherally, about expansion. It is patently obvious to anyone that they feared exhaustion, starvation, and moreover they began to feel that they deserved to expand, and take ownership of new places. The divinities, however, were not thinking about expansion. Kulkin was starting down the train of thought that would begin with his period of open judgment, and Talhavras, always the most distant of divinities, was adding onto the walls of Bulikov and, I believe, altering the nature of Bulikov in many more profound, invisible ways. All of them were off on their own concerns, while the people of the continent fretted over the future. Yet then, in 772, all 6 divinities met in Bulikov, and elected, in what we previously thought to be an inscrutable, spontaneous gesture, to begin the great expansion, the invasion and domination of all nearby nations and countries, including Saypur. Even the continentals themselves recorded some surprise at this decision, but why, if they were already thinking about it themselves? The argument I pose may be tenuous, but it compensates in quantity of evidence. In my studies, I have found nearly 600 other instances of similar phenomena, on a much smaller scale, edicts that were proclaimed well after public opinion had been formed, laws that were prescribed after everyone was already following them, persecutions and prejudices that were in place well before the divine, or their institutions, announced them. The list goes on and on. The pattern is undeniable. The continentals made their decisions, formed their attitudes, and the divinities followed, making them official. Who was leading whom? Is this evidence of some kind of unconscious vote, which the divinities then enacted? I wonder, sometimes, if the continentals were like schools of fish, and the slightest flick of one fish caused dozens of others to follow suit, until the entire shimmering cloud had changed course. And were the divinities the sum of this cloud? An embodiment, perhaps, of a national subconscious? Or were they empowered by the thoughts and praises by millions of people, yet also yoked to every one of those thoughts, giant, terrible puppets forced to dance by the strings of millions of puppeteers? This knowledge, I think, is incredibly dangerous. The continentals derive so much pride and so much power from having divine approval. But were they merely hearing the echoes of their own voices, magnified through strange caverns and tunnels? When they spoke to the divinities, were they speaking to giant reflections of themselves? And if I am right, then it means that the continentals were never ordered to invade Saypur, never ordered to enslave us, never ordered to force their brutal regime onto the known world. The gods merely enforced it, because the continentals wished it. Everything we know is a lie. Where did the gods come from? What were they? I find it hard to sleep, knowing this. I relax at night with a game of cards, played on the embassy rooftop. You can see the scarring in the city. It is like a roadmap of clashing realities. So much forgotten. If this city is a chrysalis, it is an ugly one. 24th of the month of the turtle. The minister is pleased with my progress, but asks for more verification. I have compiled a tower of contradictions in continental history, and this, for me, would suffice, yet I will find more for her. Yet something absurd has happened. I have discovered among the piles in my office some crumbling letters written by a soldier close to Lieutenant Sagrisha, and thus close to the Kai himself. How could I have forgotten or missed this? Perhaps I never even looked at them. Though sometimes I worry my office at the university is being tampered with. Yet this may be silly paranoia. But what the soldier writes is eye-opening to say the least. We have suspected for some time that the Kai used some sort of projectile weapon, a cannon, gun, or bolt that fired a special kind of fire or lightning against which the divinities had no defense. Yet I believe we have been thinking about this the wrong way. We think about the gun, the cannon itself, rather than what it fired. But this soldier records stories of a hard metal or a black lead that the Kai produced and stored and protected. Here, upon the Kai's execution of the divinity Zhukov. We followed the Kai to a place in the city, a temple of white and silver, its walls patterned like the stars with purple glass. I could not see the god in the temple, and worried it was a trap, but our general did not worry, and loaded his black lead within his hand cannon, and entered. Time passed, and we grew concerned, yet then there was a shot, and our general, weeping, slowly came out. A valuable piece of history, certainly, but also a revolutionary one. What if it was not the cannon at all that was important? What if it was simply the metal that was used in the shot? We know the Kai was something of an alchemist, we have records of his experiments. What if he produced a material that the divine could not affect, just as we cannot affect an arrow through our hearts? Even stranger, the soldier writes of the Kai mentioning a jinnafrit that was kept in his father's manor house back in Saypur. We do know that certain continental collaborators were given divine servants as a reward, but it would be scandalous for anyone to discover that the Kai had such close contact with any agent of the divine. Jinnafrit servants prepared their masters' beds, served them food, wine. I cannot imagine what everyone would say if it was revealed that the Kai had been pampered in such a way. I will wait to send this information back to the minister until I know more. 20th of the month of the cat. I am not sure if what I have found helps the case of the Kai. I have discovered more letters from the Kai's inner circle during his time on the continent, immediately after the capture of Bulikov, when he sank into a depression so severe he spoke to no one at all. I have confirmed that the Kai's mysterious weapon was, indeed, black lead or hard metal, a metal whose reality could not be altered by divine means. Both the divinities and their servants were helpless against it, the Kai merely needed to decipher a way to propel it forward, much as one would a common firearm. But how he created it? That I did not anticipate. After the brutal massacre of Maladeshi, when Saypuris revolted after the horrific execution of that simple girl, it seems the Kai was so horrified and so furious that he did conduct experiments, as we thought, but he conducted them on his family's jinnafrit servant. From what I have read, it sounds very much like torture, even monstrous torture. The jinnafrit was bound to serve the Komayd family's will, so the Kai forced it to comply with his efforts, burning and wounding the jinnafrit until he had created a material that worked not only on the jinnafrit, but on all divine creatures, including the divinities themselves, and upon succeeding, he executed his childhood servant. Will this endear him to the more nationalistic factions in Saypur? Or will they, like myself, be horrified by what I have learned? I have still not found any account of the Kai's maternal lineage. Did he, like the divinities, simply manifest, with no explanation, coughed up on the shore of Saypur from the seas of history? 19th of the month of the bear. I no longer believe myself to be safe. I am spied upon, I am sure of it. The cab driver in the street, the maid at the university, the newspaper seller who never seems to leave my street, nor to sell any newspapers. I am being watched. I performed a test today, I sent my report to the minister via our telecommunications device, and kept an eye on the street. The newspaper seller was still there, still watching me, yet a young man came running up, whispered something in his ear, and sprinted away. The newspaper seller remained there for a few minutes more, then crept away. Is he reading my reports? Are our transmissions being intercepted? How can I tell the minister? Could I perhaps get word to Shara? The governor? Could I even move without their knowing? 6th of the month of the lark. I am sure of it now, some of my sketches have been stolen, and some of the governor's warehouse list is missing too. Yet I am not sure if I can trust the governor. Perhaps she has informants in her staff. The city fathers rail against me. They wish me lynched, assassinated. There are protests at the university, and the embassy is no help, either, as the chief diplomat is a blithering toad. What a fool I was to come here. I have begun sending the minister messages that I hope will arouse her suspicion, if not anger, delays, excuses, etc. She must realize that something is wrong. Yet I begin to suspect even her. I think all day about the blessed, and what this could mean not just for Saypur, but for the continent. Is everything we believe a lie? 29th of the month of the L. Should I even write in this honestly? Honestly. Can't even spell. Blessed. Watch the windows, watch. 4th of the month of the rat. History will not let us forget, it wears disguises, reintroduces itself to us, claims it is someone new and wonderful. But it will not let us forget. I shall die in Bulikov, I believe. And perhaps then, the chrysalis will open. Asterisk. Shara takes the last piece of paper, gently turns it over, and places it with the others. Someone downstairs calls for more coffee, an answering cry that it's coming. Pigeons coo and mutter on the embassy rooftop, sharing gossip in their own language. Shara is faint. She nearly falls out of her chair. A worldview is a series of assumptions, of perceived certainties, a way things must be because they have always been that way, and they cannot be otherwise. Any other way, any other world, is completely inconceivable to that worldview. Shara has always felt that certain worldviews are more flexible than others. Some are myopic and strict, while others are quite broad, with permeable borders and edges, ideas and events floating through without any resistance. And for so long, Shara thought she possessed the latter. Yet now it feels like all the assumptions and certainties that made up her world are dissolving under her feet, and she will plummet down, down, down. What a brittle, tiny thing the world is. All the mysteries and murders and intrigue of the past days shrink until they are meaningless to her. It's a lie. All of it is a lie. Everything we've ever learned is a lie. She ties up the paper with new string, replaces the papers in the white suitcase, and shuts the case. I sing and caper, dance and twirl, and many a merry pattern I weave. But cross me not, children. For there is no burning coal in all the fires of Bulikov. No raging storm in all the South Seas. No element on this earth or in this world that could match my fury. My name is Zhukov. And I do not forget. The Yukoshtava, Book 6. The Divine City. The days tumble by. Appointments, appointments. Shara is no longer a person, she is a personage, the physical representation of an office. Yet ironically, being such a thing renders her powerless. She is shuffled from meeting room to meeting room, listening to the pleas of Bulikov, the pleas of the continent, the pleas of taxpayers, merchants, the wealthy, the impoverished. She lives on a diet of agendas, each stuffed in her hand as she walks through the door, and a parade of bland and vapid names. Today is the Legislative Coaction Association of the Kivri Quarters, someone tells her, or, now is the Cultural Charities of Promise Committee, or, after this is the Urban Planning and Redistricting Task Force of Central Bulikov. But there is no crueler hells than committee work, she decides, and Vinya must have taken great pleasure in knowing this. Shara now sits on committees that decide who shall be nominated to be committee chairs for other committees. Then, after these meetings, she sits on committee meetings to formulate agendas for future meetings, and after these, she attends committee meetings deciding who shall be appointed to appointments to committees. Shara smiles through these, which she thinks is quite the feat, for inside she is filled with boiling, thrashing, groaning secrets. She feels at times as if the city is filled with ticking bombs that could go off at any moment, and only she is aware of them, yet she cannot open her mouth to warn anyone. Every morning she awakes in a sweat and dashes to check the papers, sure to discover some lethal plot unfolding only blocks away. But the world is quiet and still. Saypuri cranes reconstruct the Solda Bridge, segment by segment. Bohans has not contacted her since their clumsy night together, and Shara has not yet decided if this is damning evidence or not. Even if she didn't suspect he was the one who blew her cover, she still isn't sure she'd be able to look him in the eye. Ernst Wicklov's leave of absence grows longer and longer. Nuligesh has, after receiving some biting telegrams from the regional governor's office, reluctantly returned to her regular duties. Shara does not have to look hard to see Auntie Vinya's hand in that. But in Shara's head, the pages of Pangyui's journal flit in and out of her thoughts, and she must force a smile on her face as she listens to the worries of Bulikov and the continent, thinking all the while, these are lies. This is all a lie. Everything these people believe, everything Saypur believes, is built upon lies. And I am the only person alive in this world who knows it. And, most frustrating of all, she is still no closer to solving Pangyui's murder than before. After all the transgressions and betrayals and horrific discoveries, the very thing that brought her to Bulikov in the first place continues to elude her. Press on, sit on your leads until they crack. She has not seen Sigrid for more than a week. But this is actually good, she has assigned him to watch all of Wicklov's loomworks. The man himself might have disappeared, but he can't take whole factories with him, and the loomworks form one leg of the restorationists' trifecta, the other two legs being the steel, and whatever was stolen from the warehouse. And Vinya might have warned Shara against attempting any sort of covert work, but standing in a street and watching a building isn't inherently covert, is it? So for now, she watches, and she waits. Specifically, she waits for nightfall. Because tonight she can actually get some real work done. Asterisk. Sigrid looks up from where he kneels in the alley. It's so dark out it's hard to see which of his eyes is missing. You're late, he says. Shut up, snaps Shara as she jogs up. I've been trying to escape all evening. These meetings, they're like thieves, they follow you around, wait until you're not looking, then pounce. She stops and leans against the wall, breathing hard. Just beyond Sigrid, on the floor of the alley, is a single line of chalk, the same chalk line Shara herself drew weeks ago, when she first tried to deduce exactly how someone could vanish in the middle of a city. Did you bring them? Sigrid holds up a canvas bag. It tinkles slightly. Wasn't cheap. Oh, I wouldn't expect old money to be cheap. Let's take a look. She sits on the alley floor and sifts through the bag, which contains about 6 pounds of coins, all of many different types and denominations. They all have two things in common, however: they are all very old, and they are all continental. It looks like we have all the polises covered, mutters Shara. Talvishtan, Vortiashtan, Kulkashtan, Ahanishtan, OL. Wait. Alvishtan? Sigrid shrugs. This is a priceless artifact. You asked me to be thorough. Just don't ask how I managed to be so thorough. Shara studies the coins. Right. So. Many different markings, many different meanings. The question is, which of the meanings has meaning? Sigrid stares at her blankly. What? Never mind, says Shara. There's only one way to find out. She turns and flings the coins down the alley, past the chalk line. They go ringing on the concrete, clattering and bouncing and rolling away to lie among the refuse. Sigrid and Shara wait for them to settle, then pace down the alley to examine them. Silver, silver, mutters Sigrid. Silver. Ah. Here. Lead. Shara extends a hand. He places the coin in her palm, and they continue looking. Silver, silver, silver. Silver. Lead. And silver. 2 leads. Shara and Sigrid meet in this alley 2 nights out of every week. Shara would like to manage 3, but her schedule won't allow it. There are so many evening events, receptions and dinners and the like, that demand the presence of Bulikov's chief diplomat. But it is this alley, and its invisible door, that occupies every moment of Shara's waking life. Does this alley function by calendar? By time? By the phase of the moon? Must it be approached by a certain angle? Sigrid has seen people both run and fall through these invisible doors, so the latter is unlikely. Does someone need to be on the other side of the door to allow them through? Does it only work on men, not women? No, of course not, don't be absurd. Trial and error, trial and error. Boil down all the possibilities until only one remains. After picking up lead coins for nearly 10 minutes, Shara has a brimming handful. She sits back to study them, one by one. Well, says Sigrid. Shara continues counting under her breath. Well. Yes. Yes. It's as I thought. All of the lead ones are either Jukashtani, Kalkashtani, or Alvishtani. The others remain silver. Sigrid lights his pipe. The scarred brick walls glint with orange, and his one eye glows. So, whatever is happening in this alley, it happens to specific items with specific markings. A reaction, like a chemical. It waits for the right thing. It's not looking for an incantation, or some gesture, it's looking for. I don't know. 4 things to look right. Like a guard, says Sigrid. Like what? Like a guard, watching the gate of a fortress. Do you have your badge? Are your colors right? Do you carry the right flag? If not, you don't get through. Yes, I suppose, it could be like a unif. Shara stops. She slowly sits back to stare down the alley. What? Says Sigrid. A uniform. Sigrid, what's the last thing to have disappeared down this alley? She asks softly. The man who drove the car. Yes. But think of this alley like the gate of a fortress, and there is something invisible here, acting as a guard like you said. Checking his uniform, says Sigrid. So you are saying. I am asking. She looks up at him, her glasses glinting in the moonlight. How easy would it be for you to get a hold of the Kulkashtani wraps that were worn by the men you killed? Sigrid sighs. Oh, boy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another cold night, another sky smoked with thin clouds, another moon weak and formless like a coffee stain. Shara stands as Sigrid comes pacing down the sidewalk to her, a heavy satchel swinging from his shoulder. Now you're late. What took you so long? Was it so hard to get the wraps? The wraps, he says slowly, were not the problem. But I have them. He reaches inside his satchel and hands one to Shara. It is a hard, lumpy, dense ball of gray wool. The fabric is so tightly knit, it's almost like sealskin. But of course it would be, thinks Shara. Kulkashtanis wouldn't want to entertain even the chance of having something show through. Excellent. Excellent. She says. Do I want to know how you got this? He shrugs. I took some police officers whoring. Frequently the easiest solution is best, I find. They like me, after Yurov. Shara feels the edges of the fabric, her small fingers parsing through the threads. Come on, come on. There has to be weight. The fabric around the neck is stiff and scratchy, like it has dried paint on it, or... Wait, is this blood? You think I had time to wash them? Shara sighs. Well. Anything for the job, I suppose. Now. Yes. Here. She feels something hard in the collar of the wrap, turns the collar inside out, and pulls apart the wool strands. It's a small copper necklace engraved with the symbol of Kulkan. She feels the rest of the clothing and finds lumps in the wrists, the ankles, the waist, all of them trinkets and jewelry bearing Kulkan's scale. She laughs. Yes, she says. Finally. It's what I expected. They're not coins, per se, but they definitely have similar sigils and markings. This is a breakthrough. It was so obvious. I don't know why I didn't. She looks up at Sigrid, grinning, but she sees he's dolefully watching her. What's wrong? I am wondering how to tell you something, he says. How to tell me something? Plainly and quickly, I would hope. He rubs his chin. Well. The loomworks, the ones you have had me watching. Yes? For a long while, it has been business as usual. Just. Wool. Thread. Workers. Rugs. Boring. Yes, and. But today, and yesterday, at 2 of the loomworks. I saw someone. The same person at both places. Visiting. Shara slowly lowers the wrap. Who? Sigrid rubs his chin a little harder. Vatrov. What? I know. Shara stares at him. Vohans Vatrov is visiting these loomworks? He nods, wincing. Yes. But why would he do that? I have no idea. But I saw him. Vohans Vatrov himself. It was a very secretive visit. He was trying to sneak in the back way. But I caught him. I thought, maybe he wants to buy these loomworks, maybe to rub salt in Wiklov's wounds, but no, I checked all are owned by Wiklov, and so far there is no record of anyone trying to change that. That is why I was late. You're sure? I'm sure. Vohans Vatrov. As plain as day. He did not look well, though. He looked quite sickly. And not at all happy. He looked, I thought, like a dying man. He wasn't even dressed the same. He was dressed like a sad little monk. This confuses Shara so much that she stops thinking about the alley entirely. Are you suggesting that Vohans Vatrov is acting like he's complicit with the restorationists? Sigrid raises his hands as if defending himself. I am telling you what I saw. He snuck into a factory owned by Wiklov, did business, then moved on to the next factory. The people there seemed to recognize him. Were I to guess, those were far from his first visits. Then why? Why would he tell us about the loomworks, and make us suspicious of them, if he's doing, whatever it is he's doing there himself? Sigrid shrugged. He looked sick. I think he is a sick man, frankly. And with those words, he cut straight to the heart of a suspicion Shara has harbored for a while, that Vohans Vatrov is not himself. His actions are too inexplicable. Why would he leak her identity? Why would he, having now gotten exactly what he wanted out of the Saypuri government, not talk to her, now the figurehead of Saypur's presence in Bulikov? Why would he, a man whose whole life was marred and damaged by his Kalkashtani upbringing, mutter lines from the Kalkashtaba in the drunken depths of sleep? The only answer is that Vohans, a man already divided, is even more divided than she imagined. Perhaps divided enough that he is unwell, that he does not truly know what he is doing. There's nothing we can do about that here, says Shara finally. We have to soldier on. Fine, says Sigrid. Then what were you saying? Shara tries to refocus. These wraps, they're seeded with tiny charms. Little medallions and bracelets and pieces of metal bearing the mark of Kulkan, just like the coins were, in a way. So these wraps, whenever they encounter that space in the alley, will evoke a reaction of some kind, just like the coins. Meaning, Shara wads up the wrap until it's a tight ball, turns, and throws it toward the chalk line in the alley. Yet it never crosses. Sigrid blinks. The ball of grey cloth is gone. Good, says Shara. To be completely honest, I was not entirely sure that would work. What? I do feel a bit bad, I suppose. I hope you have more than 1 or 2 of those. What just happened? I think I was right, says Shara. This alley is damaged by the blink in a very deep way. Not just the alley. Reality. She brushes off her hands and turns to face the chalk line. That is the first spot of reality static witnessed since the end of the Great War. Asterisk. After the war, after the divinities were killed, it took a long time for reality to figure out what it was supposed to be, says Shara. In one city, one tenet was absolutely and completely true, then, in another, the opposite. When the divinities were killed, these two areas had to reconcile with one another and decide what their true state was. While that was getting resolved, you had static, says Sigrid. Exactly. Places where the rules were suspended. A deep marring to the fundamental nature of reality, caused by the blink. How could reality still be broken here and no one ever noticed? I think part of it, Shara waves at the street, is that it blends in so well. The area is like much of Bulikov, twisted, warped, pockmarked, buildings trapped inside of buildings, streets ending in tangles of stairs. As anyone can plainly see, Bulikov has never really recovered from the blink. And on the other side of that, he points at the invisible spot in space, wondering what to call it. That static is another reality? I believe so, says Shara. Specifically, it's a reality that pays attention to what sort of divinity you worship, whose markings and sigils and signs you bear. I suppose it's true, then, the clothes make the man. How many more wraps do you have? He looks in his satchel. 3. Then please give me your smallest one, if you can. We're going over. Shara and Sigrid each pull on a set of clothes. For Shara, the clothes are absurdly large, and for Sigrid, absurdly small. I really do wish you'd washed these, says Shara. This one is still stiff on the inside. You're sure this will work? Asks Sigrid. Yes. Because once, you almost went there. Sigrid frowns. I did? Yes. When you saw the first disappearance, the man jumping down into the alley, you said you glimpsed, just for a moment, tall, thin buildings of white and gold. And I believe the only reason you did see that, she points at his right hand in its grey glove, is because of that. Because I had been touched, says Sigrid, by the finger of Kolkin. You bore a divinity's mark, so it was willing to accept you. Halfway, at least. Shara pulls on the Kalkashtani hood and steps toward the chalk line. You should let me go first, says Sigrid. Over there, it is enemy territory. Only our attackers have ever gone there. Shara grins for the first time in what feels like weeks. I have spent half my life reading about other realities. I'd never refuse the opportunity of being the first to enter one, even with my life at stake. She walks forward. Asterisk. There is no change, unlike when she passed through to the unmentionable warehouse. She is not even sure if anything has happened at all. She is still in the alley, standing on the stone floor, facing a street that looks almost exactly like it did before. She looks down. At her feet is a Kalkashtani wrap, tied up in a tight bundle. She turns around to see Sigrid manifest, there is no other word for it, in the middle of the alleyway. His one eye blinks behind the Kalkashtani hood, and he asks, are we through? I think so, says Shara. But where we are doesn't seem that diff. She trails off and stares over Sigrid's shoulder. What? He says. He turns to look, and says only, oh. The first real noticeable difference is that, beyond the next building, it is day. Not just day, but a beautiful day, a day with a cloudless, piercingly beautiful blue sky. Shara looks back in the other direction and sees that over those buildings the sky is an inky, smoky purple, the night sky she just came from. Even time is in disagreement, in this place. But that doesn't come close to the other real difference. Beyond the end of the alley, where the beautiful day begins, are huge, splendid, beautiful white skyscrapers, lined and tipped with gold, covered in ribbons of scrolling and interlacing vegetal ceramics, penetrated with fragile white arches and decorative window shafts, layered with pearl and glass. What, says Sigrid, is that? Shara, breathless, totters out to the street and finds that the entire block is lined with gorgeous lily-white buildings, each bearing its own frieze. The walls are covered in calligraphic facades resembling twisting vines or lines of text. One building, she sees, is covered in giant lines from the Vortyashtani Book of Spears. Shara's brain begins overheating as it tries to identify their many depictions. Saint Varchek's loss at the Green Dawn. Talhavras repairs the arch under the world. Unnaz recovers the seed of the sun. Oh, my goodness. She is trembling. She falls to her knees. Oh my goodness. Where are we? Asks Sigrid as he walks out. She remembers what St. Kivri said, it was like living in a city made of flower petals. Bulikov, says Shara. But the Bulikov of old. The divine city. Asterisk. I thought all this was destroyed, says Sigrid. No, it vanished. Says Shara. Bulikov shrank by huge amounts during the blink. Whole sections of the city just abruptly disappeared. Some of it was destroyed, certainly, but not all of it, it seems. This This section of Bulikov must have been saved but cut adrift, tethered to our reality by a handful of connections. Moths caper and twirl in sunbeams. A courtyard's crystal windows send golden prisms dancing in the street. So this is what they fight to return to? He casts his one eye over a half-mile-high tower tipped with a wide, golden bell dome. I can see why. This is just a piece of what it was like, says Shara. Much more was genuinely lost, along with anyone else in the buildings, but a fountain carved to resemble stacks of jasmine blossoms percolates happily. Dragonflies flit from edge to edge, their green eyes sparkling. Thousands, then, says Sigrid. She shakes her head. Millions. Then she thinks. Here. I want to try something. She holds her hands out and begins murmuring things. Her first 3 attempts fail. What are you doing? Asks Sigrid, but on the 4th. A glass sphere the size of an apple appears in her hands. She laughs gaily. It works. It works. Let me see if I can. She maneuvers it so it catches a ray of sunlight. Instantly, the sphere lights up, glowing a clear, bright gold. Shara cackles again, puts the sphere on the ground, and rolls it toward Sigrid. He stops it with his boot. Its glow persists, lighting him from below. A miracle, says Shara. From the Book of the Red Lotus, of all those. One that never works on, well, in our Bulikov, I suppose. But here. It works quite well. Because this reality obeys different rules. Watch, roll it back to me. Shara picks it up, tosses it high, and cries, stay and show. The glowing sphere hangs 10 feet over them, bathing the streets around them in soft light. They had these throughout Bulikov, rather than streetlights. Much more convenient. And a good way to tell people where we are, says Sigrid disapprovingly. Take it down, please. Well. Actually, I don't know how to do that, exactly. Sigrid, grumbling, picks up a stone and hurls it at the sphere. Shara shouts and covers her head. The shot is dead on, and the sphere pops and bursts into a cloud of dust, which blows away down the street. At least stones still work here, says Sigrid. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They wander old Bulikov, as Shara has termed it, not sure what they are looking for. The city is completely abandoned, the gardens are barren, the courtyard's empty. Everything is quite clean and white, though. Shara is happy to have the kalkashtani wrap, as it helps reduce the glare. But though the city is beautiful, she cannot absorb it without thinking of Efrem's theory. Did the gods make this place, she wonders, or did they simply make what the Continentals wished them to make? Sometimes when they glance into windows of alleys in this empty city they do not see what they expect. Instead of more alleys, or the inside of a building, they see muddled, filthy streetways packed with frowning Continentals, or a drainage ditch leading to the solda, or just a blank brick wall. More reality static, says Shara. A connection to New Bulikov, our Bulikov. Sigrid stops and looks into one window, which gazes in on an old woman's kitchen. He watches as she cuts the head off of 4 trout. They do not see us at all? Excuse me, says Shara into the window. Excuse me. The old woman mutters, how I hate trout. By the gods, how I hate trout. I suppose not, says Shara. Come on, Dot. After a few blocks they come to a sprawling estate with a white-walled mansion, horseshoe arches, grass-floored courtyards, which are now clotted up with weeds, and dozens of reflecting pools, each of which is positioned to reflect the flower-shaped citadel. I wonder what esteemed person lived here, says Shara. A high priest, or perhaps one of the blessed. Sigrid points to one of the horseshoe arches, someone we know, actually. On the top of the arch are the words, the House of Vatrov. Ah, says Shara softly. I should have guessed. Bohans did say the original house vanished during the blink. But I did not realize it was quite this nice. What did you mean, one of the blessed? Asks Sigrid. People who had interbred with the divine, says Shara. Their progeny were heroes, saints, unusually fortunate and legendary sorts of people. The world rearranged itself around the blessed to give them what they wanted. Shara remembers one of the last entries in Efrem's journal, and the single word, blessed. That must be nice, says Sigrid. And you think the Vatrov family was one of these? Oh, no, not at all. Those sorts of lineages were always well documented. If he was, I'm sure his family would have never let anyone forget about it. Wait. Look. She points at where the weeds of one courtyard have been parted. Someone's been here. Quite recently. Sigrid walks to the disturbance, squats, and reviews the markings on the ground. Many people. Many. Men, I think. And recent, as you said. He carefully steps forward into the weeds. Most of them burdened. Carrying heavy things. He points ahead, toward another horseshoe arch that exits onto a descending hillside. There is where they went. He points to the citadel of the House of Vatrov. And there is where they came from. Can you follow the trail? He looks at her as if to say, did you really just ask that? Shara debates splitting up, but decides against it. If we get lost in here, how will we ever get out? We'll follow the trail where they went, she says. And if we have time, we'll examine where they came from. They stalk along white streetways, through courtyards, around gardens. The silence gnaws on Shara's sense of ease until she mistakes every glimmer for a lowering bolt shot. All the Continentals conspire against us. I should have never allowed Vohans into my bed. Why do you not dance? Asks Sigurd. What? Dance? I would think, he explains, that you would be dancing to see old Bulikov. Running back and forth, trying to sketch things. Like Efrem did. She considers it. I do wish to. I would gladly spend the rest of my life here, if I could. But here, in Bulikov, every piece of history feels lined with razors, and the closer I try and look at it, the more I wound myself. A curving house, designed to resemble a volcano, perches over a babbling brook of white stones. I do not think that is history's nature, says Sigurd. Oh? Then what is it? That, he says, is the nature of life. You believe so? A depressing perspective, I feel. Life is full of beautiful dangers, dangerous beauties, says Sigurd. He stares into the sky, and the white sunlight glints off of his many scars. They wound us in ways we cannot see, and injury ripples out, like a stone dropped in water, touching moments years into the future. I suppose that's true. We think we move, we run, we push forward, but, I think, in many ways we are still running in place, trapped in a moment that happened to us long ago. Then what are we to do? He shrugs. We must learn to live with it. The wind pulls a tiny dust devil to its feet and sends it tottering along a white stone lane. Does this place make you contemplative? Asks Shara. No, he says. This is something I think I have believed for a long time. A bulging crystal window at the top of a rounded house captures the blue sky, stretches it, and makes a perfect azure bubble. You are not, says Shara, the man I freed from prison. He shrugs again. Maybe not. You are wiser than he was. You are wiser than I am, I feel. Do you ever think about going home? Sigurd briefly halts on his trail, his eye dances over the cream-white cobblestones, then, no. No? Never? They do not know me anymore. It was a long time ago. They are different people now. Like I am. And they would not wish to see this thing I am. They follow the trail for a few moments of silence. I think you're wrong, says Shara. Sigurd says, think what you like. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The trail leads on and on and on. Of course, they couldn't bring cars, could they? Shara muses aloud. The reality static wouldn't allow them through, being so modern, but I would have preferred if they could have brought a horse or two. And they would simply leave them here for us? We should be so lucky. Shara stops and stares at a tall, rounded building on her left. What? Asks Sigurd. Shara's eyes study the walls, which have windows in the pattern of 8-pointed stars, filled with bright violet glass. What now? Asks Sigurd. Shara's eyes study the facade. At its top is an abridged quote from the Yukoshtaba. Those who come upon a choice, a chance, and tremble in fear, why should I allow them in my shadow? I have read about this place, murmurs Shara. I expect you have read about every place in this city. No. No, I read about this place just recently. She walks forward and touches the white walls. She remembers the line from Efrem's journal, quoting the letters of a Saypuri soldier about the death of Zhukov. We followed the Kai to a place in the city, a temple of white and silver, its walls patterned like the stars with purple glass. I could not see the god in the temple, and worried it was a trap, but our general did not worry, and loaded his black lead within his hand cannon, and entered. Shara feels numb. She approaches the door of the temple, white-painted wood, carved in a pattern of stars and fur, and pushes it open. The door opens on a large empty courtyard. The walls are high and frame a piercing bright blue sky above. In the center of the courtyard is a dry fountain, around which are 4 small benches. Shara slowly walks to the benches. These she also touches, as if to confirm they are really there. Is this, she thinks, where a god once sat? And did my great-grandfather sit next to him, or stand over him? She slowly sits on the bench. The wood softly creaks. Could this really be the place where Zhukov himself died? Could I have found it? She believes so. It seems unreal to see this place, trapped in a fragment of reality long since faded from the real world, but she knows it is perfectly possible. The period after the blink was chaotic, with pieces of reality flashing into existence, then away. She looks to the right. A low gallery circles the courtyard, heavy square roofs supported by white wood columns. In one column there is a small black hole. It is just at shoulder height, if you are seated. Seated and, perhaps, holding out a pistol, perhaps to someone's head. She walks to it and gets the uncanny sense that something is inside it, watching her. I have been waiting here for you, the little hole seems to say, for so long. Sigurd, she says hoarsely. Bring me your knife. He places the handle of the heavy black knife in her palm. She takes a breath and shoves the blade into the hole in the wood. A tink as it strikes something metal. She begins hacking at the column, carving the wood away, until the thing inside begins to shake loose. Something small and black clatters to the floor of the courtyard. Shara stoops and picks it up. A piece of dark metal, half flattened from where it struck the wood, about the size of a fat figure. She rolls it around in the palm of her hand, feeling its weight. Zhukov must be dead, thinks Shara. He must be. Otherwise, how could this be here? What is that? Asks Sigurd. This little thing, says Shara softly, is what brought down the gods. Asterisk. They continue following the trail, which twists and turns across the streets until it unexpectedly ends in the middle of what seems to have been someone's living room. Where are they? Asks Sigurd. The footsteps end here. Shara kneels and examines the floor, but she can see nothing. I can never figure out exactly what you are using to track people. Where do the footsteps end? Sigurd points at a spot on the floor not quite in the corner, nor quite in the center of the room. More static, I would imagine, says Shara. Just a very subtle spot, one that's very hard to notice. And you think we can pass back through? I don't think our reality, the actual reality, rejects anyone. Unlike this one. The question is, where will we come back through? I think it would be wise to allow me to go first this time, says Sigurd. We know our enemies are over there, somewhere, doing something. It would be stupid to allow you through. All right? All right. Sigurd steps toward the spot. He gradually disappears, his leading foot dissolving, followed by his waist and shoulders, but it all happens too quickly for her eyes to really understand. She waits. Then she is treated to the bizarre sight of Sigurd's head and hand appearing in midair. He gestures to her to follow, but holds a finger to his lips. She walks toward the spot, bracing herself. Last time her surroundings did not seem to change at all, but this time the change is absolute. The white city fades away, and a blue-purple dawn sky comes spilling in above, framed by harsh, sandy mountains. Short, scraggly trees rise out of the chalky soil around them and bend back down to graze the earth. So, says Sigurd, where are we now? Shara's mind races. Not in Bulikov, that's for sure. Interesting. It seems there is no fixed geographical relationship between old Bulikov and the real Bulikov. Sigurd impatiently rolls his index finger. Get on with it. I think that we are outside of Jukashtan. Shara reaches up, grabs the slender branch of a tree, and examines its leaves. I think so. This sort of juniper only grows near Jukashtan. They used to perfume wine with the berries. So, is Jukashtan behind this in any way? I genuinely have no idea, says Shara. She turns around and examines the spot they just passed through. It bears some minor effects from the blink, the sand is molten together, and many of the trees appear bent and mutated, but otherwise you'd never be able to tell this spot had any trace of reality static to it. She breaks off a branch from a nearby tree, peels back the bark so its green inner core is revealed in a slender stripe, and stabs it into the ground. To mark our entry point, she says. Now, lead on. The trail leads down a valley, then up the hills, up and up, until they come to the crest, and then down, whispers Sigurd. Down. He grabs her shoulder and rips her forward, crashing into the soft sandhills. Shara lies still and listens. Then she hears it, voices, and hammers. Sigurd peers through the undergrowth. Have we been spotted? Shara whispers. He shakes his head. No. But I am not sure what I am looking at. Is it safe for me to move? I think so, he says. They are very far down in the valley. And they are very busy. She lifts her head and crawls to a spot where she can see. The bottom of the valley is dotted with fires, as if the people there are preparing to work well into the night. But what they are working on is hard to discern. There are 6 long, wide shapes of gleaming metal that Shara first thinks are giant shoes, pointed at the front and square in the back like the clogs they wear in Vorti Ashton. But there are doors and windows in the giant metal shoes, and stairs and trapdoors, and in the middle is something that looks like a mast with no sail. Shara says, they almost look like ships, says Sigrid. Boats. Giant boats of metal, with no ocean, and no sails. She squints to see the figures scurrying around the ships, screwing in screws, welding plates together. All the workers are dressed in traditional Kalkashtani wraps. They're definitely restorationists, she murmurs. But why the hells would they build boats of metal out here in the country? We're hundreds of miles from the ocean. I suppose that's what they needed the steel for. That is not a terribly large fleet, says Sigrid with some contempt. Only 6 ships? If they were going to sail anywhere, there's not much you could do with that. Shara considers it. Almost 2,000 pounds of steel a month, for a little over a year, that doesn't make very many ships. But this must have been what they were using the steel for. And then what? I'm not sure. Perhaps they found something in the warehouse that could create an ocean wherever you wanted it. 8 men are pushing something up a ramp into one of the metal boats. Even though the light is faint, Shara's heart almost stops at the sight of it. Oh my, she says. Is that what I think it is? Says Sigrid. Yes, she says. A 6-inch cannon. I've only ever seen those on a Saypuri dreadnought. She glances at the cannon shutters on the other ships. And it looks like they have, or expect to have, 36 of the damn things. And they plan to do what with them? Bombard the hills? Fight a war with the squirrels? I don't know, says Shara. But you're going to find out. A pause. Sigrid says, what? I'm going back to Bulikov. Shara looks over her shoulder and is discomfited to see that the actual Bulikov is nowhere in sight. To the actual Bulikov, to telegraph Muligesh. But we can't just leave the restorationists here to do, well, whatever it is they're going to do. So your plan, says Sigrid, is to leave me here to fight 6 metal ships loaded with cannons? I'm asking you to watch. Only do something if they do something. This something I should do being infiltration, if you can. You must have dealt with a few stowaways in your time, right? Hopefully you learned something from them. If I get back to Bulikov in time, we can return with a small army within days. Days plural? Shara squeezes his shoulder, says, good luck, and crawls back down the hillside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The journey back through the white city of Old Bulikov is a strange and heavy one for Shara. She tries to put her mind to the dozens of mysteries before her, landlocked ships preparing an invasion, Vohans collaborating with Wiklov, and, possibly, arranging passage for the restorationists in and out of Old Bulikov, yet her thoughts keep returning to the lump in her pocket, which jostles with each step. I have on my person something that has tasted the blood of the divine. It takes her a moment to realize that this grants her a profound technological advantage. No matter what Wiklov, Vohans, and the restorationists are plotting, none of them could imagine she possesses a piece of the Kai's weaponry, however small. But how to use something that's hardly bigger than a marble, but. When she returns to Bulikov, the real, current Bulikov, she sheds the Kalkashtani wrap right away and goes straight to a metalworker's shop. Can I help? The clerk does a double take as he realizes he faces the famed conqueror of Europe. I need you to make something for me, she says before he can comment. Oh, ah. Certainly. What would it be? She places the little ball of metal on the counter. A bolt tip, she says. Or a small knife. Well, which would you like? A bolt tip or a knife? Something that could be both, if needed. I will need this to be quite versatile. The clerk picks up the ball of black metal. And what would you be hunting, if you don't mind my asking? Shara smiles and says, dear? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. CD Komayd to GHS 512. Emergency situation stop. Restorationists plan full-scale assault stop. Request relocation and fortification of all Polish troops in Bulikov stop. CES 512. PG Nuligesh to CES 512. Are you out of your damn mind? Stop? Are you even supposed to be investigating this? Any more? Stop. Must provide more details. Stop. GHS 512. CD Komayd to GHS 512. Cannot provide details. Stop. Not due to uncertainty, due to length. Stop. Question of jurisdiction immaterial due to threat level. Stop. Please mobilize forces immediately. Stop. CES 512. PG Nuligesh to CES 512. Please provide some indication of threat level. Stop. Anything. Stop. Moving 500 armed troops to an urban area, not like backing up a wagon full of potatoes. Stop. GHS 512. CD Komayd to GHS 512. Restorationists confirmed to possess 30 plus 6-inch cannons normally suited for dreadnoughts. Stop. Targets currently unknown. Stop. GHS 512. PG Nuligesh to CES 512. If I comply, will you take the heat for this? Stop. Also, whatever happened to Javrit? Stop. GHS 512. CD Komayd to GHS 512. If military reaction is not immediate, then likelihood of there being a ministry to apply heat very low. Stop. Let alone a Javrit. Stop. CES 512. PG Nuligesh to CES 512. Will begin mobilization immediately. Stop. If you make me start another war, will never forgive. Stop. GHS 512. CD Komayd to GHS 512. War already started. Stop. CES 512. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just once I would like to get 8 hours of sleep, thinks Shara. I would pay for them. Steal them. Something. But Shara cannot sleep. She is working on a deadline. Nuligesh's forces will arrive in a matter of hours, but knows she is missing something. Yet she feels she is drowning in information. Devrem's journal, the lists from the warehouse, financial transactions, continental history, forbidden lists, Botrov subsidiaries, possessors of loomworks, all of it dances before her eyes until she cannot hold a single thought. Besides, please, just calm down, stop thinking and calm down, just stop, stop, stop. A tap at the door. Shara shouts, no. A pause. Petre's voice, well, I think you. No. No appointments. None. I told you that. I know, but all meetings are off. All of them. Tell them I'm sick. Tell them I'm dying, I don't care. All right, but this is a little different. He slowly enters the room. It's a letter. Oh, Petre, she rubs her eyes. Why do you do this to me? Is it from Nuligesh? No. It's from Botrov. A boy brought it on a silver plate. And it's very odd. Shara takes the message. It reads: in a game of Tovos VA, one play can end the game. But it can take your opponent some time to realize it's already over. I know when I've lost. Come to the new Solda Bridge, but please come alone. I don't wish the press to know. I don't wish to harm all the good I tried to do. V. Shara reads this several times. He can't be serious. What's he talking about? To be honest, I've no earthly idea, says Shara. Could Botrov actually be involved with the restorationists? It seems absurd, but, if so, could calling in the military have cut their plans off at the knees? And, even more, how could he have heard? None of this makes any sense. Either Vohans has gone insane, something she isn't ready to rule out yet, or she's missing a very big piece of the puzzle. What are you going to do? Asks Petre. Well, she says, if he asked me to meet him at his home, somewhere private, I'd never go. But the new Solda Bridge site is both public and terribly popular. I think he'd be mad to try something there. But that still doesn't answer the question, what is she going to do? An operative takes care of their sources personally, she tells herself. And though he's not a source, he is mine. But deep down, she does not want any other ministry official to deal with Vo. So many insurgents and enemy agents wind up disappearing to meet horrible ends. If someone needs to talk Vo down off of whatever ledge he's climbed up on, she thinks, it should be me. If you could, Petre, please get my coat and a bottle of tea, says Shara. And if I'm not back in 2 hours, I want you to tell Nuligesh the moment she gets here to raid Botrov's estate. There is something terribly strange going on with that man. As Petre hurries away, Shara rereads the note. I could never really tell exactly which game I was ever playing with Vo. But perhaps now she will find out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The walk does good things for Shara's mind, the screaming, jabbering questions fade, scraped away by each turning staircase or twisting street, until she is just another person walking along the Solda. Just imagine, she tells herself. Behind this crumbling city is a hidden, mythic paradise, and one only has to scrape at reality with one's fingernail to find it. Gulls and ducks wheel and honk, chasing one another for scraps of bread. But whatever beautiful miracles the divinities made, she reminds herself, they might have been slaves to the continent almost in the same way Saypur was. A crowd of homeless fry fish in makeshift skillets on the riverbanks. One, quite obviously drunk, claims each of his fish is a piece of Europe and is met with loud calls to sit down. Shara suddenly decides that when all this business with Wiklov and Batrov is finished and how this will wind up, she has no idea. She'll quit the ministry, return to old Bulikov, and continue Efrem's work. 2 months ago she would have thought the idea of quitting insane, but with Auntie Vinya at the wheel for what might as well be forever, Galadesh and all its powers are now bitter ground to her, and all her discoveries have rejuvenated her interest in the continental past. The entirety of her ministry career pales beside her handful of minutes in old Bulikov, like escaping choking fumes to capture one lungful of mountain air. And, secretly, she looks forward to the wicked glee of performing another miracle. She wonders what other miracles will work in old Bulikov. Could one walk through walls, or summon food from the sky or earth, or even fly, or even... Shara slows to a stop. 2 gulls dip and snap at another in midair for a peel of a potato. Fly, she whispers. She remembers an entry in the list from the unmentionable warehouse. Kulkin's carpet, small rug that most definitely possesses the ability to fly. Very difficult to control. Records indicate Kulkin blessed each thread of the rug with the miracle of flight, so theoretically each thread could lift several tons into the air. A carpet, with every thread blessed. A loomworks that could take the carpet apart with great ease. And a small armada of steel ships in the hills, with no ocean. The boy in the police cell, whispering, "We can't fly through the air on ships of wood." Perhaps they wouldn't need the ocean at all. "Oh, my goodness," whispers Shara. Asterisk. Sigurd lifts his head when he hears the clanking. He turns his attention from the roads in and out of the valley to the 6 ships still marooned on the ground. The sails are being raised on the masts, and something is being extended from their port and starboard sides. The sails being raised on the steel masts are unusual. Sigurd has seen many types of sails, but these look to be made for unbelievably brutal winds. But the objects being extended on the sides of each ship are something he has never, ever seen before in his life. These adornments are long, wide, and thin, with many pivoting parts to them. They remind Sigurd of fins on a fish, and if he didn't know any better he'd suspect they were wings, he says quietly. He watches the men ready the ships. "Don't do something," Shara said, "unless they do something. This definitely counts as something." He checks that his knife is still in its sheath and begins to creep down the hill. Asterisk. The new Solda bridge is a tangle of scaffolding and framing. Huge cement plinths are being laid in the cold waters, guided into place by Saypuri cranes and Saypuri engineers. Continentals watch from the banks or the roofs of homes, grudgingly awed by this show of force. Shara's brain is still rattling with her last realization: you can build the ships anywhere, moor them anywhere, and no one could ever be prepared for an assault from the sky. Yet another niggling question comes worming out of her mind: but if Vohans is behind it, why would the restorationists attack his house? She sees she'll have the chance to ask him. He sits on a park bench just ahead, legs dandily crossed, hands in his lap as he stares down the river walk, away from her. He is not wearing his usual flamboyant clothing. He has returned, Shara sees, to the dark brown coat and black shirt buttoned up to the neck, like he was the Knight of Europe. She remembers Sigurd saying, he wasn't even dressed the same. He was dressed like a sad little monk. She surveys the crowd. Vohans is very much alone. Yet he seems to see her and look away, so she can only see the back of his head. "What's the matter with you, Vo?" she asks as she nears. "Are you sick? Are you insane? Or have you really been working at this all along?" He turns to her and smiles. She sees he carries no cane. The latter, "I'm quite happy to say," he says cheerily. Shara freezes, and immediately sees why he kept his face turned from her until now. It's almost the same as the face she knows, the same strong, square jaw, the same glittering smile. But this man's eyes are darker, and they are sunken deep in the back of his head. Shara doesn't wait, she turns and runs. Someone, a rather short, non-threatening young man, ambles by, sticks his leg out, and trips her. She crashes to the ground. The stranger stands and walks toward her with a pleasant air. "I did wonder if you'd come," he says, "but I guessed the line about Tovo's VA would seal it. After all, I taught that game to him. How pleasant to see that it worked." She starts to stand back up. The stranger gestures to her and mutters something. There is a sound like a whip crack. She looks down and realizes she is now totally transparent. She can see the stone cobbles through her legs, or rather where her legs should be. Parnisi's cupboard, thinks Shara, right before someone behind her clamps a rag over her mouth. Her nostrils fill with fumes, her eyes film over, and suddenly it's very hard to stand. She falls back into their arms, 2 men, maybe 3. The stranger, Vohans, yet not Vohans, wipes his nose. "Very good," he says. "Come along." They carry her down the river walk. The fumes force their way deeper into her brain. She thinks, why isn't someone helping me? But the bystanders merely watch them curiously, wondering why these men appear to be miming carrying something heavy between them. She gives up, the fumes coil around her, she sleeps. Across the snowy hills. Down a frozen river. Through the copse of trees. I will wait for you. I will always wait for you there. My fire will be burning. A light in the cold. A light for you and me. For I love you so. Though sometimes I may seem absent. Know that my fire will always be ready. For those with love in their hearts. And the willingness to share it. Book of the Red Lotus, Part 2, 9.12 to 9.24. Family ties. Shara wakes facing a blank gray wall. A trickle of air unwinds in her lungs before her body is overtaken with coughs. Oh ho! Says a merry voice. Goodness! She's awake. She rolls over, her brain fuzzy and hazy, and sees she's in a barren, windowless room that is somehow familiar. There are 2 doors to the room, one closed and the other open. The stranger stands at the open doorway, now dressed in a Kalkashtani wrap. He smiles at her. His eyes are like whetstones sitting in his skull. I really cannot tell, he says, what he could have seen in you, but... Shara blinks languidly. Chloroform, she remembers. It'll be nearly an hour before I'm lucid. You are, as far as I can see, an unremarkable little Saypuri, he says. You are small, dirt brown, perhaps clay brown would be a fitting term, earthy, musky, and unsightly, not at all flesh-like darkness, with the characteristic weak chin and hooked nose. Your wrists, as is common in your sort, are terribly thin and fragile, and your arms hirsute and unlovely, as is the rest of your body. I expect you would have to shave quite frequently to even compare to the body of any woman of the Holy Lands. Your breasts are not the dangling, ponderous piles I see so often among your breed, but neither are they particularly becoming, in fact, they hardly exist at all. And your eyes, my dear. Look at those glasses. Do your eyes function at all? I wonder what must it be like to be such a runty, unintended little creature. How sad your life must be, to be a creature of the ashlands, a person made of clay. He shakes his head, smiling. It is a horrible perversion of Vohansa's smile, where Vos is full of boundless, eager charm. This man's smile suggests barely contained rage. But the true nature of your crime, the true infraction you commit, as all your kind does, is that you refuse to acknowledge it. You refuse to acknowledge your own failings, your miserable, unsightly failings. You know no shame. You do not hide your flesh and body. You do not cower at our feet. You do not recognize that you, untouched by the divine, bereft of blessings, deprived of enlightenment, are unneeded, unintended, superfluous at worst and servile at best. Your kind holds such lofty pretenses, and that is your true sin, if creatures such as yourself are even capable of sin. He is so much like Vohans, in so many ways, many of his gestures and much of his bearing are Vos. Yet there is something strangely more decayed and yet delicate about this man, something in the way he cocks his hips, the way he crosses his arms. She remembers the Muvost, and its effeminate walk back and forth, mimicking someone she hadn't yet glimpsed. Shara swallows and asks, who? If I were to break you open, says the stranger, on the inside, you would be empty. A clay shell of a person, remarkable only in your semblance of self. What did you see in her, Vohans? The stranger looks to the corner of the room. Sitting on the floor in the corner, his arms wrapped around his knees, is Vohans. His face has been horribly beaten, one eye swollen and the color of frog skin, his upper lip rusty from old blood. Vo, whispers Shara. I had hoped that she would at least offer some temptation of the flesh, says the stranger. Then you could perhaps excuse your dalliance. But there is so little flesh on her to tempt you with. I honestly cannot identify any trait you found desirable in this creature. I really can't, little brother. Shara blinks. Brother? She says, V. V? The stranger slowly turns to her and cocks an eyebrow. Vohansa's voice echoes back to her. He joined up with a group of pilgrims when he was 15 and went on a trek to the icy north to try and find some damn temple. V? Folka? She says. Folka Vatrov? He smiles. Ah. So. You know my name, little clay child. She tries to corral her drunken thoughts. I thought you were dead. He shakes his head, beaming. Death, he says, is for the weak. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For those who wish to know me, quotes Folka, for those who wish to be seen by my eye, and to be loved, there can be no pain too great, no trial too terrible, no punishment too small for you to pass through. For you are my children, and you must suffer to be great. Folka smiles indulgently at Vohans, but it's Shara who speaks up, the Kalkashtava. Folka's smile dims, and he watches her coldly. Book 2, I believe, says Shara. His writs to Saint Mornviva, upon why Mornviva's nephew was crushed in an avalanche. And Mornviva was so shamed, says Folka, that he had asked Father Kolkan why this had happened, and questioned him in such a manner. That he struck off his own right hand, says Shara, and his right foot, blinded his right eye, and removed his right testicle. Folka grins. It is so strange to hear a creature like you say such things. It's like seeing a bird talk. Are you suggesting, Shara asks, that by torturing us, you will better us? I will not torture you. At least, not any more than I've had done to my little brother here. But it would better you, yes. You would know shame. It would remove that prideful gleam from your eye. Do you even know what you speak of, Dot? I am willing to bet you think Kolkan is alive, says Shara. Folka's smile is completely gone now. Where have you been, Mr. Vatrov? She asks. How did you survive? I was told you died. Oh, but I did die, little ash girl, says Folka. I died upon a mountain, far to the north. And was reborn anew. He turns his hand over, the inside of his palm flickers with candlelight, though Shara can see no flame. The old miracles still live, in me. He clutches the invisible flame, and the light dies. It was a trial of spirit. Yet that is why we went to the monastery of Kavashtat in the first place, to try ourselves. Everyone else died during our pilgrimage. All the men, much older than me. More experienced. Stronger. They starved to death or froze to death or fell ill and perished. Only I trudged on. Only I was worthy. Only I fought through the wind and the snow and the teeth of the mountains to find that place, Kavashta, the last monastery, the forgotten dwelling place of our father Kolkan, where he dreamt up his holy edicts and set the world to rights. I spent almost 3 decades of my life there, alone in those walls, living off of scraps, drinking melting snow, and reading. I learned many things. He reaches out with his index finger and touches something. It is as if there's a pane of glass in the doorway, and he runs his finger down its middle, the tip of his index white and flat, pressed against an invisible barrier. The butterfly's bell. One of Kolkan's oldest miracles. It was originally used to force people to confess their sins. Air, you see, cannot get in or out, and only on the brink of death are we ever really truthful. But don't be concerned. That is not your fate. He looks at Shara. You failed, do you know? You and your people. Shara is silent. Do you know, Dot? No, says Shara. I don't know what you mean. Of course you wouldn't. Primitive thing. Because there, you see, I found him. He reaches into his wrap and holds out a charm around his neck, the scale of Kolkan. I meditated for years, hearing nothing. And finally, one day, I decided to meditate until I died, until I heard his whispering, for death was better than that bitter silence. I almost starved to death. Maybe I did starve to death. But then I heard him, whispering in Bulikov. I heard Father Kolkan. He had never died. He had never been gone from this world. He had never been touched by your Kai. This last word is a savage growl. Shara glimpses yellow and brown teeth. I had a vision. There was a whole part of Bulikov, the true Bulikov, the divine city, that was free of your influence. Hidden from you, from everyone. And that was when I knew there was still hope for my people. There was light amidst the storm, salvation waiting for the holy and the dutiful. I could return, and free us all from captivity. It was just a matter of getting to him, of finding him, and freeing him. Our father. Our lost father. Just like old times, says Vohans. Running to daddy. Folka's beatific joy vanishes. Shut up. He snarls. Shut up. Shut your filthy traitor mouth. Vohans is silent. Folka watches him, trembling. Your tainted mouth. What has your mouth touched, you filthy whelp? What flesh has it touched? Women's? Men's? Children's? Vohans rolls his eyes. How distasteful. You knew you were malformed, says Folka. You always were, little Vo. There was always something wrong with you, a strain of imperfection that should have been weeded out. Vohans, disinterested, sniffs and wipes his nose. Have you no excuse for yourself? I was not aware, says Vohans, that I needed any. Father agreed with me. Did you know that? He once told me he wished you and mother had died in your birth. He said it would have unburdened him of a weak-hearted wife and a weakling son. Vohans swallows impassively. This revelation, he says, does not surprise me in the least. Such a tender man, Daddy was. You slight our father's name just to make me hate you more, as if that could be possible. I shit, snaps Vohans, upon father's name, upon the Vatrov name, and upon Kulkin's name. And I am glad the Kai never killed Kulkin, for now when the Saypuris slaughter him like all the other gods, I shall have a chance to climb up on his chin and shit inside his mouth. Folka stares at him, briefly taken aback. You will not get that chance, he whispers. I will keep you alive, you and her, so Kulkin himself can come and judge you both, and lay down his edicts. You don't even know, do you? He has been here, in Bulikov, tallying the sins of this place. He has been watching you. He has been waiting. He knows what you have done. I will raise the seat of the world from its tomb. And when he emerges, you will know pain, little brother. Shara has decided she definitely knows this room, bereft of furniture and adornment. She remembers how the Muvos laughed at her, and how she flicked the candle into its chest, and the stairs of earth leading down. I know exactly where we are, she thinks, and where Kulkin is. He's down in the seat of the world, isn't he? She says aloud. Folka looks at her like she just slapped him. Vohans frowns. In that rotten old place? No, no. Down underneath, where the real seat is hidden, yards below us, where we are right now. She shuts her eyes. The fumes from the rag have wrapped her brain in a fog, but she cannot stop the thought from thrashing up to her. And the divine were fond of using glass as storage space. Udnas hid prisoners in a windowpane, and even kept a small vacation spot in a glass sphere. Zhukov stored the body of St. Kivri in a glass bead. And when I was down there, in the seat of the world, I looked for the famous stained glass I have always heard of, but all the windows were broken. All except one, in the Kulkashtani atrium. And I thought it was so curious, at the time, that it was whole, unbroken, yet blank. She opens her eyes. That's where the other gods jailed him, didn't they? That's where Kulkin has been imprisoned for the past 300 years. A living god, chained within a pane of glass. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't quite know everything that's going on, says Vohans chipperly, but this is pretty entertaining, isn't it, Folka? How do you mean to free him? Asks Shara. Folka stares at her furiously, breath whistling in his nostrils. Unless, says Shara, it's a simple release miracle, one any priest would know. Not any priest, says Folka hoarsely. So it must be much more potent. Perhaps, says Shara slowly. Perhaps something from a monk from the Kavashta? Something you found written down in their vaults? Folka growls like he's been struck. Are you so sure, brother, asks Vohans, that she's your inferior? And Wiklov? Asks Shara. Will he participate? It was you who was running him, wasn't it? You were the man who trapped the Muvost here and set it up as a guard dog. What happened to Wiklov will seem like a blessing in comparison to what happens to you, snaps Folka. Wiklov, he was a believer. A true Kulkashtani. But once he led you to the seat of the world, and once you realized how I had found the warehouse of stolen items, I could not forgive him. What did you do? Asks Shara. Folka shrugs. I had to find out if the butterfly's bell really worked somehow. I had never seen it performed. Wiklov made a tolerable subject. I reminded myself we are but instruments in the hands of the divine. I did not mind you chasing after Wiklov. You obviously had no idea I was even here, for I laid all my plans years before you ever arrived. Though I startled you, didn't I? Says Shara. When I arrived, you thought you had to hurry, so you attacked Bohans's house to try and force him to give you what you needed. The arrival of the great-granddaughter of the Kai would upset any true continental, says Folka. And I knew who you were. Another flash of teeth as brown as old wood. I had stared at portraits of the Kai for hours, days, thinking of him, hating him, wishing I could have been there to end his life, stop history from bringing us here. And the second I saw your eyes, your nose, your mouth, I saw the past come to life. I knew you were his kin. From there, it was easy to find out who you were, and a simple thing to tell my countrymen. Wait. You blew my cover? She glances at Vohans, who stares at the two of them, uncomprehending. Yet they did not rise up against you, nor did they hang you in the streets as I expected, says Folka. They praised you for killing Yurov, one of Kulkin's sacred children. I honestly cannot tell if you are actually talented, or if your inopportune appearances are all coincidence. Like today. Did you actually follow us to the real Vatrov estate, or did you simply stumble into it? Oh, says Shara. You were in the house, weren't you? When Sigurd and I traveled to Old Bulikov. You saw us. I wouldn't even be performing this right now if things had gone as I intended, says Folka. But again, your intrusion forces us to make haste. You went to the true Bulikov. You saw the waiting ships. So, rather arbitrarily, unfortunately, the new age will have to begin today. Will you destroy the city now, with your warships? Asks Shara. Why do you need flying warships at all, if you're freeing a divinity? Can't Kolkin just point a finger at us and turn us into stone? Nut. Why would we bother with the city? Folka says. It's wiser to divide and conquer. Saypur is wed to the sea, its strength lies in ships. Our vessels of the air will race directly to Saypur itself and shell its harbors and shipyards before your blasphemous nation ever realizes what is happening. We wished for more ships, but I've no doubt that even with only 6 vessels, we'll still outmatch any Saypuri weaponry. For all its might, Saypur could never expect an attack from the air. We will rain down fire from the clouds. We will shower destruction from the sky like angels. We will castrate your vile country, as it deserves. Irrationally, this revelation horrifies her more than the resurgence of any divinity. 6 inches a ship, probably, she thinks rapidly. 36 cannons total. They could shred our infrastructure and cripple Saypur's navy for months, even years, in a single day. We'd be fighting with both hands tied behind our backs. This is good, you know, says Folka. This is right. The world is our crucible. And with each burn, we are shaped. You will know pain. Both of you will know pain. You must. And scourged of flesh, stripped of sin, some part of you, some shred of bone, might just be saved, and found worthy in his eyes. He takes a breath. And he will see you both. How pleased with me he'll be, handing over not only one of the most monstrous betrayers of the old ways, but also the very child of the man who killed the gods. Folka steps aside. 2 thick-set men in Kulkashtani wraps join him at the doorway. There's a very faint pop as Folka's butterfly's bell dissolves. The 2 men walk to Shara and Bohan's, violently thrust both of them onto the ground, and tightly bind their hands. Shara is still too sluggish to resist much, and Bohan's is obviously quite injured. Oh, Folka? Shara asks as she is hauled to her feet. In regards to your previous comments about me, you do know the original Continentals were almost as brown as any Saypuri? The Continentals today are fairer simply because the climate's changed, and you no longer get as much sun. So while you may admire fairness yourself, it is not, I suppose one could say, a godly trait. But you would have known that, if you read any Divinities texts besides Kolkin's. He preferred not to mention flesh at all, let alone skin tone. Folka attempts a regal pose. Shall he speak nothing but lies, he whispers, and walks away. Asterisk. Captain Mivskashkovsky of the good ship Mornviva stares through the green lenses of his goggles and into the wild riot of the dawn. Clouds cling to the horizon like newspaper headlines. Down below, miles below, possibly, Mivsk is ensures the grey, dark countryside of the continent speeds by. Mivsk rummages in his jumper pocket, takes out his pocket watch, and does some estimations. 2 hours. He bellows over the raging winds. 2 hours until the coast. The crew cheers. All of them are wrapped in thick thermal clothing, all of them wear goggles and masks, and all of them are tied to the deck of the Mornviva by stout cables. Jacoby already fell victim to a sharp starboard wind and went tumbling off the side, only to be hauled back on deck by his comrades, swearing and spitting in purple in the face. 2 hours, thinks Mivsk. 2 hours until he finds out what the good ship Mornviva and its 23 souls, 6 cannons, and 300 6-inch shells can really do, besides fly very fast in a straight line very high above the ground. He was not even sure it would get off the ground, for the experiments with the carpet of Kolkin had not always gone well. On their first effort they used only one thread of it, and when Folka's priest read the rites to activate it, the thread rose up so fast the priest was unprepared and lost much of his face. The miraculous, Folka observed as the man shrieked, requires great caution. It took months to create the design to stabilize the threads, in the case of Mornviva, 5 threads, each lifting 800 tons, and months after that to acquire the steel the designs required. And all that time, Mivsk, though he felt, quite faithful, never quite believed it would work. But now here they are, higher than the highest building in Afghanistan, hurtling through the atmosphere, pulled along by sword-like sails and giant wings. Forget not, he reminds himself, that you have a mission and a duty. We fly not for your glory, Mivskashkovsky, nor for the crews, but for the glory of Father Kolkin. And secretly Mivsk cannot wait to see what Kolkin will think of the destruction the cannons will wreak upon the wretched Saypuris, who, for once, will be outmatched. To imagine reducing the great, monstrous shipyards of Galadesh to flaming rubble. It makes his heart sing. Mivsk goes below decks for what must be the 7th time to review the cannonry. No continental has ever possessed firepower on such a level, and seeing the giant, massive cannons and their huge shells, longer and thicker than Mivsk's forearm, gives him a sense of power he has never felt before. It is all mechanized, as well, one needs only pull a lever to fire any cannon. Mivsk checks the 3 port cannons, St. Kivri, St. Oshko, St. Vasily, all in fine shape. Then he checks the 3 starboard cannons, St. Shavska, St. Gavros, and then St. Mivsk stops before St. Toshki. There is a tall man in a ripped Kalkashtani wrap leaning against the cannon, staring out the gunport toward where the good ships Usina and Ukma, the starboard portion of their small armada, cut through the clouds. Captain Mivsk stares at him, bewildered. Who? I have never sailed upon a ship of the air, the man remarks. Many things I have sailed upon, but never a ship of the air. Mivsk wants to ask him why he is not wearing his goggles, why he is not in uniform, why he does not have on his safety cable, but all these questions are absurd, for Mivsk knows there is no one in his crew of this size, right? The man looks at Mivsk, one eye in his Kalkashtani wrap is dark. Does it sail, he asks, like a regular ship? Well, Mivsk looks behind him, wondering how to deal with this bizarre occurrence. Why aren't you above deck, sailor? Why aren't you cabled to the mast? You could fall off. And the cannons? Could they also function as air-to-air cannons? Why? I believe so. Yes, I thought so. The man tilts his head and thinks aloud, 6 cannons on board, and 5 other ships. One shot a ship. Then this should be no trouble. He nods. Thank you. That is very good to know. Then there is a blur, and Captain Mivsk suddenly feels as if he swallowed a large chunk of ice. He looks down and sees the handle of a very large knife sticking out from between his ribs. The ship begins to spin around him. It is good for a captain to die, says the man's voice, before seeing the death of his crew. Go quietly, and with gratitude. The last thing Mivsk sees is the giant man standing behind St. Toshki, using the blade of his hand to imagine lining up the cannon with the good ship Usina far away. Asterisk. They're forced in a familiar path, to Shara, down the little blank hallways, back to the room that held the muvost, the ring of salt still sitting on the floor, and back to the tunnel leading down to the seat of the world, which, she now sees, is completely restored. You caved in this tunnel, but it was easily fixed, says Folka. I doubt if you can guess at which miracle I used to make it. Shara had not imagined that the tunnel's creation was miraculous, but now that she considers it, she jumps to the obvious conclusion. Ovsky's candlelight, she says. Folka's face tightens, and he waves a hand and leads them down the tunnel, holding his invisible flame. Vohans chuckles. He hasn't freed Kolkin yet, thinks Shara. Maybe Nuligesh. Maybe she can. If anything, Shara realizes, Nuligesh is raiding the Vatrava state right now. That, or fortifying the embassy. Neither of which could possibly save either of them. And Sigrid is miles and miles and miles away, outside of Jakashtan. They are alone. The tunnel stretches down. Shara imagines Kolkin waiting for them at the bottom, the man of clay seated in the back of a cave, his eyes grey and blank. I'm sorry, Vo, whispers Shara in the dark. Nothing to be sorry for, says Vo, I'm embarrassed you had to meet the little Shur. Quiet, says one of their captors, and he jabs Vohans in the kidney. Vohans, whimpering, struggles to keep walking. They enter the seat of the world. Vohans gasps in shock. My word, Shara wishes she could feel as amazed as she did when she first discovered this place, but now the temple feels dark and twisted to her, full of black corners and whispers. Over 24 restorationists, all in Kalkashtani wraps, stand in Kolkin's atrium before the blank window. Beside it, Shara sees, is a ladder. This is really happening. Folka walks to the stairs leading up to the seat's defunct bell tower. He raises his hand, which glitters with orange light. First to restore the temple to its glory, he says. He points at Shara and Vohans, mutters something. There is a squeaking sound, like fingers being rubbed against glass. Shara's hands are still bound, but she sticks a toe out, testing, and feels an invisible wall. The butterflies bell again. Don't breathe too much, says Folka, smiling. That one's much smaller. Grinning like a pompous head boy, he mounts the stairs to the bell tower. Soon he is out of sight. He must have found a way to restore the bell tower, too, says Shara. Quiet, says one of the restorationists. That was just filled with earth a few days ago. Quiet. What are you going to do, punch us through the barrier? Says Vohans. The restorationist makes a threatening pose at him, then abandons it, as if he has better things to do. I should have seen this coming, says Shara. I should have seen this all coming. Shara, shut up, whispers Vohans. Listen, you. You've got something hidden up your sleeve, right? You always do? Well, no. No, actually, I don't. But you've got the army coming in, right? They'll notice you missing, right? They might, but they definitely won't look here. Okay, but... Shara, please. Please think. He hisses. You've got to think of something. You've got to, because I definitely won't. I don't have a fucking clue what's going on. So please, is there anything? Shara thinks hard, but she has no idea how to penetrate the butterfly's bell, a miracle she never even knew existed until now. And even if they got out, what could they do? A wounded, limping man and a drugged 90-pound woman against 25 restorationists? I could blast our way out of here with Ovsky's candlelight, if I actually knew Ovsky's candlelight. But I don't. I just know of it, which is not the same thing. If only there was some other way to hide, or maybe tunnel into the ground, or disappear. Parnisi's cupboard, she says quietly. What? Whispers Vohans. Parnisi's cupboard, it's what your brother used to kidnap me. It puts people into an invisible pocket of air, one that can't be seen through by either mortal or divinity. Because it was made by Zhukov, she remembers, so one of his priests could sneak into Kulkin's nunnery. So it would work excellently here. So even if Kulkin himself shows up, we'd be hidden. We'd be safe. Great. Well, why don't you use one of those, then? Because my hands are bound, whispers Shara. There's a line from the Yukoshtaba I have to say, and a gesture I have to make. Shit, says Vohans. He looks up at the restorationists. Here, let's see if we can shift around. Slowly, they rotate so they're facing away from one another. With their hands tied behind one another's backs, Vohans begins to clumsily fumble at her bonds. Good luck, mutters Shara. But I think they actually knew what they were doing when they tied these. One of the restorationists laughs. My, what an excellent deception. Untie your hands if you want, you depraved little pervert. The only person getting you out of that bell is Father Kulkin himself. And when he does, says another, you'll wish you'd suffocated to death in there. Another, is that the first time you've ever touched a woman, Vatrov? I would imagine so. Vohans ignores them and whispers, do you really think my brother can bring back Kulkin? Shara glances at the clear glass pane in Kulkin's atrium. Well, I will say that I now think some divinity is in there. But, not Kulkin? I actually conversed with the divinity, I think, says Shara. On the night they attacked your house. I saw many scenes from many different divine texts. But none of them were coherent. Moreover, I have seen that many of Zhukov's miracles still work, Parnisi's cupboard being one of them, so I am no longer quite sure that Zhukov is truly gone either. Vohans grunts as he plucks at a knot, which refuses to budge. So what you're saying is, you don't know. Correct. Great. He keeps tugging at her ropes. With some morbid amusement, Shara realizes this is the most intimate contact they'd had since the night after Yurov. I'm glad I'm here with you, says Vohans. Here at the end of all this. When we're free, stay close, says Shara. Parnisi's cupboard is not large. All right, but I want you to listen. I'm glad, Shara. Do you understand? Shara is silent. Then she says, you shouldn't be. Why? Because when my cover was blown, I thought it was you who did it. He stops trying to untie her. Me? Yes. You? You suddenly got everything you wanted, Vo. Everything. And you were the only other one who knew who I was. And we thought we saw you at the Loomworks, but it wasn't really you. It had to be Folka. She cannot see him, but Vohans is quite still. But, Shara, I would never do that to you. Never. I couldn't. I know that now, Vo. But I thought you were sick. I thought something was wrong with you. You seemed so unhappy, so miserable. She can feel Vohans looking around. Maybe you weren't wrong there, he says softly. Perhaps there is something wrong with me. But maybe I could have never been right. What do you mean, I mean, look at these people I grew up with. The restorationists have gathered in Kulkin's atrium, and they kneel on the floor to begin a prayer. Look at them. They're praying to pain, to punishment. They think that hate is holy, that every part of being human is wrong. So of course I grew up wrong. No human could grow up right in such a place. Somewhere, far in the distance, Shara hears a bell toll. What was that? Asks Vo. We need to hurry, says Shara. Somewhere, softly, another bell tolls. Why? Another bell tolls. And another. And another. They all have different tones, as if some are very large and others are very small, but more than that, each bell has a resonance that seems like it can only be perceived by different parts of the mind, pouring in alien experiences. When one bell tolls, she imagines she sees hot, murky swamps, tangles of vines, and clutches of flowering orchids. When another bell tolls, she smells flaming pitch, and sawdust, and mortar. When the next bell tolls, she can hear the crash of metal, the screaming of crows, the howls of warfare. With the next, she tastes wine, raw meat, sugar, blood, and what she suspects to be semen. On the next, she hears the crushing grind of huge stones being pushed against one another, terrible weight bearing down upon her. And then, when the final bell joins the tolling, she feels a wintry chill in her arms and a flickering fire in her feet and heart. One bell for each divinity, thinks Shara. I don't know how he did it, or even what he's doing, but Folk has found a way to ring all the bells of the seat of the world. What's going on, Shara? Asks Vohans. Look at the window, says Shara, and you'll see. With each pulse, a faint light appears in the window. Golden sunlight, as if the sun is so bright it is penetrating all the layers of earth to shine into this dark, dreary place. The sun isn't shining through the earth, she thinks. We're rising up. He's moving it, she says. He's raising it. He's raising the seat of the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mulagesh's soldiers are doing a half-hearted job of fortifying the embassy courtyard when the light begins to change. Mulagesh herself is monitoring their work from the embassy gates. The embassy walls are tall and white with iron railing at the top, and while they're quite pretty they're well short of military defenses. The embassy is also very exposed, sitting on an intersection between two major roads. One road runs along the walls, and the other runs all the way through Bulikov and straight up to the embassy gates. Mulagesh can peer through the bars of the gates and see clear to downtown Bulikov. If Shara's right about those 6-inch cannons, she thinks, there are about 1,000,000 angles those things could take to wipe us out. Despite this exposed position, Mulagesh has not prodded her soldiers along much, mostly because she privately hopes Shara is terribly, terribly wrong. But when she begins to hear the bells in the distance, and the shadows of the iron railing begin to dance on the courtyard stone, her mouth falls open enough for her cigarillo to come tumbling out. She turns around. The sun itself is moving, though it is rendered somewhat hazy and strange by the walls of Bulikov. It is like a drop of liquid gold, and it streaks from where it sat just above the horizon and twirls and dances to the left, twisting through the sky and growing slightly larger until it's on the other horizon, just starting to set. Mulagesh wonders, is a whole day being lost before our eyes? The cacophony of the bells beats on her senses, as if with each toll they are breaking down invisible structures and rebuilding them. Then yellow-orange sunlight pulses over the rooftops of Bulikov. One sunbeam lances down as if shot through a veil of clouds, yet there are no clouds that she can see, and glances off the bell tower in the center of the city, which glows brightly. Mulagesh and her soldiers are forced to look away. When they look back, they see the sunlight, the setting sunlight, glints off of a huge polished roof. Mulagesh has to shade her eyes to keep from being blinded. A mammoth, ornate, cream-white cathedral sits in the center of Bulikov, with its bell tower almost half a mile tall. What is that? Says one of her lieutenants. Where did that come from? Mulagesh sighs. How I hate it, she thinks, when the alarmists are proven right. All right. She bellows. Kindly take your eyes off the skyline and get your asses back to work. Start installing fortifications and gun batteries behind the embassy walls, and make it quick. Gun batteries? Says one of her corporals. A girl barely in her 20s, she wipes her brow, nervous. Governor, are you sure? I absolutely am. So get a move on, and if you need the toe of my boot to speed you on your way, then I will be only too happy to apply it to your dainty backsides. What are you all staring at me for? Fucking move. I am lost among the seas of fate and time. But at least I have love. Message scrawled on the common room wall of Feduri Academy. What is reaped? Folka descends the stairs in the seat of the world with a satisfied air. I have done good works, he says aloud. And I think Father Kolkin shall be pleased. Vohans can't help but scoff in disgust. And now, Folka takes the final step off of the stairs to bring him home. He looks sideways at where Vohans and Shara are trapped. Maybe after this, we shall embrace as true brothers. Perhaps he will cleanse you. Perhaps he will show mercy. If he made you in his image, Folka, says Vohans, then I very much fucking doubt it. Folka sniffs and walks to Kolkin's atrium. The restorationists are arranged before the clear glass pane, a kneeling congregation awaiting their prophet. Folka calmly drifts through their ranks. Shara is reminded of a debutante at a ball and stops before one man in particular. Shara's bonds are growing looser. Keep trying, she says desperately. Please, Vo. Bohan's grunts, pulls harder. The hammer, Folka says softly. The man produces a long silver hammer. Folka takes it delicately, then walks to the ladder and slowly climbs up to the glass. Shara almost has her thumb through one loop of rope, but this has pulled another cord tight around her wrist. Folka holds the silver hammer to his lips and whispers to it, chanting something. I don't want to see him, thinks Shara. I can't. Anyone but him, anyone but Kulkin. She twists at the ropes. Something hot drips into her palm. She feels one cord slip over her pinky knuckle, then her thumb. The silver hammer quivers, its edges blurring as if the metal itself trembles, filled with an energy it can barely contain. Bohans grabs hold of the ropes, Shara lunges forward, hoping they'll break, but they hold fast. Folka holds the hammer high. The yellow-orange sunlight blazes off of the hammer's head. The dribbling heat in Shara's palm is now a trickle, thick and wet. Someone do something, thinks Shara. Folka cries out and swings the hammer forward. With a tinny snap, the glass shatters. Golden sunlight pours through, illuminating the white stone of the temple floor until it flares bright. It is a sun, a star, a blaze of light that is pure, terrible, heatless. Both Bohans and Shara cry out, blinded. The burst of light is so shocking that they twist away and fall over. Something grinds uncomfortably in Shara's wrist, a bad sprain, perhaps. Then silence. Shara waits, then looks up. The men in Kulkashtani wraps are staring at something before them. There is a figure standing in front of the broken window, sunlight falling on its shoulders. It is manlike, but it is very tall, 9 feet tall at least. If it really is he is draped in thick gray robes from head to toe, concealing his face, his hands, his feet, yet his head slowly turns from side to side with a puzzled air, taking in his environs and the kneeling men before him as if awoken from a very peculiar dream. No, whispers Shara. He lives, says Folka. He lives. The robed figure turns its head to look at him. Father Kulkin! Cries Folka. Father Kulkin, you are brought back to us. We are saved. We are saved. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Folka scurries down the ladder and joins the men before Kulkin, who still has hardly moved. Folka drops to his knees and falls to his face, hands splayed at the toes of the divinity. Father Kulkin, Folka says, are you all right? Kulkin is silent. One would mistake him for a statue if the breeze did not rustle his robes so. You have been away for many, many years, says Folka. I wish I could tell you that all the world is right and good upon your waking. But in your absence, all has gone awry, our colonies have rebelled, they have murdered your brothers and sisters, and they have enslaved us all. The men around him all nod and peek up at Kulkin, expecting him to react with shock, but Kulkin is still and silent under his grey robes. Vo, whispers Shara. Yes? Do what I do, she whispers. Still bound, she rolls over onto her face, kneels, and bows forward until her forehead kisses the floor. What are you? Penitence, Shara says quietly. Kulkin will always recognize penitence. What? Prostrate yourself before him. And do nothing else. Anything else will be considered an offense. Reluctantly, Bohans rolls over and bows as well. And if Kulkin doesn't pay much attention, thinks Shara, maybe I can finish what Vo started on my knot. Vortia was killed in the colonies, says Folka. Talhavras and Ainas were slain when the colonials invaded. And Zhukov, cowardly Zhukov, surrendered to them, and was executed. The colonials rule over us as if we are dogs, and they have outlawed our love for you, Father Kulkin. We are not allowed to worship you as we wish, to hold you in our hearts. But we have waited for you, Father Kulkin. My followers and I have kept the faith, and worked to bring you back. We even rebuilt your atrium in the seat of the world for you. I labored to carry the stones from Kavashtad itself back to this place, so when you returned you would be met by signs of praise and worship. And we have captured the most heretical betrayer of your ways, and the child of the very man who overthrew our holy lands. Folka points backward at Shara and Bohans and does a brief double take when he sees them bowed forward in penitence. Wise cowards, they throw themselves on your mercy. But so do we all. We all throw ourselves upon your mercy, Father Kulkin. We are your devoted servants. We have created an army of the sky to make war for you, but we fear this will not be enough. We beg of you, please, help us throw off our shackles, rise up, and bring righteousness and glory back to the world. The seat of the world is silent. Shara tilts her head up slightly to see and begins to quietly work one hand out of her ropes. Kulkin's head turns back and forth as he surveys his tiny, black-clad flock. He shifts from one foot to the other and examines the rest of the seat of the world. A voice is then heard somewhere in the temple, not heard with Shara's ears, but somewhere in her mind a muffled voice that could be the sound of rocks being crushed together, though there is a single word in it. Where? Folka hesitates and lifts his head. Where what, my father Kulkin? Kulkin continues staring around the seat of the world. The voice sounds again, where is the flame and the sparrow? Folka blinks and glances back at his lieutenants, who are just as dumbfounded as he is. I am not sure what you mean, Father Kulkin. When I am met, says the voice, I am to be met with the flame and the sparrow. A long pause. Why do you not bear them? I had never heard of this ritual, Father Kulkin, says Folka. He rises to a kneel, like the rest of his followers. I read so much about you, but you have been gone from this world for many hundreds of years. This must have been a rite that I missed. Do you, asks the voice, insult me? No. No, Father Kulkin, we would never do such a thing. Folka's followers fervently shake their heads. Then why do you not bear them? I didn't know, Father Kulkin. I am not even sure what they. Ignorance, says the voice, is no excuse. Kulkin steps forward and looks at his flock. His head tilts back and forth, as if seeing many things in them. You are unworthy. Folka is mute with shock. The voice says, you have bathed fruits in the waters of the ocean. You have mixed linens and cottons with your garments. You have created glass with many flaws. You have tasted the flesh of songbirds. I see these wrongs in you. You are unrepentant of them. And now, as I emerge, you do not meet me with the flame and the sparrow. Folka and his followers glance among themselves, wondering what to do. Father Kulkin, please, murmurs Folka. Please, forgive us. We followed all your edicts that we could find, that we knew. But we freed you, Father Kulkin. Please forgive you. Kulkin points at him. Folka halts as if frozen. Forgiveness, says Kulkin's voice, I ask for the worthy. Kulkin looks at Folka's followers. You are as the dust and the stone and the mud. From what Shara can see, there is no change, no flash of light, but in one instant, they are men, and in the next, they are statues of dark stone. Folka stands before Kulkin, still frozen, but alive. Shara can see his eyes turning in his sockets. And you, says Kulkin's voice. You think you are not as the dust and the stone and the mud. You will be reminded of what you are. Whatever hold Kulkin had on him is apparently lifted, and Folka falls to the ground, gasping. I will, he says. I will, Father Kulkin. I will remember, he gags, lurches forward, and shrieks with pain. My stomach, Shara can see his belly bulging, swelling, as if pregnant. Horrified, she turns her head back to face the ground. Folka shrieks build until finally they are a gurgle. She hears him fall to the ground. There is a pop. As the butterfly's bell around them vanishes, and Folka is silent, though she can hear him struggling. You will know pain. There is a sound like heavy cloth being torn. Helpless to stop herself, Shara glances up. Black round stones, hundreds of them, come spilling out of Folka's open stomach, glistening in a wash of blood, the pile growing and growing even as Shara watches. She gags. Kulkin looks up slightly, and she turns back to face the ground. Says Kulkin's voice. She and Vohans are silent. She can hear Vohans's trembling breath beside her. This is a sight I know well, says his voice. And a sight I welcome. Time may have passed, but those of flesh still require judgment. Shara feels her limbs stiffen. She wonders if Kulkin is turning them to stone, but apparently not. She is paralyzed, just as Folka was. There is a crack, and Vohans begins to slide toward Kulkin, as though the stone floor of the temple is a conveyor belt. Out of the side of her eye, Shara can see Vohans look back at her, terrified, shocked. Don't leave me. He seems to say. Don't. Come before me, says Kulkin's voice. And plead your case. Shara cannot see, but she hears Vohans's voice. And my case? Yes. You have assumed the pose of the shameful and the penitent. Plead your case, and I will consider my judgment. It's like his judgments before he pronounced his edicts, thinks Shara. But Vo doesn't know what the hell's he's doing. A long silence. Then Vohan says, I am. I am not an old man, Father Kulkin, but I have seen much life. I have lost my family. I have lost my friends. I have lost my home, in many ways. But I will not distract you with these tales. Vohans nearly shouts the word distract. If she had the mind for it, Shara would roll her eyes. Not a particularly subtle message, Vo. I am penitent, Father Kulkin, says Vohans. His voice grows stronger. I am sorrowful. I am ashamed. Namely, I am ashamed that I was asked to be ashamed, that it was expected of me. He swallows. And I am ashamed that, to a certain extent, I did as they asked. I did and I do hate myself. I hated myself because I didn't know another way to live. I am sorrowful. I am sorrowful that I happened to be born into a world where being disgusted with yourself was what you were supposed to be. I am sorrowful that my fellow countrymen feel that being human is something to repress, something ugly, something nasty. It's just a fucking shame. It really is. If Shara could move, her mouth would drop open in shock. I am penitent, says Vohans. I am penitent for all the relationships this shame has ruined. I am penitent that I've allowed my shame and unhappiness to spread to others. I've fucked men and I've fucked women, Father Kulkin. I have sucked numerous pricks, and I have had my pricks sucked by numerous people. I have fucked and been fucked. And it was lovely, really lovely. I had an excellent time doing it, and I would gladly do it again. I really would. He laughs. I have been lucky enough to find and meet and come to hold beautiful people in my arms, honestly, some beautiful, lovely, brilliant people, and I am filled with regret that my awful self-hate drove them away. I loved you, Shara. I did. I was very bad at it, but I loved you in my own confused, mixed up way. I still do. I don't know if you made the world, Father Kulkin. And I don't know if you made my people or if they made themselves. But if it was your words they taught me as a child, and if it's your words that encourage this vile self-disgust, this ridiculous self-flagellation, this incredibly damaging idea that to be human and to love and to risk making mistakes is wrong, then... well... I guess fuck you, Father Kulkin. A long, long, long silence. Then Kulkin's voice, trembling with rage, you are unworthy. The seat of the world lights up with screams. Shara struggles against her paralysis, wishing to rise up and run to Vo's side, but she cannot, whatever miracle Kulkin has used holds her down. She wants to scream with Vohans, even as his screams intensify shrieks of unbearable, inconceivable pain, louder and louder as Kulkin applies unspeakable tortures to him. Then the miracle breaks, and she is free. Shara sits up and looks. Kulkin stands before Vohans, one long, rag-wrapped finger pressed against Vohans's forehead. Vohans trembles, his flesh quaking as if the divinity is pouring endless agony and pain into him, and has completely forgotten about her. Go to him. A part of her thinks. Another part says, he baited Kulkin into doing this in order to free you. Kulkin's so angry you've slipped his mind, for now, so what will you do with this chance? Weeping, she rips her hands out of the loose ropes, shuts her eyes, remembers the lines from the Yukoshtaba, and draws a door in the air. There is the sound of a whip crack. She steps forward into the cupboard and her body vanishes from her sight. Kulkin looks up. Vohans drops to the floor, pale as snow, and does not move. Shara shuts her eyes and doesn't dare to breathe. Parnisi's cupboard does not conceal sound. Kulkin shuffles forward, his head sweeping the seat of the world. Shara feels an immense pressure exerting itself on her, as if she is sinking deeper and deeper into the ocean. He's looking for me, feeling for me. The cupboard, says Kulkin's voice. I remember this. Shara feels sick with terror. Kulkin is less than 4 feet away from her now, and she is awed by his size, his filth, the stench of decay leaking from underneath his many cloaks. I could cave in this temple, he says, and crush you. If you are still here. He looks up, into the ceiling of the seat of the world. But I have bigger things to do. Then, abruptly, Kulkin is gone, as if he had never been here. Shara still doesn't breathe. She stares about the seat of the world, wondering if the divinity could be lurking in some dark corner. A voice comes booming down out of the skies, this city has grown unworthy. Oh, no, says Shara. She looks at Vohans, wishing to go to him. Prioritize, snaps the operative's voice in her head. Grief is for later. She whispers, I'm sorry, Vo. And she stands and sprints out of the temple. Asterisk. All across Bulikov, in the fish markets and the alleys, by the solda and in the tea shops, the citizens stare at the enormous white cathedral that has suddenly appeared in their city, and jump as the voice of Kulkin echoes through the streets. You have broken countless laws, says the voice. Children at play stop where they are and listen. You have lain with one another in joy. A street sweeper, still holding his broom, slowly turns to look up into the sky. You have built floors of white stone. The elderly men at the Gashtak Solda dinner club stare at one another, then at their bottles of wine and whiskey. You have eaten bright fruits, says the voice, and allowed their seeds to rot in ditches. In a barbershop beside the solda, the barber, stunned, has removed most of an old man's mustache. The old man, just as stunned, has yet to realize. And you have walked in the day, says the voice, with your flesh exposed. You live with flesh of other flesh. You have looked upon the secrets of your flesh, and known them, and for this I weep for you. In the House of Seven Sisters Infirmary, Captain Nisrav, still bound up in many bandages, sets his pipe aside and calls to the nurses. What the fuck is going on? You have forgotten the way you should be, says the voice. A pause. I will restore you. Ochre sunlight washes over Bulikov. The citizens shield their eyes, look away from windows. And when they look back they see the view is changed. It is as if all the city blocks have been rearranged, shoved out of the way to make room for. An old woman at the corner of St. Gashtak and St. Jaili falls to her knees in awe and says, by the gods. By the gods. Splendid, beautiful white skyscrapers, lined and tipped with gold. They look like giant white herons wading among the low, grey swamp of modern Bulikov. You have forgotten all I taught you, says the voice. I have returned to remind you. You will be scourged of sin. You will be purified of temptation. A wind stirs along St. Vasily Lane. As if in a dream, dozens of pedestrians suddenly walk to the center of the street, stand together shoulder to shoulder, and face the north. They are mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters. None respond to plaintive cries from friends and family asking what's wrong. The wind increases. Citizens of Bulikov are forced to raise their hands and turn their faces away. There is a clinking and clanking, as if the wind has somehow blown thousands of metal plates down the street. When the people lower their hands and look back, they are shocked by what they see. In place of the pedestrians, 500 armored soldiers now stand in the streets. The armor they wear is huge and thick and gleaming, protecting every inch of their bodies. It is so thick they might not even be soldiers, but animated suits of armor. Their helmets depict the glinting visages of shrieking demons. Their swords are immense, nearly 6 feet in length, and flicker with a cold fire. Only Shara Komayd, who glances at the soldiers as she sprints to the embassy, recognizes them from somewhere. Had she not asked Sigrid to tear that painting off of C.D. Truniai's wall mere weeks ago? Kulkin's voice says, you will know pain, and through it you will know righteousness. The soldiers turn to the people on the sidewalk and raise their swords. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Nuligesh sees Shara running toward the fortifications and bellows to her, what in hell's is that voice talking about? It's Kulkin. Shara says, panting. The god? Yes. He's talking about his edicts. White stone floors? Eating bright fruits? Soldiers help Shara scramble over the fortifications. Those are his edicts, yes. And where the hells did these white buildings come from? It's old Bulikov, says Shara. Parts of Bulikov as it was. He must have pulled it all back in and tossed the buildings in with the normal Bulikov. Nuligesh searches for words. I have no fucking idea what you are talking about. Forget all that, what's he going to do now? What do we do now? The sound of tinny screams echoes through the streets. Nuligesh shades her eyes to look. There are people running toward us, she says. What's going on? Have you ever seen the painting The Night of the Red Sands? By Rishna? Yeah. Remember the Continental Army the Kai faces in that painting? Yeah, Nuligesh lowers her hand from her eyes, and turns to stare at Shara in horror. Yes, says Shara. It seems Rishna was quite accurate in her depiction. How? How many? Hundreds, says Shara. And Kulkin can make more if he chooses. He is a divinity, after all. But I may have a weapon he doesn't know about. Shara races upstairs to her office with Nuligesh. She opens a drawer in her desk and takes out the piece of black lead she had reworked into the point of a bolt. This, she says softly. What's that supposed to be? It's the metal the Kai used to kill the divinities, says Shara. It's immune to any divine influence. He fired this very shot through the skull of Zhukov, executing him. All we have to do is lure Kulkin out, and then someone, maybe, can use it to take a shot at him, just like during the Great War. Okay. Assuming everything you're saying is true, says Nuligesh, during the Great War, wouldn't the Kai have had hundreds or thousands of those little shots? Well. Yes. And you've only got the one? Yes. Okay. And how do we lure him out? Well. And what if that shot misses? Well, we'd have to go and get it, I suppose, Nuligesh gapes at Shara with an expression equal parts disbelief and exasperation. I didn't have time to plan this out, says Shara. I couldn't tell. I had no idea this be happening now. Well, it is. And I must admit, Chief Diplomat, I do not have much faith that that plan will work. The floor rumbles. Soldiers begin shouting outside. Shara and Milagesh reach the window just in time to see a 4-story building 10 blocks down collapsing as if it's been demolished. Glimmering steel shapes come marching out of the dust and debris, holding their giant swords straight up. They're strong enough to destroy buildings? Says Shara aloud in disbelief. And what is your plan, asks Milagesh, for dealing with those? She adjusts her glasses. How much weaponry do you have? We have the typical bolt shots, plus 5 repeat shot small cannons. She makes a small O with her forefinger and thumb. You crank them and they fire rounds about this big twice every second. No other large cannonry? She shakes her head. None. The treaties outlawed mobile heavy cannonry on the continent. And do you think those rounds could pierce the armor of those things? Well, it's divine armor, right? But perhaps Kulkin, Shara wonders aloud, does not yet know about gunpowder. I'm not really willing to take that chance. My suggestion would be to retreat. But those things appear to move very fast. And even if we did retreat, that'd still leave the flying warships, says Shara. Milagesh stares at her, incredulous. What flying warships? No time to explain now. Do we have a working telegraph? Milagesh shakes her head. Line went dead just minutes ago. Everything electrical has stopped working, actually. It must be Kulkin's influence. But I don't think we can retreat, and I don't think we can stay, and we can't signal ahead to Galadesh. Shara rubs her temples. I always wondered if I'd die for my country, she thinks, but I never thought it'd be like this. She glances back at her open drawer, wishing, stupidly, that she might find a second plug of black lead to use. She sees a small leather bag sitting in her drawer, inside of which, she knows, are a dozen or so little white pills. Says Shara. She picks up the bag and peers into it. If you're starting to think of something, says Milagesh, I advise you think fast. She picks out a pill and holds it up. Philosopher's Stones. The drug you used on the kid in the jail? Yes. They help one commune with the divine, but they also amplify the effects of many miracles. So? This is suicide, thinks Shara. So? Says Milagesh again. To not do it is also suicide. She reluctantly says, I know a lot of miracles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All right. Shouts Milagesh. Listen up. Another building collapses several blocks away. The Saypuri soldiers glance at one another uneasily, but Milagesh continues, ever since you were kiddos you all wanted to be the Kai, didn't you? You wanted to fight those wars, to win those victories, to feel that glory? Well, I will remind you, boys and girls, of a history lesson. Something explodes beside the solda, a fireball 20 feet across rises into the air between 2 tall white skyscrapers. Do you remember how the Night of the Red Sands got its name? It's because when the Kai brought his scrawny army of about 100 freed slaves to the desert of Hadesh, they wound up facing not only the divinity Vortya, but also 5,000 armored continental warriors. Warriors a hell of a lot like those. She points down the street, where silver shapes hack and slash at crowds and wagons and cars and buildings, anything. They were outnumbered 10 to 1, on flat terrain, with absolutely no strategic advantage. Any decent strategist would have decided they were done for. Hells, I would have decided they were done for. But they weren't, because the Kai brought up a cannon, loaded it with a special shot, and fired it directly through Vortya's damned face. She taps the center of her forehead. And the second Vortya died, all the armor those Continentals were wearing, which was so thick, so heavy, so impenetrable, and so miraculously light, suddenly became as heavy as it would normally be. And the army collapsed underneath it. These terrifying soldiers, without their divinity, were helpless, trapped beneath hundreds and hundreds of pounds of iron and steel. And the Kai's army, a bunch of untrained slaves and farmers who had lived their whole lives being punished and abused by those soldiers, waited among them and used knives, and rocks, and fucking gardening tools to finish them off. One of the cranes working on the new Solda bridge tips back and forth like a metronome, then topples into the icy water. Flocks of brown starlings wheel above the city, shrieking and cheeping. They slaughtered 5,000 men in one night. They slaughtered them as a winemaker prunes grapes from the vine. The blood was so deep it went up to their ankles. And that, boys and girls, is why they call it the Night of the Red Sands. Shara is standing in the middle of the courtyard, counting out pills and guessing the right dosage. Will I go mad? Will Kulkin swoop into my mind and destroy me? Will I simply topple over, dead, and leave my soldiers and my people here to die? Or perhaps it will just be like having too much tea. Now let me remind you of our current predicament. Says Milagesh. We face ridiculous odds, yes. Absurd odds. But we are trained soldiers. And we have on our side the great-granddaughter of the Kai, who just a month ago brought down a divine horror that was ravaging this very city. You wish to relive history? Are your standards so low? You will make it this day. You are heroes that will be sung about for centuries to come. You are legends. And you will be victorious. To Shara's utter surprise, a bloodthirsty cheer rises up among the soldiers. They begin to chant, Komayd! 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 Shara turns a furious beet red and mutters, oh me goodness, . Now man these fortifications, says Nuligesh, and I want you to aim for those things' fucking eyes, do you hear me? They might be armored, but they're not perfect. The soldiers cheer and rush to the fortifications behind the embassy walls. Nuligesh saunters over to where Shara stands. How'd I do? Very good, says Shara. You ought to do this for a living. Funny, says Nuligesh. She peers through the gates. Those things know we're here. It looks like they break off about a dozen for each building, and we're about to get our fair share. Are you ready? Shara hesitates. This is 5 times the dosage I gave the boy in the jail. And? So I have absolutely no idea if potency correlates with quantity. And? So I mean that even if this does work, there is a very good chance I may overdose and die. Nuligesh shrugs. Yeah, probably. Welcome to war. Let's see if you can do something before you actually die, though, okay, How can you be so calm about this? Nuligesh watches the advancing armored soldiers. It's like swimming, she says. You think you've forgotten how to do it, but then you jump in, and suddenly it's like you never stopped doing it at all. If you're going to do this, Chief Diplomat, she points at the pills in Shara's hand, do it. Because we're about to find out if our guns are worth a damn against those things. ******. The armored soldiers line up and begin to march toward the embassy with metronomic precision. Teeth-rattling clanks echo across the streets and over the walls. Nuligesh mounts the foremost gun battery and shouts, focus on the one on the right. The repeat shooters slowly swivel to aim at the rightmost armored soldier, who does not react at all. Nuligesh waits for the armored soldiers to come in range, then drops her hand and bellows, fire. The repeat shooters do not sound at all like cannons, Shara finds, but rather like huge saws in a sawmill. Rainbows of bronze casings tumble over the edge of the gun batteries and tinkle on the embassy courtyard. Shara watches, hoping the armored soldier will simply explode. Rather, the soldier slows down, small holes and dents appearing in its breastplate and face and legs. It makes a sound like a kitchen cabinet overflowing with an endless stream of pots and pans. The repeat shooters maintain the stream of bullets. The armored soldier begins wobbling on its ragged legs. After nearly a full half-minute of shooting, the soldier falls over. Instantly, a flock of brown starlings come fluttering out of the many gaps in the armor, which falls apart as if it had been held together by strings. Brown starlings, thinks Shara, surprised. But that's one of Zhukov's tricks. The soldier behind it implacably steps over the tattered armor, as if the death of its comrade means nothing. Nuligesh looks back at Shara and grimly shakes her head, no good. Keep firing. She shouts to her men, and they pour a stream of fire into the advancing soldiers, which slows them but does not come close to stopping them. 10 of them, thinks Shara. It'll take 5 whole minutes to kill them all. The soldiers are 100 yards away now. Their feet clank and rattle with each step. Do it, Shara! Shouts Nuligesh. We can't hold them off. Shara looks down at the tiny white pills in her hand. 70 yards. Do it! I damn my fate, thinks Shara, with all my heart. She stuffs the pills in her mouth and swallows. *****. Shara waits. Nothing happens. The armored soldiers are 50 yards away. Oh dear, says Shara. Oh, no. It's not working at all. It's not. Shara gags. Then she jerks forward slightly, gripping her stomach, and touches her mouth. I don't feel, she swallows. I don't feel exactly, . She falls to her knees, coughs, and begins to vomit, but what she vomits is rivers and rivers of white snow, as if inside of her is a frozen mountain sloughing off an avalanche, and it all comes pouring out of her mouth, complete with stones and sticks and flecks of dark mud. One of the soldiers turns away in disgust. By the seas. The world ripples around her. Color bursts in the corners of her eyes. The sky is parchment, the earth is tar, the white skyscrapers of Bulikov burn as if lit by torches. Oh me goodness, oh me goodness, oh me goodness. Her skin is fire and ice. Her eyes burn in their sockets. Her tongue is too big for her mouth. She screams for 5 seconds before getting control of herself. Ambassador? Says Muligesh. Are you all right? These are just the psychedelic effects, she tries to tell herself. Words appear written in the stones before her, these are just the psychedelic effects. Shara says, what a curious drug this is, but the words come from tiny mouths that have appeared on the backs of her hands. How marvelous. If you're going to do something, Muligesh's screamed words make coils of fire in the air, then do it now. Shara looks up at the advancing soldiers. She counts them and shouts, 9. For reasons that immediately escape her. She immediately sees that they are walking tangles of many complicated miracles, but inside there are real human beings, people who have been forcefully conscripted into Kulkin's service. Yet the second the armor is too damaged, she sees, the miracle turns them into starlings, and sends them away. Which is definitely something Zhukov would do. She runs up the fortifications and cries to the soldiers, what armor is it you wear? That of Kulkin, or that of Zhukov? Which divinity do you pay fealty to? But, of course, they don't answer. Then she laughs madly. Oh, wait. Wait. I forgot. Not. 20 yards away. Forgot what? Screams Muligesh. I forgot I do know Ovsky's candlelight. Cries Shara happily. I read that one long ago. She faces the platoon of armored soldiers, scarecrows, she thinks, and remembers the nature of this miracle, all hearts are like candles. Focus the light of yours, and it will remove all barriers. Shara imagines the soldiers as a metal wall before her. The soldiers flicker with a golden honey light. Then, it's as if an immense column of burning wind blows through them, the soldiers glow red-hot, blur. And suddenly there is an enormous flock of starlings in the street, screeching and cheeping. They flutter up through the canyon of buildings and into the sky, a dark thundercloud raining brown feathers. The armored soldiers have collapsed into a sloshing lake of molten metal. Only the bottom parts of their legs remain, sticking up out of the bright yellow-red tide like 9 pairs of forgotten metal boots. Shara stares at her hands. Written on the inside of her palms in large type is, I don't fucking believe it. I don't fucking believe it. Screams Muligesh. The soldiers shout in triumph and disbelief, banging their bolt shots on the embassy wall. 3 more armored soldiers turn and march down the street toward them. The repeat shooters turn and begin to fire, and the metal soldiers quiver as if cold, but do not stop. Miracles are just formal requests, Shara thinks wildly. It's like having a form pre-printed and filled out and handing it in to get exactly what you want. But you don't always have to do it that way. You can make it up as you go along, so long as you do it right. What is she shouting about? Says Muligesh. Something about filling out forms? Says a soldier, bewildered. Shara points at the leftmost armored soldier. You're a person wearing armor, she thinks at it, but it's just made of spoons, that. The armored soldier appears to dissolve like a child's sandcastle struck with a wave, collapsing into a cloud of thousands of tumbling metal spoons that go planking to the cement. Another burst of starlings, which wheel away into the darkening sky. Shara bursts out laughing and claps like a child at a magic show. What the hells? Says Muligesh. Shara points at the next 2 and shouts, spoons. Spoons. And both of them dissolve as well. More starlings come fluttering out, as if their roosts have collapsed beneath them. It's easy. Shouts Shara. It's easy once you think about it. I just never thought about it the right way. There are so many muscles you can flex, you just don't know about them. Then the sky flickers, it's like the sky is a paper backdrop, and someone behind it, someone very big, just touched it. There is a pulse in the air that only Shara seems to feel. She hears Kulkin's voice softly whisper in her ear, Alvos? Is that you? Shara stops smiling. Oh, she says. Oh, dear. What is it? Asks Muligesh. The voice inside Shara's head says, Alvos? What are you doing? Why did you not help us? What's going on? Asks Muligesh, impatient. He knows I'm here, says Shara. Kulkin knows I'm here. Asterisk. Are you sure you aren't just hallucinating? Asks Muligesh. The voice says, Alvos? Sister wife? Why do you hide from me, from us? I'm positive, says Shara. I don't think I could hallucinate something this strange. What are you going to do? Shara rubs her chin. I will have to make my own fortifications against this particular assault. She turns to face the city. But why does he think, she wonders, that I am Alvos? She feels something like a hand reach into her mind to try to grasp this thought. Alvos? Says the voice. Is it really you? Are you hurt like we are? She must clear her mind. She has to clear her mind. She begins on the physical reality around her. The soldiers are purely physical creations, so she unrolls the street running along the embassy walls. The Saypuri soldiers stare as the stone and asphalt vanish, and fills it up with freezing water, water so cold it will shatter metal. A thick ribbon of fog now lies in front of the embassy. 2 armored soldiers advance out of the ruin of a shop. The repeat shooters fire. Briefly, before the soldiers step into the lake of swirling, freezing mist, there is the hissing sound of rapidly contracting metal, and the soldiers glaze over with frost. The next burst of shot from the repeat shooters causes them to explode like crashing mirrors, and hundreds of brown starlings take to the sky. The voice, or is it 2 voices, inside her mind asks, "Why do you fight us? Have you done something wrong?" "I must construct barriers," thinks Shara. "I must keep it out." Information, Shara realizes, can be received by so many different channels, and so few channels speak to one another. Just as an antenna cannot receive a telegram, a radio transmitter cannot make sense of a simple document, even though it is all just information, really. The human brain has such a limited number of channels and so few antennae, so few receivers. Yet Shara's own brain, she now realizes, has just had an untold number of antennae and receivers added, so that all the information she thought was hidden can now course directly into her mind. Shara looks out at Bulikov and sees the machinery behind the reality, the many wheels and gears and supports, and she sees how ruined and broken it all is. How phenomenally complicated this city was before the blink, more than anyone could have guessed. This is what Talhavras made, she thinks, before he died. A chain of miracles upon miracles forever operating behind the scenes. She sets to work building a shelter out of the ruins of the sub-reality around her. To Muligesh and the soldiers, it looks as if Shara is conducting an invisible orchestra, but they cannot see the impossibly heavy pieces she is moving into place, the divine structures hidden to their eyes. It's like making a lean-to, thinks Shara, out of the ruins of a bridge. The voice in her head says, "Why do you run from us? Why did you abandon us, all those?" Shara wonders, what in the world is going on? She maneuvers one giant piece to block a gap, and just as she does the world goes black, and she sees Kulkin standing before her on a sea of darkness, his grey robes rippling. "They imprisoned me," he whispers. "They locked me away, stuffed me in a tiny corner of the universe, just for trying to help my people. And then Zhukov came to me. He visited me in my cell, and he hurt me. He hurt me so much." Kulkin vanishes, and in his place is a skinny man dressed in a tricorn hat tipped with bells, and a jester's outfit made of furs. "I had to," snarls the man. His voice is like 1,000 starlings screaming. "They were killing us. They killed our children. They piled the bodies of our children to rot in giant graves. I had to do something. I had to hide myself away." The vision fades. Shara is dripping with cold sweat and trembling. "I must block them out," she says to herself. "I must block them out." In the corner of her eyes, she sees another handful of armored soldiers approach, touch the mist, and freeze. "Fire," says Muligesh. The repeat shooters eat them alive, and the street swirls with starlings. Shara probes her invisible barrier with her mind. She can almost see the holes, for through the gaps the sky is the color of yellow parchment. Outside, she thinks, Kulkin is turning the real world into his own, his divine influence is remaking Bulikov's reality. She pulls more divine struts down and uses them to cover the openings, but as she does, Kulkin appears and says, "You were older than me, the only one older than me. I listened to you, Alvos. When you were gone, I grew frightened, and I asked my flock to tell me what to do. I think I made so many mistakes, Alvos." Kulkin vanishes again. The skinny man in the tricorn hat appears and angrily shouts, "I looked for you. I searched for you, Alvos. You were the only survivor, besides me. I needed your help. I was forced to resort to faking my own death, pulling down my creations, letting my children die. I was forced to hide with Kulkin in his miserable little jail cell for years and years." Shara tries to focus. Zhukov is alive too, she thinks in shock as she fills this gap. But why did only Kulkin appear when the glass broke? So many little gaps. So many tiny places he or they or it or whatever it is could slip in. "I am not stopping him," thinks Shara. This is just defending, delaying everything, while Bulikov burns and people die. 15 more armored soldiers touch the icy mist and freeze. Muligesh's repeaters tear them apart. Starlings take flight like a cloud of flies. Kulkin appears before her. "What am I to do? What are we to do?" Then he is gone. Zhukov appears, spitting and snarling, "Kill them all. Kill them for what they did to us. Incest and matricide and bitterness and horrors. My own progeny, my own blessed kin rises up against us and slaughters us like sheep. Let them burn. Let them burn. Then she understands, no. No, it's not possible. I saw only one divinity standing in the seat of the world, heard only one voice, didn't I? The clink and clank of the armored soldier's footsteps. The scream of the repeat shooters. The screech of millions of starlings. Then the skies ripple like the surface of a dark lake. Kulkin's voice rings out through Bulikov, stop. Instantly, the armies of clanking armored soldiers halt. Shara feels a giant eye swivel to look at her. She looks down the street before the embassy. A tall, robed figure stands watching her, 6 blocks down. Kulkin cocks his head. You, says his voice, are not all those. Shara frantically fumbles with the divine machinery surrounding her, trying to pull it together, trying to protect her people, her countrymen. Kulkin shakes his head. Tricks and games, he says. The air quivers. Rivers of armored soldiers march out of the alleys, and all line up on the street leading up to the embassy. It is all just tricks and games. The sea of armored soldiers turns to face the embassy and starts marching. No, whispers Shara. No, no, no. Instantly she feels a huge, terrible pressure on all the defenses she's constructed, her river of freezing water begins unraveling, her divine shelter creaks and groans, her very mind trembles. Madness spills into her skull like water on a sinking ship. She tries to push back. But it is like an insect, she thinks, trying to push back against the lowering foot of a man. The freezing water fades. The streets are flooded with gleaming soldiers. 3 of them hurl their massive blades at the walls. The swords hack through the white stone, and Saypuri soldiers tumble back shrieking from a gunpost. To Shara's surprise, little Petri Sucharashny, screaming a tinny war cry, mans the abandoned cannon and opens fire. Shara tries to use Ovsky's candlelight, but it's like the oxygen is sucked out of the air, and she cannot even make a spark. Everything pushes on her, pushes and pushes and pushes, floodwaters piling up against a dam. I will die as countless Saypuris died, she thinks. 1,000 divine soldiers push upon her invisible walls. Crushed under the machinery of the divine. Then one of the soldiers beside her screams, look. In the sky. Ships. There are ships sailing in the sky. Shara feels the pressure immediately release. She falls to the ground, gasping and half dead. She looks over the wall and sees Kulkin staring up. Apparently this turn of events is a surprise even to him. Shara, choking and coughing, thinks, no, no. Have they already destroyed Galadesh? After all this, is everything already lost? She tries to peer through the tears in her eyes, and sees, to her confusion, that there is only one ship in the sky. Then she hears another soldier's voice, is that a Drailing flag that ship is flying? Muligesh says, I know that. That's the flag of King Harkwald. What the hells is going on? Shara says, Sigrid. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The good ship Mornviva, once occupied by 23 souls, now occupied by 1 soul stowaway, cuts through the clouds and the wind like a dream. Sigrid stands at the wheel, puffing at his pipe, and makes a slight adjustment south-southwest. Sigrid laughs. He can't remember the last time he laughed. Shipborne for the first time in years and smoking his pipe. It is a blessing he never thought he'd have again. There is no greater pleasure, he thinks, than to sail once more. On the mast before him is a large steel plate sporting a very large ring, and once, 23 cables were tied to this ring, anchoring all the crew to the ship. However, now there are only 23 severed ends of cables hanging from the ring, and they click and clack in the brutal winds. To be frank, it might be the easiest time Sigrid has ever had taking a ship. If you just aim a cannon at every other ship in the Armada, fire once. In retrospect, Sigrid reflects that this ship was not designed to fire that many guns at once, so he is lucky the thing didn't fall apart under the stress, run up to the deck in the confusion, cut all the cables, and grab the wheel and tip the ship over ever so slightly. Sigrid grins wickedly as he remembers all the little black figures tumbling through the clouds, rushing down to the embrace of the world. The restorationists bet everything on Saypur, never expecting air-to-ground combat, but they, similarly, never considered air-to-air. Sigrid sees the embassy below, and the river of silver soldiers before it, and the giant robed figure standing at its back. He sets the course and trots below decks. He had no idea what to expect, certainly not this, but he had all the cannons ready, though some require minor adjustments. Straight ahead, he reminds himself. Start at the beginning of that stripe of silver, and work down. Fire, says Sigrid. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The retort of the first 6-incher is like hearing a whole mountain cave in. Down. Screams Muligesh, but Shara does not listen. Shara turns to the street and pulls up a thick wall of soft snow, and she tells it to hang in space. The first block of armored soldiers explodes. Evidently, though divine armor was designed to protect many things, the divinities never expected 6-inch cannons. Shara and everyone else on the fortifications are blown backward. Metal goes clanging off of building fronts. Shrapnel flies into the veil of snow, slows, and tumbles softly to the ground. The sky is black with starlings. The next retort sounds in the skies, and another, as if an immense thunderstorm is breaking open above them. Huge explosions march down the street toward Kulkin, who stands with his head at an angle, as if thinking, this is very unusual. This is all very unusual. Asterisk. Sigurd watches, pleased, as the divine army is progressively decimated by the cannon fire. He adjusts the Morn Viva and aims her bow at the robed figure. Couple hundred shells going off, he thinks, should make quite a pop. He spots a white structure with a crystal roof from old Bulikov. What are all these white buildings doing here? He wonders, walks to the side of the ship, and readies himself. Probably won't survive this, he says aloud. Then he shrugs. Ah, well. I always thought I would die sailing. Sigurd jumps, the crystal roof flies at him much too quickly, he sees the sky in its glittering reflection. My hand, he realizes. It no longer aches. The sky breaks apart. Asterisk. Shara sits up just in time to see the belly of the steel ship part the smoke above them. A tiny dark shape flies from its side and plummets into one of the white buildings. Kulkin watches, curious, as the metal ship sails down, speeding toward him, the wings cutting through the street facades and raining stone on the sidewalks. Shara realizes what is about to happen. She throws up another layer of snow, then a second, then a third, and screams, off the wall. Everyone off the wall. Kulkin watches with a slight air of disbelief as the bow of the ship flies at him, crumples on his brow. The world is turned to fire. Asterisk. Shara is deaf, dumb, blind. The world is clanging, ringing, smashing, crashing, cheeping, fluttering, and she is sure the massive amount of psychedelics she took is not helping. She hears Muligesh groan from nearby, my arm. My fucking arm. Shara sits up and looks through the gates, which are bent and torn. At first all she can see is smoke and flame. Then the wind slowly, gently scrapes the smoke away. The building, shops, and homes all down the street leading up to the embassy have been halved. Wooden teeth and partial living rooms droop over the exposed foundations. The street itself has been pulverized into a rocky, smoking ditch. Starlings sit on the windowsills, on the streetlights, on the sidewalks, silently watching something. Kulkin stands in the middle of the street, slightly hunched over, his robes and rags fluttering in the smoke. No, she thinks. Not Kulkin. Shara stands, takes the bolt point of black lead from her pocket, and limps down the street to the silent divinity. That hurt, didn't it? She calls. The divinity does not answer. You've never experienced the destructive capabilities of our modern age, she says. Perhaps the modern rejects you as much as you reject it. The divinity raises its head to look at her, but otherwise does nothing. Maybe you can keep fighting. But I don't think you have it in you. This world doesn't want you anymore. And even more, you don't want it. The divinity angrily says, I am pain. Shara stands before it and says, and you are pleasure. The divinity hesitates, and says, I am judgment. You are corruption. Then, defiantly, I am order. You are chaos. I am serenity. You are madness. I am discipline. You are rebellion. Trembling with fury, the divinity says, I am Kulkin. Shara shakes her head. You are Zhukov. The divinity is silent. Though she cannot see its eyes, she knows it is staring at her. Zhukov faked his death, didn't he? Says Shara. He saw what was happening to the continent, so he faked his death, and hid, and sent a copy of himself in his place. He was the divinity of trickery, after all. The old text said he hid in a pane of glass, but we never knew what that meant, or I didn't, until today. When I saw Kulkin's jail cell a single pane of clear glass. The divinity bows its head. It seems to tremble slightly. Then it lifts a hand and pulls off its robes. It is Kulkin, the stern man made of clay and stone. It is Zhukov, the skinny, laughing man of fur and bells. It is both of them, both divinities twisted together, shoved together, melded into one person. Kulkin's head, with Zhukov's warped face appearing at Kulkin's neck, one arm on one side, a forked arm with two clenched fists on the other, two legs, but one leg has 2 feet. It stares at her with muddled, mad eyes, a tottering, tortured wreck of a human form. Then its faces wrinkle, and it begins to weep. Its 2 mouths scream in 2 voices, I am everything. I am nothing. I am the beginning and I am the end. I am the fire and I am the water. I am of the light and I am of the dark. I am chaos and I am order. I am life and I am death. It turns to the ruined buildings of Bulikov. Listen to me. Will you listen to me? I have listened to you. Will you listen to me? Just tell me what I should be for you. Tell me. Please, just tell me. Tell me, please. I see now, says Shara. The prison cell was meant only for Kulkin, wasn't it? For Zhukov to hide there, he had to become Kulkin, says the divinity. It puts its hands over its ears, as if hearing a roaring cacophony. Too many things, too many, all in one. Too many things I needed to be. Too many people I needed to serve. Too much, too much. The world is too much. It looks at Shara pleadingly. I don't want to do this anymore. Shara looks down at the tiny black blade in her fingers. The divinity follows her gaze, nods, and says through its two mouths, do it. Despite everything, Shara hesitates. Do it, the divinity says again. I never really knew what they wanted. I never really knew what they needed me to be. The divinity kneels. Do it. Please. Shara walks around behind the divinity, bends low, and places the black blade at its throat. As she says, I'm sorry, the divinity whispers, thank you. Shara grasps its forehead and pulls the blade across. Instantly, the divinity is gone, as if it never was. The air fills with crashes and groans as hundreds of white skyscrapers come tumbling down, and screams as innumerable starlings take flight. Good historians keep the past in their head and the future in their heart. Efrem Pangyui, on History Lost. What is sown? Shara lies in the tub of warm water in the darkroom, trying not to think. Sheer white undergarments cling and suck to her flesh. Her eyes are wrapped with bandages to keep the light out, yet still she sees bursts of colored light and colorful words, and her head still thrums and bangs with a monstrous migraine. She is not so sure she wouldn't have preferred simply dying from the philosopher's stones. To deal with a hangover this hellish and psychedelic is something she did not anticipate. She knows she is lucky to receive any care at all. The hospitals of Bulikov are overwhelmed with the injured and the maimed. It is only here, in the hospital at the governor's quarters, that Shara and her comrades could be looked after. She hears a door open, and someone enters in soft shoes. Shara sits up and hoarsely asks, how many? The person slowly sits in the chair beside the tub. How many? She says again. Petrey's voice says, we're over 2,000 now. Shara shuts her eyes behind the bandages. She feels hot tears on her cheeks. General Noor informs us that this is, despite everything, actually a good thing. So much of Bulikov was destroyed, well, the amount of Bulikov that was there before all the buildings from old Bulikov appeared, I mean. But then, well, almost all of those new buildings were destroyed when you killed Kulkin. It wasn't Kulkin, says Shara hoarsely. But kindly get to the point. Well, General Noor says that 2,000 casualties is a low figure, considering the amount of destruction. He thinks you distracted he thinks you distracted the divinity, slowed it down, which gave the city time to evacuate. And many of the people, as I understand it, had been transformed into some kind of birds. And a few hours after the divinity died, they all started turning back into people, confused, cold, and, totally nude. You don't say. Yes. The hills around Bulikov were suddenly filled with hundreds of naked people. Hypothermia became a concern, though we've gathered and clothed and treated them as best they could. Noor has asked if you could possibly explain this. It was a trick that Zhukov used to do, worked on a mass scale, says Shara. When he wanted to hide someone, he turned them into a flock of starlings. I expect that, in order to save people from the fate Kulkin had forced them into, Zhukov simply extended this protection to them. Rather than see harm, they took to the skies as flocks of birds. How did so many die? Petrey coughs. Most perished when the buildings collapsed, but many casualties occurred during the evacuation. Apparently it was more of a stampede. What a neutered word is casualties, thinks Shara. And how pleasant it must be, to sit behind a desk and pare a lost life down to a statistic. It's all a tragedy, Petrey, says Shara. A horrible, monstrous tragedy. Well, yes, but, it was their god, wasn't it? Doing what they asked of it? No, says Shara. Then she adds, and yes. General Noor is aware that your recovery might be more, mental than physical, but he has asked me to see if I can retrieve clarification on this. You've been promoted, Petrey. Congratulations. Petrey coughs again, uncomfortable. Somewhat, yes. I am assisting the regional governor's office now. Mostly because almost all of the embassy and Polis governor's staff is indisposed. You behaved quite admirably during the fight. You deserve it. How is Muligesh? She's stable. The arm could not be saved. It had been quite crushed. It was, at least, not her good arm. Shara groans. Muligesh takes it in stride, however. She insists on smoking in the hospital, something that has upset everyone. But she will not listen. Sigurd, however. Shara tenses up. Please, she thinks. Not him, too. He has stupefied all the doctors. How so? Well, by being alive, first of all, says Pitre. And while removing the glass, a full 3 pounds of glass and shrapnel from his wounds, they discovered the crackle of paper as he pulls out a list. 4 bolt tips, 1 bullet, 5 darts, some kind of exotic, tribal things, from Kibos, thinks Shara. I told him to get a doctor that time. And 6 teeth that appear to be from some kind of shark. The doctors concluded that most of these were from injuries or altercations that took place, well before this battle. That sounds about right. But he will survive? He will. He will probably need to stay in the hospital for some time, but yes. He looks to make a full recovery, despite everything, unbelievably. And he seems quite merry. Merry? Sigurd? Yes. He asked me how I was, then he gave me some money and told me to procure Petrikovs once more, a woman of the evening. Shara shakes her head. My. You leave the world for a handful of days and hear rumors of everything changing. I am sorry to ask, says Pitre, but General Noor has been quite insistent with me on the matter of, the issue of the divinity, or divinities, or. She does not answer. She slowly sits back in the bath. Even if you have no concrete conclusions. Even if you have only guesses about what happened, I'm sure he will be happy to consider those. Shara sighs and lets the warm water slosh into her ears. Let it wash away my memories, she thinks. Wash it all away. She summarizes her conclusions about Zhukov hiding in the pane of glass with Kulkin. I suspect it was also Zhukov himself who sank the seat of the world through divine means, to secure his hiding place. But just before he did so, he sent out a familiar, perhaps a Muvos disguised as himself, to go to the Kai and surrender. This was what the Kai executed, and when he did, Zhukov essentially pulled the strings on many of his divine creations, allowing all he built to fall to ruin, also no one would believe he was still alive. Why would he do all this? Revenge, I expect, says Shara. He could be a very merry divinity, unless you crossed him. Then he was wildly vindictive. Zhukov knew that the Kai had a weapon against which he had no power, so I believe he opted to wait and return once the threat had passed. I am not sure how he planned to do that. Perhaps he arranged some sort of method of contacting anyone who looked for a divinity hard enough that would explain how he reached Folka Vatrov, at least. That is just a guess, as I said. But I doubt if Zhukov expected the side effects of submitting to imprisonment with Kulkin. Being fused together? Yes. The warp thing I met told me the prison was made for only Kulkin. To stay there, Zhukov was slowly but surely melded with Kulkin, perhaps absorbed by him. They were 2 diametrically opposed divinities, chaos and order, lust and discipline. It was Zhukov, after all, who convinced the other divinities to imprison Kulkin in the first place. The end result was the mad, confused thing that begged me to kill it. Noor wishes me to confirm that no more divinities will be appearing. I can confirm only that no one knows the whereabouts of Alvos, who is now the last surviving divinity. But no one has seen her for nearly 1,000 years, and I doubt if she'd ever be a threat. Alvos has shown no interest in worldly matters since her disappearance, which was well before the Kai was ever born. And, we also wish to confirm that the powers you experienced using the Philosopher's Stones cannot be duplicated. That I cannot say for sure. But probably. More and more, the continent is less divine, which means that the Philosopher's Stones allow access to less and less power. Is that all it took back in the continent's heyday? Take a handful of those pills, and attain godlike powers? Shara smirks. In case you have forgotten, the divinity almost crushed me like a bug once I got its attention. My powers were definitely not godlike. But that is how things used to work here. There are records of priests and acolytes taking copious quantities of Philosopher's Stones and performing astounding miracles, and frequently dying shortly thereafter. She rubs her head. Frankly, I almost envy them. Pitre is silent for a few moments. Then, the papers in Galadesh. They think you are AH. Don't, says Shara. But you are being seal. I don't want to hear it. They don't know what it means. They should be mourning. It might have been mostly Continentals who died, yes. It might have been Continentals who the confused, misled, freed their continental god and asked it to attack us. But I was asked many times if we could help the continent in any way before this catastrophe. I think it was already too late when I heard those pleas. But I was warned that this would happen, and I chose to listen to policy instead. Noor is committed to helping the survivors, chief diplomat. Saypur will help Bulikov survive. Survive, says Shara, sinking down. Survive and do what? Water fills her ears and washes over her face, yet among the sloshing and bubbles she imagines she hears the voice of Efrem Pangyui, one death among thousands, yes, but one she feels will plague her until her last days. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later Shara tours the recovery efforts with General Noor's executive committee. The armored car bustles and bangs over the broken roads of the city, not helping Shara's headache, which has only faintly receded. She is forced to wear dark glasses, as the sight of sunlight still pains her. Doctors have informed her that this damage may be permanent. She finds this somehow quite easy to accept. I have looked upon things not meant to be seen, and I have not escaped unscathed. I assure you, this is not necessary, says General Noor, bristling with disapproval. We have matters well in hand. And you should be in recovery, Chief Diplomat Komayd. It is my duty as Chief Diplomat of Bulikov, she says, to concern myself with the welfare of my assigned city. I will go where I wish. And I have some personal matters to attend to. What she sees wounds her heart: parents and children covered in bandages, field clinics packed to bursting with patients, shanty houses, rows and rows of wooden coffins, some of them very small. And Vo, lost amidst the carnage. If I had discovered Folka sooner, thinks Shara, this might have never happened. It's like the blink, she says. It's like how things were after the blink. We did tell you, says Noor quietly at one field tent, that you would not like what you saw. I knew I would not like what I saw, says Shara. But it is my responsibility to see it. It is not all gloom. We have had some local help. Noor gestures to a section of a field clinic staffed by bald, barefoot continentals in pale orange robes. These people have swarmed our offices, and more or less taken over in some cases. They are an invaluable gift, I must say. They relieve us as we await more aid from Galadesh. One of the Alvishtani monks, a short, thick-set woman, turns to Shara and bows deeply. Shara bows back. She finds that she is weeping. Chief Diplomat, says Noor, startled. Are you? Would you like us to take you back? No, no, says Shara. No, it's quite all right. She walks to the Alvishtani monk, bows again, and says, thank you so much for all you do. It is nothing, says the monk. She smiles kindly. Her eyes are wide and strangely red-brown, the color of an ember. Please don't weep. Why do you weep so? I just. It is so good of you come unasked for. But we were asked, says the monk. Suffering asks for us. We have to come. Please, don't cry so. She takes Shara's hand. Something dry and square brushes up against Shara's palm. A note? Thank you anyway, says Shara. Thank you so much. The monk bows again, and Shara rejoins Noor's staff in her tour. When she is alone, she quickly reaches into her pocket and takes out the note the monk gave her. I know a friend of Efrem Pangyui. Meet me outside the governor's quarters gates. Tonight at 9 o'clock, and I will take you to them. Shara walks to a fire burning in a campsite and sets the note alight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The air in the countryside outside of Bulikov is cold, but it is not as cold as it was. Shara watches as her breath makes only a small cloud of frost, and she realizes spring is coming. The seasons ignore even the death of a divinity. The hills beyond the walls of the governor's quarters are given soft shape by the stars above. The moon is a white smudge behind the clouds, the road a bone-colored ribbon. There is a footfall from the darkness. Shara looks up and confirms no guards are posted. Are you there? She asks. An answering whisper, this way. At the edge of the forest, a gleam of candlelight flickers and is quickly hidden. Shara walks toward where she saw the candlelight. Someone throws back a hood, revealing the sheen of a bald pate. As she nears, she can make out the face of the female monk from the clinic. Who are you? Asks Shara. A friend, the monk says. She gestures to Shara to come closer. Thank you for coming. Are you alone? I am. Good. I will take you the rest of the way. Please, follow me closely. Very few have taken this road, it can be somewhat dangerous. Who are you taking me to? To another friend. There are still many questions you have, I could see it in you. I know someone who might be able to answer some of them. She turns and leads Shara into the forest. Spokes of moonlight slide over the monk's shoulders as they walk. Can you tell me anything more? I could tell you much more, says the monk. But it would do you no good. Shara, irritated, contents herself to follow. The road bends and winds and turns. She questions the wisdom of meeting outside the governor's quarters, then she notes that she never noticed the forest here was quite so large. The terrain slopes up. Shara and the monk make a careful passage across rocky trenches, white stone creek beds, through copses of pines. Shara thinks, when did they plant pines out here? Her labored breath creates huge clouds of frost. They crest a stony hill, and she looks out on a snow-laden, ivory landscape. But I thought it was getting warmer. What is this place? The monk gestures forward without looking back. Her bare feet make tiny tracks in the snow. They tread down over the frozen hills, across a frozen river. The world is alabaster, colorless, curls and slashes of moonlight and ice on a background of black. But ahead, a bright red fire flickers in a copse of pine trees. I know this, Shara thinks. I've read about this. They enter the copse of trees. Logs are laid by the bonfire to serve as seats, and a stone shelf leans against the trunk of a tree, bearing small stone cups and a crude tin kettle. Shara expects someone to greet them, perhaps stepping out from behind a tree, but there is no one. Where are they? Asks Shara. Where is the friend you brought me to meet? The monk walks to the stone shelf and pours 2 cups. Are they not here yet? Asks Shara. They are here, says the monk. She takes off her robe. Her back is naked, below her robe she wears nothing but a skirt of furs. She turns and hands Shara one of the cups. It is warm, as if it has been sitting on an open flame. But it was only ever held in her hand, thinks Shara. Drink, says the monk. Warm yourself. Shara does not. She stares at the woman suspiciously. Do you not trust me? Asks the monk. I don't know you. The monk smiles. Are you so sure? The firelight catches her eyes, which glint like bright orange jewels. Even when she steps away from the fire, her face appears lit by a warm, fluttering light. A light in the dark. No, thinks Shara. No. No, it can't be. All those? She whispers. Such a wise girl, the monk says, and sits. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. How? Says Shara. How? You still have not drunk, says Alvos. You should try it. It's good. Shara, mystified, drinks from the stone cup and finds the divinity is correct. The concoction is warm and spicy and feels like it puts a small, soft ember in her belly. Then she realizes it's familiar. Wait. Is this tea? Yes. Sir Lang, from Saypur. I've come to be rather fond of it, myself. Though it can be an utter bitch to get the good stuff. Shara gapes at her, the cup, the fire, the woods behind her. She manages, but I thought you were gone. I am gone, says Alvos. Look behind you again, around you. Do you see Bulikov? No. I am gone, and happy to be gone. It's pretty pleasant to be here, alone with my thoughts, away from all that noise. Shara is silent as she thinks, after all this, have I walked right into a trap? You're now wondering, says Alvos, if I have brought you here to exact revenge on you. Shara cannot hide her alarm. Well, I am gone, but I am still a divinity. And this is my place. Alvos pats the log she sits on. I can never lose this. And those who join me here, their hearts cannot be hidden from me. You wonder, Shara Komayd, great-granddaughter of Efrem Komayd, the last Kai of Saypur, if I have lured you away from the continent to get you on your own and destroy you for your family's crimes, for your crimes, for the countless destruction your wars and laws have incurred. Alvos' eyes gleam bright, like rings of fire half hidden below her lids, then the fire in her eyes dims. But that, as they say, would be stupid. A very stupid, silly, useless thing to do. And I am a bit disappointed you would expect such things from me. After all, I left the world when the continent chose to begin its empire. Not just because it was wrong, but because it was a very short-sighted decision. Time has a way of returning all heedlessness to those who commit it, even if they are divine. Shara is still trying to come to grips with the reality of what is happening, yet Alvos is so profoundly unlike anything she expected a god to be that she is not sure what to think. Alvos' manner is like that of a fishwife or a seamstress rather than a divinity. That's why you left the continent? Because you disagreed with the great expansion? Alvos produces a long, skinny pipe. She holds its bowl directly into the fire, puffs at it, and watches Shara as if wondering what sort of company she'll be. You read Mr. Pangyui's notes, didn't you? Why, yes. How did why? Then you know he suspected that the minds of the divine were not always their own, one could say. He thought that there was some kind of subconscious vote taking place. A crude term for it, says Alvos. But not wholly inaccurate. We are, or work divinities, Shara Komayd, we draw power from the hearts and minds and beliefs of a people. But that which you draw power from, you are also powerless before. Alvos uses the end of her pipe to draw a half-circle in the mud. A people believe in a god, she completes the circle, and the god tells them what to believe. It's a cycle, like water flowing into the ocean, then up to the skies, and into rain, which falls and flows into the ocean. But it is different in that ideas have weight. They have momentum. Once an idea starts, it spreads and grows and gets heavier and heavier until it can't be resisted, even by the divine. Alvos stares into the fire, rubbing the mud off of her pipe with her thumb and forefinger. Ideas like what? Asks Shara. I first noticed it during the night of the convening. I felt ideas and thoughts and compulsions in me that were not my own. I did things not because I wanted to do them, but because I felt I had to, like I was a character in a story someone else was writing. That night I chose, like all the other divinities, to unite, form Bulikov, and live in what we thought was peace. But I was profoundly troubled by this experience. Then how could you leave? Asks Shara. If you were tied or tethered to the wishes of your people, how could they let you abandon the world? Alvos gives Shara a scornful look. Can't you put this together yourself? Unless, Shara says, your people asked you to leave. That they did. Why would they do that? Well, I thought I had done a pretty good job with them, says Alvos, with a touch of pride. She glances at Shara's cup. Did you drink all of that already? Yes? My goodness. She shakes her head, tooting, and pours Shara another cup. That should have been enough to bring a horse back from the dead. Anyway. If you do these things well, and you, as a bit of a politician, probably understand, they sort of start to perpetuate themselves. I learned very early on not to speak to my folk from on high, but to get down with them, beside them, showing them how to act rather than telling them. And I suggested that they should do the same with one another, that they didn't need a book of rules to tell them what to do and what not to do, but experience and action. But when I started to feel this momentum inside of me, these ideas that pushed and pulled at me, threatening to pull me with them and pull everyone else with me, I consulted with my closest followers, and they just, Alvos is grinning with gleeful incredulity, they just said they didn't really need me anymore. You're joking. No, says Alvos. Humanity's relationship with the divine is one of mutual give and take, and we mutually opted to part ways. But this perpetuation, setting up a way of thinking, and just letting it run, it doesn't always yield good results. She shakes her head. Poor Kolkin. He never really understood himself, or his people. He spoke to me, says Shara. He told me he had depended on you, in a way. Yes, says Alvos sadly. Kolkin and I were the first two divinities. We were the first to really figure out how it all worked, I suppose. But Kolkin always had a little more trouble running his show. He tended to let his people tell him what to do, and I watched from afar as he sat down and listened to them. Like I told them all when I left, it just wasn't going to end up well. So you don't think Kolkin was wholly responsible for what he did? Alvos sniffs. Humans are strange, Shara Komayd. They value punishment because they think it means their actions are important, that they are important. You don't get punished for doing something unimportant, after all. Just look at the Kalkashtanis, they think the whole world was set up to shame and humiliate and punish and tempt them. It's all about them. The world is full of bad things, hurtful things, but it's still all about them. And Kolkin just gave them what they wanted. That's madness. No, it's vanity. And I have watched from the sidelines as the same vanity guided the divinities onto paths that would bring ruin upon them and their people. Vanity I predicted, and warned them about, but that they chose to ignore. This vanity is not new, Miss Komayd. And it has not stopped because we divinities are gone. It has simply migrated. Migrated to Saypur, you mean? Alvos bobs her head from side to side, not quite a yes, not quite a no. But we now find ourselves at a turning point in history, when we can either listen to our vanity, and continue down the path we're on, or choose a new path altogether. So you have come to me to try and change this? Asks Shara. Well, says Alvos, you weren't exactly my first choice. Something in the fire pops, sparks go dancing to hiss in the mud. You approached Efrem, didn't you? Says Shara. I did, says Alvos. You met him on the river while he was sketching, and spoke to him. I did a lot more than that, admits Alvos. I do intervene now and again, Shara Komayd. Well, maybe not intervene, nudge might be a better term for it. For Efrem, I helped guide his research, prod him in the directions he would find most useful, checked in on him now and again. He would have loved to talk to you as I am now. I've no doubt. He was such a bright, compassionate creature, I hoped he would find a way to divert all the discontent that was building. But it seems I was wrong. Such old rage can only be exorcised through violence, perhaps. Though I still hope we can disprove this, eventually. Shara drinks the rest of her tea and remembers something that troubled her when she first read his journal. Was it you who placed the journal from the Kai soldier on his desk? Because I knew Efrem, and he would never overlook or miss something so important. All those nods, her face distressed. I did. And that might have been my biggest oversight. I had hoped he would understand the grave sensitivity of those letters. But he did not. He felt that information should be shared with everyone. He did not keep any one specific truth, just the truth as he saw it. It was his greatest virtue, and it was his undoing. But what could have been so important in those letters? Asks Shara. The black lead? Alvos sets her pipe down. No. Well, a little. Let me ask you, do you not wonder, Miss Shara Komayd, how your great-grandfather managed to produce the black lead? He experimented on his household's ginifrit, didn't he? He did, Alvos says grimly. That is true. But even so, the odds that he would ever produce such a material are extremely unlikely, are they not? Shara's brain rifles through everything she has memorized, but finds nothing. Would you not say, Alvos asks slowly, that the creation of the black lead was nothing short of miraculous? The word dislodges a stone in her mind that tumbles into her sea of thoughts. Efrem's writings, we do not know much about the Kai. We do not even know who his mother was. And not everyone was capable of the miraculous, says Alvos. A soft wind dances through the copse of trees, and the coals flare bright. Efrem's journal, ginifrit servants prepared their masters' beds, served them food, wine. I cannot imagine what everyone would say if it was revealed that the Kai had been pampered in such a way. A log lazily rolls over in the fire like a whale in the sea. And when she saw Zhukov, my own progeny, my own blessed child rises up against us and slaughters us like sheep. Snowflakes twirl down and die silently as they near the fire. The blessed were legends and heroes, Shara Komayd, says Alvos quietly. Offspring of the divine and mortals whom the world went out of its way to accommodate. Shara's head spins. You aren't saying that. I suppose no one guessed who his mother was, remarks Alvos thoughtfully, because no one would have ever believed it. Her name was Lisha, says Alvos quietly. As the offspring of a divinity, she was moderately powerful in her own right. But she was a sweet creature, soft-hearted, quiet, not too terribly bright but eager to help, and also very eager to help her father. She sucks at her pipe. Zhukov's priests wanted to shore up support among Saypur, for it was Saypur's corn and grapes that kept Jukashtan afloat. So he offered to rent, the word makes her face wrinkle in disgust, his daughter to the Saypuri who would best facilitate their needs, for a time. It was not meant to be anything sexual, it was meant to be purely servitude. But then, something happened that Zhukov did not expect. She and the man who eventually won her servitude fell in love. They kept it a secret. She stayed on as his maid. Shara senses a cold rage surfacing in Alvos. And when she bore a child, the nature of its parentage was so dangerous and so terrible that even the child could not know. Shara feels ill. The Kai, she whispers. Yes. His father died when he was young. He was never told that the divine servant in the house was his mother. Because, I think, he grew up hating the divine, and his mother, being sweet, soft-hearted, and not too bright, did not wish to upset him. Then Maladeshi happened. Something falls into the snow and hisses. Shara sees it was a hot teardrop falling from Alvos' cheek. And have shocked as Komayd decided something must be done. Alvos tries to speak again, but cannot. So he tortured his own mother, Shara says, in order to find out what could kill the divine. Alvos manages a nod. And though he didn't know it, because he was blessed, he was able to actually produce something, and with it, overthrow the continent. After killing his despicable little household servant, of course. Shara shuts her eyes. The awfulness of it all is almost too much for her. I have lived with this burden for so long, Alvos says. I could only ever hint and suggest it to Mr. Pangyui, I have never actually told anyone. But it's good, I think, to speak it aloud. It's good to tell someone what happened to my daughter. Your daughter? You mean you and Zhukov? He could be a very charming man, admits Alvos, and though I could tell there was an awful madness in him, still I was drawn in. I sympathize, says Shara. Clever Zhukov figured it all out when the Kai invaded. He understood that he had, through his own pride and arrogance, fathered the death of the continent and the other divinities. Before he hid himself with Kulkin, his last bitter act was to use a familiar to tell this fearsome invader the truth of his parentage. I see, says Shara. The Kai fell into a deep depression after killing Zhukov, and practically drank himself to death. Bitterness begets bitterness, Alvos says. Shame begets shame. What is reaped is what is sown, Shara says, and what is sown is what is reaped, but. Alvos smiles. You flatter me with my own words. The smile dissolves. I have lived with this knowledge for so long. And for all those years, I knew that the balance of power in this world, this brave new land of politics and machinery, was predicated purely on lies. Saypur and the continent hate one another, completely oblivious that each is now the product of the other. They are not separate, they are intertwined. When Efrem came, I decided it was time this secret got out. But you do understand what this means, for you. Shara is terribly aware of her breathing. She can feel her pulse in her forehead and behind her ears. Yes, she says weakly. It means me, and my family. The fire is so hot her eyes feel like they simmer. We have a trace of the divine in us. Yes. We are. We are the very things our country fears. Yes. And that's why Kolkin and Zhukov thought I was you. Probably, yes. Shara is weeping, not in sorrow, but in rage. And so? So is nothing I did true? True. The world shifts to accommodate the blessed, doesn't it? It helps them achieve great things, not because of how they are doing it, but because of who they are. Did nothing I did really count? Alvos puffs at her pipe. You forget, of course, she says, that the nature of the blessed becomes diluted through the generations. Often very, very quickly. She looks Shara up and down, her eyes glimmering. Do you feel that you have had an easy life, Miss Komayd? Shara wipes her eyes. And no. Have you gotten everything you wanted? She remembers Vo falling to the ground, pale and still. No. Do you think, asks Alvos, that this will change anytime soon? Shara shakes her head. If anything, she thinks, I am willing to bet my life is about to get much, much worse. You are not blessed, Shara Komayd, says Alvos. Though you are distantly related to me, to Zhukov, to the divine, the world treats you as it does anyone else, with utter indifference. Consider yourself fortunate. Your other relatives, though. That might be different. A cold wind tickles Shara's neck. Another snap from the fire, and sparks go dancing. I see, she says. Alvos is watching her from behind hooded eyes, appraising her. I have told you quite a bit, Shara Komayd, information few else know or dream of. I wonder, what do you plan to do with it? Rage and pity and grief and sorrow twine around in Shara's mind, looping and curling like fireworks, and somewhere underneath all their chaotic designs, all their frenzied, fruitless spins and chases, an idea comes bubbling up. Alvos nods. Good. Perhaps I was wiser than I thought. The divine do not always know themselves, maybe we are but tools in the hands of fate like any other mortal, and perhaps my selection of Efrem was meant solely to bring you here, to me, but... Shara is breathing slowly. I think, she says, that I would like to go back to my quarters now. Good, says Alvos. She uses her pipe to point between two trees. If you walk through that gap, you will find yourself in your bedroom. You may leave whenever you wish. Shara stands and looks down at Alvos, feeling torn. Will I ever see you again? Do you wish to see me again? I think I would enjoy that, actually. Well, I think both you and I know that if you make the choices I expect you will make, and if you are successful, your path will take you far away from these shores. I do not wish to leave this place. I don't tell my followers what to do, but it's nice to keep an eye on them. She taps her pipe against her finger. But if you were ever to return, I might make myself available for a visit. Good, says Shara. I have just one more question. Yes? Where did you come from? Me? You and the other divinities, all of you. Where did you come from? Do you exist simply because people believe you exist? Or are you something else? Alvos considers the question, grave and sad. That is, complicated. She sucks her teeth. Divinities have the very odd ability to overwrite reality. Did you know that? Of course. But not just your reality. Not just the reality of your people, but the reality of us, our own. Each time people believed I came from somewhere new, I came from that place, and it was like I'd never come from any other place, and I never knew what I was before. She takes a breath. I am Alvos. I pulled the burning, golden coal of the world from the fires of my own heart. I fashioned the stars from my own teardrops when I mourned for the sun during the very first night. And I was born when all the dark of the world became too heavy, and scraped against itself, and made a spark, and that spark was me. This is all I know. I do not know what I was before I knew these things. I have looked, and tried to understand my origins, but history, as you may know, is much like a spiral staircase that gives the illusion of going up, but never quite goes anywhere. But why did Saypuris never have a divinity of their own? Were we simply unlucky? You saw what happened, Shara, says Alvos. And you know your history. Are you so sure Saypur was unlucky to lack a divinity? She stands and kisses Shara on the brow. Her lips are so warm they almost burn. I would tell you to go with luck, my child, she says. But I think you will choose to make your own. Shara steps away from the firelight and through the two trees. She turns back to say goodbye but sees only the blank wall of her bedroom over her shoulder. She turns around, confused, and is met by her bed. She sits down upon the bed and thinks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Turian, whispers Shara. Turian. Nuligesh grunts and cracks an eye. By the seas, she says croakily. I'm happy you visited, but did it have to be at 2 a.m? Nuligesh is not the hale and hearty woman Shara knew mere days ago. She has lost a lot of weight during her stay in the hospital, and both of her eyes are still blackened. Her left arm ends just below the elbow in rings of tight white bandages. She sees Shara staring. I hope this, she raises her wounded arm, won't keep me from swimming in Javrit. But at least I still have my drinking hand. You're all right? I'm all right. How are you, girl? You look alive. That's good. The black glasses are, interesting looking, I guess. I am alive, says Shara. And, Turian, I wish that for you, this had never. Save it, says Nuligesh. I've given the very speech you're giving. But when I gave it, it was to boys and girls I knew weren't going to live. I'm alive. And I'm grateful for it. And you are not to blame. But it does give me a damn good excuse to transfer out. Shara smiles weakly. I am still getting transferred, right? Javrit's still happening, right? There is a good chance, yes, says Shara. That sounds like the out clause of a contract. And I don't remember signing a contract. I remember saying, if I do this, I get stationed in Javrit, and I remember you saying, okay. Do you remember differently? I have called in some favors with some middle managers in the ministry, says Shara. There's an and or a but coming. True. Shara pushes her glasses up on her nose. And I am taking a train to Afghanistan in 2 hours, and sailing home to Galadesh tomorrow. Okay? Says Nuligesh, suspicious. If I disappear, I will be blunt here, and say that if I am secretly murdered during that trip, or when I arrive in Saypur, then you will be stationed in Javrit within a matter of months. If you're what? If, however, I survive my trip, continues Shara, then much about the current predicament will change. Like what, dot? Like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. How will that change? Well, for starters, it will probably cease to exist. Someone coughs somewhere in the hospital. Are you sure that you didn't catch a bump on the head during? I think you and I had the same job, Turian, says Shara. You weren't to intervene in Bulikovian affairs, things were supposed to stay the same. I intervened in continental affairs constantly, but to keep things the way they are, with the continent desperately poor, and all commerce directed to Saypur. To leave the continent to the continent, Shara says from memory. Which is to say, poor, savage, and irrelevant. You don't have to quote the policy to me. I wasted 2 decades of my life enforcing it. So what are you saying you want to do? I wish to change this. And if I am to change this, Shara says, then I will need allies on the continent. Ah, shit. Especially here in Bulikov. Ah, shit, dot. Because if I need anyone backing me up, says Shara, I want it to be General Turian Nuligesh. I'm a governor first and foremost, but my military rank is colonel. If I survive, and do what I plan, says Shara, it won't be. Nuligesh blinks and laughs hollowly. You want me to place a Grisha to your Kai? I told you, I'm not interested in promotion. I'm out of the game. And I'm going to change the game entirely, says Shara. Oh, by the seas. Are you serious about this? Shara takes a deep breath. I am, actually. I am not sure how many radical changes I can make, but I plan to try and make as many as I can. The ministry failed Bulikov last week. It failed you, Turian. It failed, and thousands are dead. You really think you can? Do you really think you aren't being, like, Nuligesh laughs, well, wildly fucking naive about this? Shara shrugs. I killed a god last week. A ministry should be a small task, shouldn't it? That's a pretty good point, I suppose, dot. Will you help me, Turian? You and I were meant to be servants, and for years we chiefly served policy. I am offering what I think is our first real chance to serve. Ah, shit, Muligesh strokes the scars on her jaw with her right hand and contemplates it. Well, I must admit all this is somewhat interesting. I hoped you would think so. And last I checked, the pay grade for a general is almost twice that of a colonel. Shara smiles. Enough to afford frequent vacations in Javrit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shara creeps down the hospital hall toward Sigurd's room. Is this how governments are made? Forcing decisions on wounded people in the middle of the night? She halts when she enters the ward, and looks out on the sea of beds, each with a pale white burden, some with arms and legs propped up, others eclipsed in bandages, and wonders which of her choices put them in those beds, and how things could have been different. Sigurd's voice seeps through the wall beside her. I can hear you, Shara. If you want to come in, come in. Shara opens the door and steps inside. Sigurd is a mountain of stitches, bandages, tubes, liquids pour into him and out of him, draining into various sacs. A thick set of stitches marches from his left eyebrow up into his scalp, his left nostril has been split, and his left cheek is a red mass. Otherwise, he is still most definitely Sigurd. How did you know it was me? She asks. Your footfalls, he says, are so small, like a little cat's. I will take that as a compliment. She sits down beside his bed. How are you? Why haven't you visited? Why do you care? You think I wouldn't? The Sigurd I knew and employed for 10 years was never one for caring about much. Don't tell me your brush with death has given you a new perspective on life. You've brushed it many times, often right in front of me, and it never seemed to affect you before, but someone, says Sigurd, has been telling you tales about me. He thinks. You know, I'm not sure what it is. When I jumped off that ship, I didn't think I would have a future at all. I thought I would be dead. But for the first time, I felt good. I felt that the world I was leaving was good. Not great, but good. And now I am alive in what could be a good world. He shrugs. Perhaps I only wish to sail again. She smiles. How has this affected any plans for your future? Why do you ask? The reason I ask is that, if my plans go accordingly, I will no longer be a ground-level operative. I will return to Galadesh and take up a desk job. And I will no longer need your services. Am I to be abandoned? You leave me here to rot, in this bed? No. This desk job in particular will be very, very important. There is no title for it yet. If all this works out, I shall probably have to make one for it. But I will need all the overseas support I can get. I believe I will have a strong ally in Bulikov, but I will need more. More being. If, say, the North Seas are suddenly tamed. Sigurd's look of confusion contorts to one of considerable alarm. No. If, say, a personage most Draelings thought to be dead suddenly returned. No. If the legitimacy of the coup that killed King Harkvald was utterly undermined, and the rampant piracy were to end. Sigurd drums his fingers on his arms and fumes in silence. Something drains out of one of his tubes with a quiet ploink. You won't even consider it? Asks Shara. Even when my father was alive, says Sigurd, I did not relish the idea of governing. Well, I'm not asking you to. I have never really approved of monarchies, anyway. What I am asking, says Shara, sternly and slowly, is that if you, Dovkund, lost prince of the Draeling shores, Sigurd rolls his eye, were to return to the pirate states of the Draeling republics, and had the full and total support of Saypur, she can tell that Sigurd is now listening. Could that not begin some kind of reform? Would that not offer some promise for the Draeling people? Sigurd is silent for a long time. I know he digs deep in the bandages on his arm and scratches that you would never ask me such a thing in jest. I'm not. It may never even happen. I am returning to Saypur, but there is a chance I might not survive. Then you will need me with you, of course. No, says Shara. I won't. Partially because I am confident I will succeed. But I also wish for your life to be your own, Sigurd. I want you to wait here, and get healthy, no matter what happens. And if nothing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs changes, then you should know that I am dead. Shara. And if that is the case, she takes out a small slip of paper and places it in his hand, then here is the village where your wife and daughters are hidden. Sigurd blinks, astonished. If I am dead, I want you to go home to them, Sigurd, says Shara. You said the father and the husband they knew was dead, that the fire of life in you had gone out. But I think that is a foolish and vain thing to think. I think that you, Sigurd J.E. Harkvaldsson, are afraid. You are afraid that your children have grown, that your family will not know you, or want you. Shara. If there was anything I've wanted throughout my life, Sigrid, it was to know my parents. It was to know the people I wished so hard to live up to. I will not ever have that chance, but your children might. And I think they will be overjoyed with who comes home. Sigrid stares at the slip of paper in his hands. I was not at all prepared, he grumbles, for such an assault, but I have never really had to persuade you before, says Shara. Now you know why I'm good at what I do. This nonsense with the Dovkind, says Sigrid. It is all just a children's tale. They believe the son of King Harkval to be a fairy prince. They say he will come riding out of the sea on a wave, playing the flute. A flute. Can you imagine? They will not expect me. After all the battles you've fought, this one gives you pause? Killing is one thing, says Sigrid. Politics is another. Shara pats his hand. I will make sure you have someone to help you. And it will not all be politics. Many of the pirate kings, I expect, will be quite reluctant to leave. Despite what you may fear, Sigrid, I expect your service is far from over. She checks her watch. I'm late. My train leaves in an hour, and I must prepare for my final interview. Who else must you browbeat into doing your bidding? Oh, this won't be browbeating, says Shara grimly as she stands. This will just be simple threats. Sigrid carefully stows away the slip of paper. Will I see you again soon? Probably. She smiles, takes his hand, and kisses one scarred knuckle. If we do a good job, we may meet as equals on the world stage. No matter what happens to either of us, says Sigrid, you have always been a very good friend to me, Shara Komayd. I have known very few good people. But I think that you are one of them. Even if sometimes I almost got you killed? Being killed. Pa. His one eye glitters in the gaslight. What is that to good friends? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The walls of Bulikov are peach-colored with the light of the dawn. They swell before her, rising out of the violet countryside as the train speeds by. Are the walls alabaster in daylight? She thinks. Bone? What word best describes them? What shall I write? What shall I tell everyone? The train wheels squall and sputter. She touches the window, the ghost of her face caught in its glass. I must not forget. I must not forget. She will not go into Bulikov. The train takes a straight track from the governor's quarters to a Hanishtan. She will not see the collapsing temple of the seat of the world. She will not see the cranes around the Solda Bridge. She will not get to see the construction teams hauling the ancient white stone out of the rubble, the stone of the divine city, nor will she get to see what they will do with it. She will not get to see the armadas of pigeons wheeling through the spokes of smoke as the day begins. She will not get to watch as the mats in the market are rolled out, as the wares are put on show, as merchants wade through the streets crying prices, carrying on as if nothing has happened. I will not see you, she tells the city, but I will remember you. The walls continue to swell, then, as she passes, they shrink behind her. When I come back to you, she thinks, if I come back to you, will I know you? Will you be the city of my memory? Or will you be a stranger? She could ask the same of Galadesh, the city of her birth, of her life, a city she has not seen in 16 years. Will I know it? Will it know me? The walls have shrunk to a tiny cylinder of peach white, akin floating on black waves. The past may be the past, she tells them, but I will remember. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shara waits for over 2 hours. So far the movements of the ship are smooth and easy, but very shortly they'll enter the deep sea, where the waves will be much less kind. Shara's cabin is as spacious as the merchant's vessel could allow, and she has promised a worthy fee from the ministry when she finally returns to Galadesh. Penny for pound, she muses, I am probably the most profitable cargo this ship has ever carried. She stares into the porthole in her cabin wall. The South Seas are on the other side, but in the window's reflection is a large, dark office, and a big teak desk. Aunt Vinya finally arrives, looking harried and harassed. She violently rifles through her desk, tearing open drawers, slamming cupboards. Where is it? She mutters. Where is it? These questions, these damn questions. She picks up a stack of papers, flips through them, and angrily throws them in her trash can. It looks, Shara says, like you've had a few rough meetings. Vinya's head snaps up, and she stares at Shara in the window. You? Me? What are you doing? Vinya snaps. I should have you arrested for this. Performing a miracle on the continent is a treasonous act. Well, then, it's probably a very good thing that I'm not on the continent anymore. You what? This is obviously not my office. She gestures to the room behind her. You look at me in the cabin of a vessel in the South Seas, bound, of course, for Galadesh. Vinya's mouth opens and shuts, but no words escape. I am coming home, Aunt Vinya, says Shara. You cannot keep me away any longer. I damn well can. If you come home, I'll have you imprisoned. I can have you exiled. You are disobeying the orders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in essence you are committing treason. I don't care how damn famous you are now, you've no idea what sort of powers I'm allowed, with no questions asked. What sort of powers would those be, Auntie? Powers to eliminate threats to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, without question, without disclosure, without testimony to any damnable oversight committees. And would this be, Shara asks slowly, what happened to Dr. Pangyui? Vinya's righteous fury evaporates. Her shoulders sink as if her spine has vanished. W.H. what? You may wish, says Shara, to take a seat. But Vinya is too shocked to move. As you wish, says Shara. I will keep this short. Let's say I have a feeling that somewhere in all the cables and transmissions and orders that have come out of the ministry, in all the inscrutable, impenetrable, classified, technically non-existent communications, there is a message to some unquestioning thug on the continent informing him or her of a national threat, that threat being Dr. Efrem Pangyui at Bulikov University, and that he or she is authorized to eliminate this threat with utmost discretion, and to search for and destroy any sensitive material in his office and library. Shara adjusts her glasses. Would that be right? Vinya has gone terribly pale. You want to shut down this conversation altogether, don't you, Auntie? Says Shara. But you want to know what I know and how I know it. You want to know if I know, for example, that the reason Dr. Efrem Pangyui was labeled a threat was one very personal to you. Shara waits, but Vinya does not move or speak. Shara thinks she can see something trembling in her aunt's cheek. I do, says Shara. I do know, Auntie. I know that you are blessed, Vinya. I know that you are a descendant of the very thing that haunts Saypur's nightmares. Vinya blinks. Teardrops spill down her cheeks. Efrem Pangyui deduced the Kai's parentage in Bulikov, says Shara. And he, being the dutiful and honorable historian of Saypur, sent back a report without realizing he was signing his own death warrant. For him, the truth was the truth, and hiding it never occurred to him. Vinya, who has resisted upper middle age for nearly 15 years, sits in her chair with the slow movements of an old woman. And you hated hearing this, of course, says Shara. Just as the Kai hated it when he learned it himself. Efrem, obviously, had no plans to keep quiet about it. He was a historian, not a spy. So you reacted as you would to any national threat, and had him, as you say, eliminated. Vinya swallows. That's right, isn't it, Auntie Vinya? Vinya struggles for nearly half a minute. Then, a quiet, I just wanted it to be gone. I wanted to believe I had never heard it. Sea spray spackles the hall outside. Someone on the deck above makes a joke, which is followed by wicked laughter. Why? Says Shara. Why did you let me stay in Bulikov at all? You knew there was a chance I'd find out. Why didn't you pull rank and reassign me straight away? Because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Of you, Vinya confesses. Of me? Yes, she says. I've always been afraid of you, Shara. Ever since you were a child. Saypur has always been inclined to like you more than me, because of who your parents were. And I have many enemies. It would be an easy thing, to oust me simply by supporting you. And that is why you let me stay in Bulikov? I knew that if I made you leave, you would become suspicious. Says Vinya. You get attached to people so. If I denied you what you wanted, I feared you'd become more determined. And I thought we had destroyed all of Efrem's notes. 1 week to mourn your friend, then you'd leave Bulikov, move on to the next little case, and all of this would go away. But then Folka's men attacked the Batrov estate, says Shara, and everything changed. Vinya shakes her head. You don't know what it was like, hearing his report, she says. Hearing that not only am I descended from monsters, but that everything I had ever accomplished was suddenly illegitimate. Like I'd been given everything, rather than earning it. It was sickening, infuriating, insulting. Don't you understand what that's like? That we have some trace of the divine in us? Shara shrugs. I was raised to think of the Kai more or less as a god, she says. A savior whose memory I spent years trying to please. Honestly, it changes little for me, personally, But nothing that has been made is real. There is nothing but lies. The Kai is a lie. Saypur is a lie. The ministry. Yes, says Shara. The ministry as well. Vinya wipes her eyes. How I detest weeping. There is nothing so undignified. She glares at Shara through the porthole. What will you do? Shara wonders how to phrase this. The blessed do seem to meet such tragic ends, she says. The Kai killed almost all of them during the Great War. Then the Kai himself died alone and miserable on the continent. And now you. You wouldn't, whispers Vinya. I wouldn't, admits Shara. And I can't. You possess much more lethal force than I do, Auntie. Killing me, of course, during the height of my public profile, would naturally earn much scrutiny I doubt even you could afford. So I will give you a choice, step down, and give the reins to me. To you? Yes, Give you control over all the generals across all the nations? Give you control of all our intelligence, all of our operations? Yes, says Shara mildly. I will have it, or neither of us will. Because if you do not step down, Auntie, I will leak our awful family secret. Vinya looks like she is about to be sick. I understand my stock has risen in Galadesh these days, Shara says, with a quaint pout of modesty. I am, after all, the only person since the Kai to have killed a divinity, 2 divinities, technically, to the Kai's 3. This, after Yurav. They haven't ever crowned another Kai since Evshakta, but I don't doubt that a few people in Saypur are discussing it. I believe that when I speak, I will be listened to. And as such, I believe your time in the ministry is over, Auntie. Vinya is rubbing her face and rocking back and forth in her chair. Why? Why what? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this to me? I do not do it to you, Auntie Vinya. You flatter yourself by imagining so. Things are changing. History itself was resurrected in Bulikov 4 days ago, and it rejected the present just as the present rejected it in turn. And we now have a new path we could take. We can keep the world as it is, unbalanced, with one nation holding all power. Or we can begin to work with the continent, says Shara, and create an equal to keep us in check. Vinya is aghast. You wish to elevate the continent? Yes. Shara adjusts her glasses. In fact, I plan to spend billions on rebuilding their nation. But they are continentals. They are people, says Shara. They have asked me for help. And I will give it. Vinya massages her temples. You. I also intend, Shara continues, to dissolve the WR, and declassify all the continent's history. Auntie Vinya slumps forward and goes white as custard. I don't think we can build much of a future, says Shara, without knowing the truth of the past. It's time to be honest about what the world really was, and what it is now. I am going to be sick, says Vinya. You would give them back the knowledge of their gods? Their gods are dead, says Shara. Those days are gone. That I know. It is time for all of us to move forward. In time, I hope to even reveal the nature of the Kai's parentage, though that might be decades away. Shara. Dear. Here is how the narrative will go, Auntie, says Shara. It will be said that things are different now, true enough, and that the old ways and the old warriors who keep to them must adapt, or go. You can go graciously and quietly, ceding authority to the new generation, after I'm just coming off of an incomparable victory. You might even be lauded for your foresight, as you chose to keep me in Bulikov. That would be a nice touch. And I can make sure that you land on your feet, winding up the head of a research institute or prominent school that can take good care of you. Or, I can dislodge you. You said before you have enemies in Galadesh, Auntie. I now have a very big dagger I can give them, which they will then promptly plant in your back. Vinya gapes at her. You really? I will arrive in 2 days, Auntie, says Shara. Think about it. She wipes the porthole glass with 2 fingers, and her aunt vanishes. Asterisk. Sunlight bounds out of the clouds, across the waves, ripples over the deck. Far above the ship, gulls float and dip gracefully from current to current, dodging through the air. Shara grips the ceramic canister a little tighter as the ship bobs to the port side. She has never been an accomplished sailor, something the crew members quickly deduced and are wary of, and she is thankful the sea is calm today. Anytime soon, Captain? She asks. The captain breaks away from a conversation with his midshipman. I could give you an exact time, he says, if you were to give me an exact point. I have given you that, Captain. The point equidistant between Saypur and the continent ain't exactly as exact as you think, if you pardon my saying so, Chief Diplomat. I don't need for it to be too exact, Shara says. Just how long until we're close? The captain tips his head from side to side. A half hour or so. On such calm waters, and with such a benevolent wind, maybe less. Why do you want to know, anyway? Shara turns away and walks to the stern of the ship with the canister under her arm. She watches the churning ocean behind them and the wake of their passage. The stripe of curiously smooth water stretches out for miles. After that, the rise and bob of the waves devour it until it is gone. She stares at the sea for a long time. The wind caresses her hair and her coat. Her glasses are bedecked with crystalline jewels of sea spray. The air alternates between a pleasant warmth and a pleasant coolness. It has been a very long journey, hasn't it, Vo? She says to the ceramic canister. But looking back, it seems like it was all over in only a moment. A gull dips low and calls to her, perhaps asking for something. They did not want to cremate him, of course. Cremation was heretical on the continent. But she refused to let him be buried in the Votrov tomb, to lie among the people who had made his life a hell, so she took him with her, the contents of his self baked and boiled down and funneled into a little canister, freed of all pain, of all memory, of all the tortures his country and his God had put him through. She will not cry. She has decided this. There is nothing to cry over, there is simply what happened. Birthing pains, she says aloud. That's what our lives were, weren't they? The wheels of time shift and clank against one another, and birth a new age. Cold wind slaps against her cheeks. But there are pains before, violent contractions. Unfortunate that it had to be us, but the captain calls that they are near, or near enough. A butterfly must emerge from its chrysalis sometime. She begins to unscrew the top of the canister. Her heart beats faster. And forget it ever was a caterpillar. Another plaintive cry from the gulls. She turns over the canister, a cloud of delicate ash comes twisting out, twirling through the winds to settle over the stripe of calm seas behind the ship. She drops the canister overboard. It sinks almost instantly beneath the dark waves. She watches the waves, wondering what they know, what they remember. Time renders all people and all things silent, she thinks. But I will speak of you, of all of you, for all the time I have. Then she turns and walks to the bow of the ship, to look ahead into the sun and the wind and the bright new waves, and to wait for sight of home.